dominating Hollywood starting with Scarlett. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Outstanding Action. Over the weekend, in the office of Lionsgate in California, Wenger from the distribution department immediately decided to release Saw after watching it. And as for the share ratio, after listening to Tang's publicity strategy, Wenger also chose to affirm it, but they wanted to sign an additional bet agreement with Tang. If the first week box office of this film can reach $10 million, Lionsgate will reduce its share ratio while increasing the number of screens. But if the first week box office of this film is less than $10 million, Lionsgate will increase its share ratio while increasing the number of screens. This is undoubtedly another way of thinking. Regardless of whether Saw can become a hit, they can make money. However, since Tang knew about the existence of this bet agreement, of course he would use it to test the attitudes of other companies as soon as possible. Unfortunately, except for Miramax and MGM, no company was willing to sign this bet agreement, and the initial share ratio of these two companies was not lowered much. After all, Lionsgate is more suitable. In the final agreement signed by both parties, Norton's Eye will receive 45% of the share, Lionsgate will receive 15% of the share, and the rest will be the share of the theaters. If the gambling agreement is taken into account, then when the box office of the film exceeds $10 million in the first week, Lionsgate's share will become 12%. When the box office of the first week is less than $10 million, Lionsgate's share will become 20%. As for the schedule, Wenger also suggested that they choose the Halloween schedule, because this schedule is basically a competition for horror films, and the audience has psychological expectations for this. However, in terms of scheduling, Lionsgate does not have the financial resources of MGM and Universal, and can only promise 1,500 screens in the first week. However, as long as the box office performance is good, they will immediately double the number of screens in the second week to more than 3,000. This is enough for Tang and his team, so they signed the contract without much hesitation. Next, they have to consider a series of things about publicity and distribution. The post on the Scary Pumpkinhead forum and the subsequent Saw personal website were all written by Tang. Now it seems that the effect is remarkable. Everyone is discussing the murderer, but there is no evidence to prove the existence of this person. In fact, this kind of publicity method was used in the Blair Witch period. The Blair Witch crew had created the official website of the film before the movie was released. Various news reports about the missing persons, as well as the missing persons' handwritten books, photos, family information, etc. were published on the website. The offline publicity team also published missing persons notices in major weekly magazines and video stores, causing many people to think that the film was a true story. So this kind of internet publicity method is not uncommon, but it is only the first step in Tang's publicity plan. The most critical publicity strategy should be carried out 1 month before the movie is released. Now it is too early. What needs to be done at this moment is to rely on various photos and videos to maintain the Jigsaw character and create a real urban legend, and then detonate it in conjunction with the movie release, so as to achieve the best effect. Before that, no materials related to the movie must be exposed to prevent the false balloon from being punctured. The reason why Tang is so cautious is that there are 2 heavyweight movies officially announced for Halloween. The classic IP, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that is well known to every household in the United States, and the third part of the famous funny horror film Scary Movies. These 2 are undoubtedly the top box office players. If Saw is exposed too early, it will definitely become the object of comparison and ridicule. Even if Tang is confident in the quality of the movie, it cannot compete with the status of these 2 movies among movie fans. Therefore, it is very important to make a final decision. The publicity and promotion must take action at the most critical moment to capture the most potential audiences in one fell swoop. As for now, let the rumors fly for a while. In the video store, Duval was staring at the bald shorty duo. No one spoke or blinked, as if it was a long rally. Finally, when bespectacled Pucci felt his eyes aching, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, I give up. You win, boss. I'll give you the money." He took out a cute frog-knitted wallet from his pocket, took out $10 from it and handed it to Duval, but the next second the owner of the video store yelled angrily, "Do you think we are playing a staring contest? FK, You already owe me money for 3 CDs. Damn it, do you think I have any extra patience now? Pay me the money. Otherwise I'll go to your house to find your dad. Dival only recently discovered that Pucci and he actually live in the same neighborhood, which is why he can tolerate Pucci buying CDs on credit. But Pucci had an expression of being a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Dival, it's useless even if you look for my father. He only knows how to drink every day, and the money is taken from my mother's pocket. Just for these $10, I will get spanked when I go home at night. When the bald black man Madden heard this, he immediately repeated it loudly. Wow, Pucci, you are already 19 years old, and you still want to be spanked by your mother. Damn it. Madden, shut your stinky mouth. Pucci jumped up in anger and punched him in the chest. Be careful or I will call the jigsaw killer over, tie you to the holy weapon, and twist your arm hard. Bald Madden raised his arm, made a gesture of drooping down powerlessly, and then screamed in horror. How terrible. Pucci. Enough. Madden, stop performing your poor physical talk show in my store. Dival stopped the two funny guys from going crazy with a headache, picked up the CD in his hand and walked towards the TV. I'll give you the last 10 days. If you still can't get enough money for the CD, I'll go to your house and ask your parents for it. How heartless. Pucci shouted indignantly. How despicable. Madden also shouted with his friends, and the next moment they both lowered their heads and avoided the blackboard eraser thrown by Dival. Then they saw Dival writing today's new song Crazy in Love on the blackboard in front of the door. Whose song is this? Pucci looked at Madden, and Madden shook his head. Then they saw Dival add a few words. Destiny's Child Beyoncé's solo work. Tang directed the MV. Wow. It turned out to be Tang. It turned out to be Tang. The two people said Tang's name in unison and immediately looked forward to it. Although Tang did not shoot many MVs, he left such a deep impression on everyone that every MV was a classic. So many guys in the video store have begun to actively pay attention to and collect Tang's MVs. Especially Miran, the original Tang fan, even found all the MVs shot by Tang, whether he directed them or not, and when others were interested in Tang, he would do his best to recommend them. Pucci and Madden were two of them. The reason why they gave up free stuff and chose to buy was also due to Miran. Therefore, after seeing Tang's new MV, the two immediately took the benches in the store and sat in front of the TV like two obedient students, just taking out ballpoint pens and notebooks to take notes. Under their lead, other people in the store also gathered together, and then LeVar pressed the remote control, and Beyoncé's new song was immediately played. At the beginning, Jay-Z rapped. He was sitting in the car, and looking out from the driver's seat, he saw Beyoncé with a graceful figure and her back to the crowd. As he sang the lyrics, the car got closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of Beyoncé. When she turned around, Madden screamed. So beautiful. What's so beautiful about black girls? Four-eyed Pucci retorted without hesitation. Madden pointed to his skin color and widened his eyes. Say it again. Pucci turned his head and looked at the screen again, shrugged. Well, it does look good on you. After the rap, the MV entered the main song. The camera followed Beyoncé as she quickly approached the factory door. Then, when everyone was not expecting it, Beyoncé suddenly squatted down, and her body kept rising and falling with the rhythm of the song, doing all kinds of dazzling ground dance moves, such as stretching her legs or thrusting her hips. This set of movements was very smooth and very ornamental. Even Pucci, who was not interested in black girls, whistled. Then there was a hot dance to the music. Beyoncé changed several sets of clothes in a row and danced in different scenes. When it got dark in the camera, she burned several cars and sang with Jay-Z in front of the blazing flames. It has to be Tang. There is no woman he photographs who is not sexy. Madden sighed sincerely, and was affirmed by Pucci. That's right, women. Tang is the director who is best at photographing women. Speaking of the photos we have been buying before, the photographer is also called Tang. After hearing what Pucci said, Madden came to his senses and thought about the sexy photos he and others had seen before. You are right, but can it be the same person? I mean, he is already a MV director, and he can also be a photo photographer. Why not? Pucci and him stared at each other. Women. Tang likes women the most. Of course, he can be a part-time photographer and shoot MVs at the same time. Okay, maybe you are right. H.U. Tang sneezed, and Avril in front of him immediately took out a few pieces of paper from the tissue box and handed them to him. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? No, Maybe someone is talking about me. Tang smiled, wondering in his heart which little goblin was secretly muttering about him, and then hugged Avril in his arms. The two of them finally met each other, and they couldn't be disturbed. Avril leaned on Tang's shoulder like a kitten. The two were watching a variety show. Beyoncé, as a guest, had just performed a quick squat and continuous dance move from the MV on the stage for everyone. The male host was amazed by this and stretched out his trouser legs in a suit to try it out. But unfortunately, when he just finished squatting, there was a click and the host's crotch split on the spot. After seeing the host's embarrassed expression looking for something to cover himself, the two laughed out loud. Avril touched down and said, "Tang, I think this guy must have done it on purpose. Of course, how can the crotch be so easy to split?" Tang immediately felt a small hand moving around after he said that. "Avril, what are you doing?" "Try to see if my crotch will split." "Yes, I want to try to see if it will split when it pushes up." "Oh. God, don't do this to it, it will be very sad." I don't care about this. Let me try." FXXK. You are so naughty. Chapter 152, Big Scale. Beyoncé's new song climbed to the top 5 of the Billboard charts in just 1 week, and it looked like it would take the #1 spot in another week. This undoubtedly confirmed Tang's vision once again, and even in the industry, Tang has been dubbed the name of the Golden Finger. Because most of the songs he was responsible for shooting were in the top few of the Billboard charts, and even the worst ones were in the top 20, which led to his name and MVs giving people a strange impression, that is, they often appear to show their faces. But in fact, Tang has never been known for his high productivity. From his debut to now, he has only shot 6 MVs. Many directors often shoot 6 MVs in half a year. However, Tang's works are always criticized by music critics, and these songs are also quite popular, which creates the illusion that Tang often appears. Of course, Beyoncé's new song is more than just this popular. The quick squatting action at the beginning of her song quickly became popular and soon attracted challenges from many stars on major variety shows. Madonna, Rihanna, Britney Spears and others showed off their dancing skills in the show, challenging Beyoncé's quick squat and continuous dance moves. Male singers acted as supporting roles or jokes, like the host whose crotch split open and revealed his green underwear. In addition to celebrities, the audience also joined the challenge. When Jimmy passed by the dance school in the mall these days, he could see the girls inside imitating Beyoncé's moves, as if this move had become a popular symbol. Congratulations! Friends from the Destiny's Child period expressed their congratulations after seeing Beyoncé. Beyoncé also returned to the company to meet the new generation of Destiny's Child. 1, 2, 3, 4, very good, keep it up. In the dance studio, she saw the new generation of members and their big sister Latavia working together to practice the dance for the new song. Beyoncé stepped on her high heels and came to the door of the dance studio. She wore a sequin tight short skirt today. Under the light of the dance studio, she shone brightly, like the victory armor of the goddess Athena. When the dance teacher saw her, she immediately opened the door with a smile. "Dear, long time no see." Beyoncé nodded. "Long time no see, Cecily. I saw your new song, it's great, you have always been the best dancer." Cecily greeted Beyoncé and welcomed her in. Hearing the two talking, the members of the new Destiny's Child immediately turned their heads. Beyoncé. It's Beyoncé. Although Beyoncé has not become a queen-level figure, she has always been very popular in the Destiny's Child group. When several new members saw Beyoncé, they immediately stopped dancing and went up to greet her, while Latavia frowned, said nothing, and moved her feet as if she was going to leave from the side of the crowd. But Beyoncé called her back. "Lata, why don't you say anything?" Beyoncé smiled and greeted Latavia, looking very intimate, but in fact, Beyoncé knew that she hated being called Lata. I'm a little unwell." Latavia knew that Beyoncé came this time just to give her a hard time, so of course she refused to accompany her. "Are you feeling unwell?" Beyoncé approached Latavia, pretending to be intimate with her and whispered in her ear, but she cursed directly. "Are you stunned by the bottle I hit you with, bitch?" FXX. Latavia was about to curse, but she saw others gathering around again, so she could only swallow the K in her mouth back into her stomach. "So have you seen my new MV?" Beyoncé reminded her intentionally. This week's sales should be able to reach the first place on the Billboard. "Unfortunately, is it beyond your expectations?" Yes. Latvia forced a smile. I thought it would reach the first place that week. Beyoncé smiled widely. Thank you for your blessing, but it's not necessary. Okay, I'm leaving first. You guys practice slowly. She didn't stay for long, chatted for a while and left. After she left, Latvia also left the company on the pretext of feeling unwell. In the afternoon, she found Fisher, a well-known black producer in the music industry, wearing big sunglasses, and begged him to make a new album for her. Lada, you know me, I can't do anything when I don't have inspiration. Fisher had a lot of gold chains around his neck, and he looked like a nouveau riche, and he hiccuped while talking. Then tell me, how can I get inspiration? Latvia waved her hand, indicating that he should make a request. Fisher took off his sunglasses and raised his lips. It depends on you. What kind of passion you give me will give me what kind of inspiration. Okay. The two of them entered the car in the underground parking lot one after another, and then the whole car began to shake violently. 12 minutes later, Latvia walked down from the car, revealing Fisher, who was still pulling up his pants. Pop? The next day, she saw her exclusive reports on major newspapers on the desktop of her boss office. Latvia, the girl of destiny, had an affair with the famous producer Fisher in the underground garage passionate car battle. The girl of destiny boldly expressed her love, and Fisher risked his life to accompany her. Latvia fell in love with a married man Fisher and staged a 12-minute car sex. This is not true. She tried her best to defend herself, but the boss and the public would not believe it, because the people in the photo were too clear. From getting in the car to getting out of the car, the reporter did not even miss the seconds, and it was clearly marked in the news. It can be said that the stain of having an affair with a married man will accompany her for the rest of her life and will never be erased. When he learned the news, Tang was lying under a parasol on a private beach. He was wearing a red and white shirt, a straw hat and sunglasses. He was looking at Anne Hathaway, who had just returned from swimming not far away, while answering the phone. Obviously, the reporter who went to take pictures of Latvia was found by Tang himself. Great job, great reporter. You found the truth that everyone needs. We still have a lot of content to cooperate with. Of course, I know your principles. Coincidentally, I am also a very principled person. Ha ha ha, I wish us a happy cooperation. After hanging up the phone, Anne Hathaway, wearing a sexy one-piece swimsuit, sat beside him and put a pair of flawless white legs in front of him, which was bright and a little dazzling. What are you so happy about? Anne Hathaway had recently finished filming Eastwood's new film and was on vacation. Nothing, the promotion of the movie has been confirmed. Tang lifted her legs and placed them on his knees, gently stroking them. Can you tell me the details? Anne Hathaway always felt that Tang was very mysterious. Whether it was the movies he made or his company, she felt like she was in a fog. There's nothing I can do about that, because the secret cannot be leaked, but I can tell you about the next arrangements. Tang smiled and leaned over to kiss her cheek. My movie is scheduled to be released on October 20th, and the publicity date is set for September 20th. That's still 4 months away. Anne Hathaway calculated that it was still early. Then what should I do in these 4 months? There are still a lot of things to do. Tang raised his fingers and counted one by one. First of all, a brand new idol group is about to release an album, and their boss has asked me to shoot MVs and photos for them. Secondly, it's a movie. Little Miss Sunshine is also entering the preparation stage for shooting, although I won't be directing it. Why not you direct it? Aren't you very optimistic about the script? Although I am very optimistic about this script, I don't like directing this kind of family comedy. I think it's a bit boring. To be honest, it needs a more delicate female director to direct it. Are you talking about Greta? Anne Hathaway had heard of the name of Tang as deputy. Yes, she is quite suitable. The filming of this movie is not difficult, which is just right for her. It's just that it's not easy to find a suitable child actor. Tang paused for a moment and continued, I'm mentally prepared to not find an actor for nearly a year. How could that be? Anne Hathaway shrugged, this is Hollywood. Yes, this is Hollywood. Tang laughed, maybe we can find a suitable actor tomorrow. Then, since you are the producer, don't you have any new works ready to shoot? Anne Hathaway knew that Tang was an energetic monster who could never sit still. She had deeply experienced this from the inside out. Of course not. Tang shook his head and leaned back, I plan to write a novel first. What? Anne Hathaway's eyes widened, Tang, are you kidding me? Are you sure you are not writing a script, but a novel? Yes, it is a novel. Tang replied affirmatively. I have a very interesting idea recently, and I want to write it down. To be honest, I think it will definitely be popular. Really? God, what type? Anne Hathaway asked in surprise. Well, a story about sadomasochism? No, it should be said that it is a story about SM. Tang couldn't help but curl up his lips when he said this. Of course, he can't write any novels, but it is not difficult to write the works in his mind. After all, the movie is very close to the original work, and there will be no problem as long as it is written according to it. But even so, in order to ensure the smooth release of the novel, he plans to find a collaborator to help polish it. What's the name? Anne Hathaway saw that Tang was so confident, and she couldn't help but become curious. Tang put his hand on her calf and gently pinched it twice. As she giggled, he replied, the name of the novel is 50 Shades of Grey. Chapter 153 Hot Angel. 50 Shades of Grey. This movie may be the most suitable theme for adaptation into a movie that Tang has taken out from his memories. Others are either expensive to produce or difficult to shoot, and they are not suitable for the current scale of the Norton Eye. So after the filming of Saw was completed, Tang immediately planned to put the production of this movie on the agenda. But before that, the movie must be turned into a novel first. After all, the original version is also adapted from a novel. Tang is considering using the sale of the novel to see the market's reaction to it. If everyone is not interested in it and the sales are not high, it means that it is not yet time to adapt it, and you can wait for another 2 years. If the sales of the novel are good after the release, then the box office performance of the adaptation based on the original fans should also be good. However, Tang was not very satisfied with the movie in his previous life, because he felt that it was still too conservative. When he watched it at the beginning, he thought of many modification plans. Looking back now, I really miss the days when I took a few girls to watch 50 Shades of Grey. But in fact, it is understandable that for box office considerations, the movie must be controlled in the R-level classification, which inevitably reduces some exposure scenes. If it is made into a TV series and broadcast on pay TV stations, there will be fewer restrictions. After a while of thinking, Tang got up from the bed. It was already noon. After a crazy night with Anne Hathaway, he finally got up from the bed and had a meal. When he went downstairs, Tang saw Anne Hathaway in a white shirt preparing lunch for him. It smells so good. Although Tang didn't smell anything, it didn't stop him from pretending to enjoy it. Anne Hathaway was also very pleased with his attitude. She smiled and brought a plate of steak over. Come and eat. I'm going to Los Angeles to film again in 2 days. Really? Whose film? Tang pierced the poached egg with a fork. Looking at the flowing sugar core, he felt his appetite increased. The Princess Diaries 2. Finally, the sequel has started. I've been waiting for a long time. Tang joked. Ever since Anne Hathaway finished filming the first Princess Diaries, there has been a lot of calls for a sequel. Anne Hathaway put her plate in front of him and sat down. I've been waiting for a long time too. How long will you be there? Maybe about 3 months. Good luck to you. To you, too. After seeing Anne Hathaway off, Tang rushed to the next date without stopping. Jessica, I'm sorry, I was late because of a lot of work at the company. Tang met Jessica Alba in a private room in a Chinese restaurant. After a polite kiss on the cheek, the two sat down to chat. Tang, a lot of things happened to me on the crew recently. Jessica started to complain after meeting him, telling how sad she was treated in Cameron's crew. Tang listened and comforted her, and occasionally made a few jokes, which made Jessica laugh. The two of them chatted a lot on the phone during this period. Tang has always been very patient with the women and will not be annoyed by too much talk. And Jessica was in need of such a confidant, so she made an appointment with Tang as soon as she returned to New York. However, the relationship between the two had not yet taken a step further, so after dinner, Jessica left alone. Tang finally found time to go to the office of Angel Declaration. Kane, how are the preparations going? Basically, it's ready. Kane stood up from his workstation. He has been busy until late every day recently, and he didn't even notice that a few hairs on his neatly combed back hair had stuck up. Republic Records has already written the album songs for the girl group. Next, he needs to pave the way for the girl group's debut, contact various variety shows and programs, and make the girl group famous, so he has been working non-stop during this period. Fortunately, after Caden and Cindy became famous, Kane contacted a lot of similar resources, so he was familiar with this. Of course, it will cost money to get a new girl group on a TV show. However, Tang had expected this long ago. He planned to publish a photo album for the new girl group first, and accumulate some popularity while releasing the songs. Well, what is the name of the first group? Have you decided? Walking to the table, Tang had just sat down, and the next second he saw the new file handed over by Kane. There are 3 names in total. Which one do you think is more suitable? Tang took a quick look and raised his eyebrows. Let's choose this hot angel. It sounds more in line with the positioning. Have you contacted the venue? Yes, it's the Night Dance Theater, 3 performances a week. Kane nodded and handed the signed agreement to Tang, but will anyone really buy into this approach? Of course there will be. Tang tapped the table with his fingers. Now those girl groups, such as Destiny's Child, fans can only see them through various music festivals and TV shows, lacking the pleasure of nurturing. But the hot angels are different. They come from the bottom of the society and are worthless. They can only rely on their own sweat to climb hard in the steel forest. If it were you, wouldn't you feel some pity when hearing such a story? Kane shrugged. I think I definitely would. That's it. Tang laughed. This is the positioning of hot angels, the dream of a girl group for ordinary girls. We have to create this feeling and let those men who can't bear to refuse see their sweat with their own eyes. Facing these delicate and hard-working girls, won't they pay their own dollars to help these girls? Of course they will, but there won't be too many people when they are not famous at the beginning, but as long as they stick to it, they will become hardcore fans and recommend this group to others. As long as they get on the right track, more and more people will come. To be honest, I am only worried that there will not be enough seats in the theater in the future. I see. This is a sense of participation, idol cultivation. Kane nodded his chin in agreement. Yes, just like a game, full of participation. This is why I insist on family background as a necessary condition for forming a group. Tang explained, as long as they maintain their bottom-level personality, then this girl group can gain enough goodwill. After all, what we sell is not songs, but the sense of resonance and cultivation after identity recognition. Previous girl groups are too elite. It no longer meets the needs of the new era. What Tang said was naturally his judgment based on the development of idol groups in the future. Although no one has tried it in America before, it also means that this is a huge invisible market. You should know that the girl group system originated in America, but it has been tepid in America. In addition to the social factors of the continuous development of feminism, the most important thing is that Europe and the United States pay more attention to individual feelings. More than 10 years of education have made it impossible for them to agree with the concept of the team as the biggest. They prefer to fight alone and highlight their own personality. They are not as obedient as East Asians, and everything depends on their own mood. This is also the reason why many groups face dissolution when they are the most popular. This is also Tang's deepest feeling in the past 6 months of being an idol group. He must admit that he thought too simply before. It is even more difficult to make these white girls abide by the discipline than to make the black people stop fighting. But it doesn't matter. Tang also changed his mind. He no longer requires the girls to be omnipotent, nor does he require them to greet everyone with a smile. He now only requires the girls to work together and maintain their personalities. In simple terms, it is to sell the girl group as a companion product to the fans, and use emotional value to make the fans spend money. The theater performances are also strictly paid according to the number of performances. Except for the performances that must be performed every month, the others can be taken off. Prevent someone from suddenly going to court to accuse Tang of house arrest and controlling their personal freedom. This is not alarmist. Luo Lun found him a lot of related cases, all of which were because of the company's excessive control, and finally sued in court and paid a large sum of money. Even now, there are several girls who privately express dissatisfaction with the system of the training camp. If the song is not popular, they would have exploded long ago. After Tang learned of this tendency, he immediately asked Kane to clear out several potential troublemakers and speed up the debut plan. In contrast, there are the little actors from Tokyo. They have no complaints and work very hard, which confuses the white girls. Tang is very satisfied with their performance and has asked a new agent Quest to help them find filming opportunities. If nothing unexpected happens, the gilded plan of the Tokyo girls can be put on the agenda in the second half of this year. Back to the topic, there are 7 members of the debut of the first phase of Hot Angels, and their contracts are all signed for 3 years. Of course, their termination compensation is very high. Once someone tries to poach them, the angel declaration will make a lot of money. As for the second and subsequent girl groups, it depends on the performance of the first phase. Although Tang is very confident, he is also prepared to stop losses in time. After confirming the various debut details of Hot Angels with Kane, Tang finally had some free time. So he turned on the computer and wrote the title and the first paragraph of 50 Shades of Grey on a blank document. He wanted to write a general story first, and then find a writer to beautify the words, so that the book can be published as quickly as possible. Time passed quickly on the pendulum, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. When Tang stood in front of the 7 girls of Hot Angels, they had just finished recording the first song and were enthusiastically discussing the scene after their debut. "Good morning, girls." "Good morning, boss." The girls smiled brightly and lined up in front of him. Chapter 154 Hot Debut. I have to admit that it is very pleasing to the eyes to see these girls standing in front of me, and the satisfaction of nurturing is also intoxicating. Outside the crowd, Taylor Swift was watching all this, but her eyes never left Tangda. Her pupils reflected that handsome face, and she pursed her lips slightly, wondering what she was thinking. After a few simple greetings, Tangda took on the responsibility of being the director today and began to shoot the MV for the girls' new song. There is nothing much to say about this MV, because Tangda borrowed from the future Korean Wave MV, and basically the whole MV is dancing and singing in different costumes on different stages. Of course, Tangda still used his superb camera skills to highlight the waist-to-hip ratio and curves of the girls without reservation. This is easy for him, and there is no difficulty. The only thing that is more laborious may be the switching of various scenes. In this MV, Tangda tried a lot of transitions. For example, through a drop of water transition, or through a pendulum transition, so in post-production, Tangda has handed it over to a professional post-production company. After they finished the post-production of the MV, the entire MV was loaded into a CD. As the factory operated, it was continuously copied and sent to various audio-visual stores. Wow! As the car passed by, Madden and Pucci, 2 unlucky guys, were being pushed out of the audio-visual store by Dival. Don't keep shopping if you don't have money. Pop? Dival closed the store door. Pucci and Madden looked at each other, and then suddenly got angry and pretended to rush into the house. Damn, is this how he treats customers? I'm going to teach him a lesson. But he raised his foot but didn't move, until he couldn't stand and slid forward a step. Pucci turned back again. Why didn't you stop me? Are you just going to watch your brother rush over and be humiliated by the owner of the audio-visual store? Madden raised his hand in front of his chest. Because I know you won't go. Is it so obvious? Pucci asked in confusion. It's so obvious, just like you can't wait to find a place to vent after seeing the photo album. Hey. Pucci tried to stop his companion from continuing, saying, don't I want to save face, Madden? In your eyes, I am such an eager animal, right? I heard that Angel Declaration has released a new photo album recently. Madden changed the subject. Go. I can't wait. Pucci immediately forgot his previous question and became excited. Madden was a little speechless, but Pucci was ready to run. He stood on the side of the road like an athlete to exercise his body, and rushed out like a mad dog 10 seconds later. As a result, after he ran for dozens of meters with his tongue wagging and grunting, a ding-ling-ling sound suddenly came from the side. He turned around and saw that it was Madden riding a bicycle. You fouled. Pucci accused his companion. I didn't say I wanted to race with you, brother. Madden grinned. Come on. Pucci, you'll catch up with me soon. Pucci watched Madden riding farther and farther, yelled a few times, and then stopped decisively. A minute later, just as Madden looked back at Pucci's location, a few horns suddenly rang around him. Beep. What? Madden turned his head and looked at Pucci, who was sticking his head out of the taxi window and showing off, and his eyes widened. You actually have money to take a taxi. Ha ha ha, of course. I have money, I was lying to you before. Pucci flicked his tongue again, and his glasses moved on his nose. Damn you, Pucci, you cheated me. Ha ha ha, who told you to, jerk? The taxi braked suddenly, and the driver turned his head to look at Pucci, and Madden outside the window also stopped his bicycle and was stunned. Because Pucci's head was stretched too far forward, he was hit on the head by a flashing street lamp. Now he was holding his head and groaning in the back seat. His glasses flew 5 meters away and shattered into small pieces of lenses, reflecting the bright sunshine today. 2 hours later, Pucci, with his head wrapped in white gauze, was crying in front of the bookstore with his brand new glasses. It's all because of this damn desire to win. My money. After leaving the hospital, his wallet was really robbed this time. Hey, be happy, men, at least you have a new pair of glasses now, right? Although it's still as ugly as before. Hearing this, Pucci cried even more sadly. Okay, this time I'll spend money to buy the new photo album. After Madden said this, Pucci stopped crying immediately. Really? Of course. I'll buy it right away. Quick. Pucci got up and rushed into the store with Madden without saying a word. Not long after, Madden looked at his empty wallet and wanted to cry but had no tears. Great. Look at this cover. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 girls standing together, so beautiful. And Pucci was commenting on the photo, I can't wait to tear their clothes off and rub them hard with my big fingers. Right. Perhaps because this photo emptied his wallet, Madden also touched his bald head and expressed his desire to criticize it. The two tore open the plastic cover of the photo, and then stood at the door of the bookstore to watch. Wow. The first photo was quite impactful, with 7 girls lying on the big bed in a row. They were wearing red and white cheerleading uniforms, and the beautiful skirts showed straight long legs and high heels, which made Madden and Pucci swallow their saliva. But this is not the essence of the photo. The most essential part is that these girls lifted up their large cheerleading uniforms at the same time, bit the edge of the clothes in their mouths, and revealed the bras of different colors inside. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Oh my god, it's colorful. Pucci stamped his feet excitedly as if he had discovered a treasure, and felt his blood boiling with his brother. It's so beautiful, a bit like the Powerpuff Girls. Although there are many colors, it doesn't look messy in the picture. Different colors correspond to different sizes, arranged in order from small to large, which makes people want to stick their eyes on it, lift up their clothes, and take a closer look at the difference. Yes, so is this a new combination? The two people didn't read the introduction of the cover carefully before buying the photo album. They only paid attention to the big gold-plated T logo on the cover, because it represents the work of photographer Tang. From Kaden, Cindy to Lilina and this new photo album, these hot-selling photos in the United States are all Tang's works without exception, so now buyers have also recognized this logo, and they can buy it without thinking as long as they have it. Not only Madden and Pucci think so, but most of the men who walked out of the bookstore during the time they watched also had such a photo album in their hands. Out of curiosity, Madden turned the cover of the photo album back and took a closer look. He found that the group was called Hot Angels, and the introduction on the homepage mentioned that they had just released a new album. New album? Then we must go and see it. Pucci adjusted his glasses, and a light flashed on the mirror. We must go and see it, but before that, let's finish looking at the photo album first. Look. The two continued to squat at the door to look at the photo album and comment on it from time to time. Some brothers who had just bought it also joined their team. Before long, 5 or 6 people gathered. I love this girl, what's her name? I don't know, why don't you take a look at the cover introduction? Oh, her name is Mona, so sexy, reminds me of my neighbor's sister on the block. When we were little we hid in the storage room at home, that was my first time. It sounds so exciting. What was your first time? My first time was with my teacher. God damn it, I envy you so much. My first time was taken away by a wild chicken on the street. My first time was with a classmate. What about you two? For some reason the topic strayed to the first time, and after several brothers talked about their first experiences, they looked at Madden and Pucci together. My first time was with my left hand. Pucci answered seriously. Left hand? Ha ha ha. The old guys laughed and winked at Pucci, besides the left hand. Then I'm still a virgin. Pucci said proudly, I want to save my first time for my goddess. Who is your goddess? Kaden, Cindy, Avril, and the third from the right of this group, what's her name? Jones. Oh, you have so many goddesses. Of course. It's all because I'm too philanthropic. Ha ha ha. The old guys thought it was really fun to tease this four-eyed guy, because it's hard to meet someone like him in life who is so blind and confident in himself. After discussing the photo album, they learned that the group had released a new album, so they went to a nearby music store together. Coincidentally, the store was also playing the MV of Hot Angel. This dance is really big. Madden's eyes widened as soon as the MV started. When he saw the photo album just now, He was very concerned about this girl with the biggest heart. How superficial, Madden, look at Jones's big ass, that's a beauty, okay. But Pucci held the opposite view. Others also had their own preferences. They praised the girls in the dazzling dance of the MV and expressed their opinions on them. This MV is so beautiful, so white. Yes, I like the girls dancing, look at the twisting waist, wow, great. This short-haired girl dances well, very slim, I like this. I think Mona is the best, brown red hair, wow, like a gorgeous witch. Hey, this is a song, shouldn't we focus on singing? This blonde girl sings the best. But she has small breasts. Yes, her legs are not the longest. Damn, you are so superficial. So you like her? No, I like big breasts. Fskskyow. While everyone was commenting on the group and choosing their favorite singers, the album sales of Hot Angels were also growing rapidly. And in the new issue of the Billboard that week, it landed at the 30th place. Chapter 155 movie release date. Hot Angels songs reached number 15 on the Billboard. Although the sales were somewhat weak, it was still a blockbuster. On the contrary, the sales of the photo album exploded. Tang's reputation and the lineup of 7 girls with different styles made LSPS all over the United States generously donate money, adding their own strength to the sales of the photo album. The theater performance of Hot Angel also went smoothly with a blessing of the two. There were not many people in the first week, and only a quarter of the theater was occupied. But starting from the second week, the theater began to have more people. Obviously, through the spread of the audience, more people became interested in this unique performance form of the girl group. In particular, the chat after each performance greatly narrowed the distance between the two sides, allowing many men to immerse themselves in the virtual pleasure of cultivation, and even the peripherals began to sell more and more. The next few months were relatively stable. Tang paid attention to the development of the girl group while being responsible for the creativity of new customers of Supreme Creative. The next development direction of Supreme Creativity is to develop big customers outside New York. Sales representative Fernando Yuri has already tried to connect with those car company customers under Tang's arrangement. After all, car company advertising is one of the most valuable types of advertising in the advertising industry. It's just that the requirements for car company advertising are very high, and it is necessary to take into account both artistry and watchability, which is not as simple as other industries. But this matter is not difficult for Tangda. What he lacks is not creativity, but opportunities. In addition to Supreme Creativity, Tangda is most concerned about Taylor's new album. He often goes to the training room to talk to Taylor about her new song. This is also the case now. He is standing next to the sound engineer, listening to her singing her new song with a somewhat immature voice. He said that my blue eyes are shining, making those Georgia stars dim. I smiled and said, this is a lie. How is it? Tangda asked the sound engineer Grau. Grau smiled and replied, not bad, this song is very fresh, I think everyone should like this kind of country music. That's good, but I think it's still a long way from being perfect. When Taylor finished singing and came out of the recording studio, the first thing she saw was Tangda. Tang, you're here. Little Taylor was very happy every time she saw Tangda, perhaps because Tangda took good care of her. Tangda shrugged and handed over a cup of iced American coffee. I like this. Little Taylor held the iced American coffee and said with a slightly boastful tone, how did I sing? Did I improve a lot from last time? Yes. Tangda smiled and patted her head. I think it has more layers than last time, and the pitch is also very good. It seems that you have been working really hard recently. Then where is my reward? Little Taylor looked up with anticipation. Reward. Tangda thought for a moment and suddenly realized, of course no problem. Then let's go now. Okay, let's go. 20 minutes later, woohoo. Little Taylor stepped on the passenger seat with her legs, her upper body away from the car window, letting her golden hair swing in the wind, and excitedly shouted to the sky. Tangda was in the main driver's seat, with a smile on his face, driving along the edge of the coastline. This was the reward he had agreed with her before. Little Taylor had been coveting the company's convertible for a long time, always wanting to go out for a ride, and made a bet with Tangda. If she could improve in singing, Tangda would take her out for a ride. What a pleasure. After blowing the wind for a while, Little Taylor sat back in the car, but did not put her feet down, but stepped barefoot on the black leather. Tangda took a look and found that her feet were much wider and tenderer than her skin, and her nails showed a healthy light pink. Seeing that Tangda was concentrating on driving, little Taylor turned her head to look at him and asked, "Do you think I can release an album now?" Tangda looked at her and said nothing, but little Taylor seemed to understand something from his eyes and said sadly, "Haven't you met the requirements yet? In fact, you surprised me." Tangda comforted her, "It's only been a few months, and your singing skills have reached the requirements for releasing an album. I thought it would take you a year and a half. Of course, I've been preparing for the album and never fall behind." Little Taylor also became proud when talking about this. "So what you lack now is not hard conditions." Tangda drove around the corner, "But you lack some soft conditions." "What are soft conditions?" "It's songs. Although you have written 3 songs now, to be honest, I think they still have a lot of room for improvement. I'm looking for new country musicians recently, hoping to cooperate with them and teach you the essence of country music." "I see." Little Taylor didn't pay attention to words like the essence. She only cared about one thing: "You always care about me." "Of course." Tangda smiled and raised his eyebrows. "You are the future country queen. Is it just to make money?" Little Taylor was very bold, perhaps because she knew Tangda would not be angry about it, so she asked so bluntly. "Not entirely." Tangda was also very direct. "Making money is for living, but life is not just about living. We are still friends, right?" "Yes." Little Taylor looked out the window and suddenly fell silent. "I don't know how long it took." Tangda suddenly stopped the car. "We're here." He opened the car door and leaned against the car. He looked at the orange sunset in the clouds slowly setting on the coastline in the distance. He couldn't help but take out his camera and snap a picture. "It's so beautiful here." Little Taylor was wearing a light green skirt and sandals. She looked at the reeds shining in the sunset and felt that everything in the world seemed to have quieted down. "How did you know this place?" Little Taylor walked to Tangda and found that he was constantly taking pictures with an immersed expression. "Occasionally I go crazy and drive around." Although Tangda likes the feeling of being in control of everything, he sometimes gets tired of everything. At this time, apart from going home to watch the 2 little guys playing around, he can only vent by racing on the road. The feeling of adrenaline soaring with the speed of the car is really fascinating. No wonder so many people insist on racing even if they know it's illegal. "I thought you were always rational." Little Taylor stared at Tangda's profile. His face looked gentle in this warm orange. "Rationality is the norm, madness is the intermittent state." Tangda put down the camera after shooting all the angles. "If you have seen me on the set, you will definitely not think I am rational." "Really?" "I have heard of it." Little Taylor usually pays attention to Tangda's information. "They all say that you are very fierce on the set, like a tyrant." Tangda took her to the reeds. The reeds were half a person's height and were squeezed into different shapes as the 2 walked in. "Tyrant, it's quite descriptive." Tangda winked at Little Taylor. "Then if I scold you on the set, will you be sad?" "I won't give you a chance." Little Taylor pouted. "I want to perform perfectly, so that you can't find any fault." "That's great." Tangda spread his hands. "I like a girl like you who is so worry-free." "Huh?" Little Taylor walked past Tangda, walked quickly to the outside of the reeds, stood by the beach, and stretched out her hand to greet the setting sun. Then she turned her head and shouted to Tangda, "Look, there's a plane." Yes, a plane was flying low, leaving 2 white trails. At the moment when Little Taylor turned around, with a click sound and a flash, Tangda used his camera to capture the scene completely from the continuous time. "What did you take pictures of?" Little Taylor ran over and asked curiously. "I just took pictures of the reeds, the sky, and the traces left by the plane." "Does it look good?" "Of course." Tangda never doubted his photography skills. "Then develop it for me when the time comes. I want to hang it on the wall." Tangda agreed, and then the 2 strolled along the coastline for a while. "Let's go, it's time to go back." Seeing that it was getting dark, Tangda was worried that if he went back too late, Little Taylor's family would be anxious. "Are you going back now?" Little Taylor looked reluctant. "How about this?" Tangda suddenly mentioned a bet. "If you can write 3 songs that I am satisfied with within 3 months, I will take you out camping." "Camping?" Little Taylor's eyes lit up. "Great, I haven't tried it yet." "So you agreed?" "Of course." Little Taylor trotted, laughing and passing through the reeds, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter. Seeing this, Tangda shrugged and followed. The next day, Carl suddenly rushed into the office with a worried look on his face. "Don, do you know?" "Know what?" "The 2 movies have set release dates." Carl was talking about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Scary Movies 3. Tell me, when? Although they and Saw were both scheduled for Halloween, the specific time was kept secret. Seeing that there were only more than 2 months left before the movie was released, they finally announced the specific date in the promotional video. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is October 17th, and Scary Movies 3 is October 24th. Done. Our movie is October 20th. This is not a good day. Carl's worry was right. Tang didn't expect the date to be so coincidental that it was released exactly in the middle of the two movies. What you said does make sense. Even if he was very confident in the quality of Saw, the audience didn't know. The current situation is very serious, because most of the audience is looking forward to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. If they think it is good after watching it, then Saw will be buried by its reputation. If they think it is not good, then everyone will only look forward to Scary Movies 3 more, and the box office of Saw is still not optimistic. It is easy to have a situation where two big brothers fight and the little brother in the middle is killed first. Just like IPG at that time. So the current focus is how to mobilize the audience's expectations for Saw and let them realize that this movie may be the scariest and best looking movie in the Halloween season. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Shocking News. The cost of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was $13 million, while the cost of Scary Movies 3 was $45 million. The casts of these two films are also top-notch. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre was produced by Michael Bay. Although most of the actors are unknown, there must be a lot of eye-catching bloody and thrilling scenes. In Scary Movies 3, Michael Jackson made a cameo appearance. In comparison, Saw can be described as shabby. With a cost of several million and unknown third-tier actors, it is not much different from most R-rated bad movies. No matter how you look at it, this is a flop movie. So in order to avoid the fate of a flop, Tang plans to start the promotion in advance. You have to pick the soft persimmon to squeeze the soft persimmon. Scary Movies 3 is a well-known sequel, and there is no way to stop the audience from watching it, but the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is different. This movie still follows the classic routine of American horror movies. A group of men and women enter a remote village, and then are killed one by the chainsaw killer. Even if its story is well known, Tang believes that the audience has long been tired of this unchanging story. This movie is just a test movie shot based on the premise that the audience during the Halloween period needs a blood thriller horror movie. So what Tang has to do now is to let the audience know that Saw and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre are the same type of blood thriller movies, and Saw is better looking, more exciting, and more novel than Texas. Only by achieving this effect can Saw break out of the Halloween period and win a good box office. Tang knocked on the table and looked at Carl, who was sitting on pins and needles. Don't move around, Carl, just execute it in advance according to our plan. But if it is executed in advance, what about the cost? A month in advance, the publicity cost must be increased. If the final performance of Saw is not satisfactory, it is very likely that it will not be able to make back the cost. The cost will double. But Tang chose to go all out. I believe in this movie. What we need to do now is to let everyone know about it and notify Merc reporters. Our news promotion can begin. Then contact the factory to produce our orders. In addition, contact Lionsgate and ask if the release date of Saw can be advanced. Advance. Carl was puzzled. Yes, try to advance it to the same day as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. If two movies compete on the same day, then word of mouth is crucial. Tang believes that the word of mouth of Saw must be better than Texas. However, 30 minutes later, Lionsgate rejected this proposal and said that they could only advance the release date of the movie to the day after Texas, which is Saturday the 18th. Because Texas Chainsaw Massacre has a very large number of screenings, with a full 4,000 screens. As for moving it forward, there is no need, because midweek is not a good day for release. So Tang agreed. A one-day gap is always smaller than a three-day gap. At the same time, in the president's office of New Line Cinema, Shay was talking with several executives about the recent box office results of the film. How much is the box office of Freddy vs. Jason now? Shay was wearing a black striped suit with a white shirt and a gray tie. His short hair stood up like steel needles, and he looked very energetic. Although New Line Cinema was acquired by Time Warner in 1993, Shay still retained most of the company's shares, so New Line Cinema is now in an independent operating state, which is no different from before the acquisition. The box office of Freddy vs. Jason is now $12 million. Jess, a senior executive of the distribution department, shrugged and replied. Hearing this, Wilbin, a senior executive of the production department, frowned and looked a little uneasy. Freddy vs. Jason was released on August 13th. It has been a week now, but the box office is not satisfactory. Shay stuffed the sliced lemon on the table into his mouth and chewed for a few seconds. The production cost is $25 million, and the box office in the first week is $12 million, which means that we can hardly even make back our investment. At this point, Shay frowned, and it was not known whether it was because the lemon was too sour or because the box office of the film was too low. Well, in theory, it is true, but if the global box office is added, it should not be difficult to make back our investment, plus the subsequent sales of videotapes. Wilbin couldn't help but explain a few words. There are many ways for Hollywood movies to make money. In addition to the box office, the income from peripherals and videotapes is also a relatively important channel. Not to mention that after the advent of the internet era, those old movies on the streaming media often earn good income. Shay certainly knew this. He nodded, and threw the chewed lemon slices into the plate. So our goal is to make back our investment. Wilbin stopped talking. He lowered his head and looked at the tip of his shiny leather shoes, pretending to be lost in thought. If we want to get back our investment, why don't we just throw $25 million into the bank? It will not only preserve its value, but also make a lot of money. Shay knocked on the table heavily. Which movies will be released next? Second-Hand Lion and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Jace answered immediately. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Shay pondered for a moment. Are there any other blood/movies for Halloween? There should be. It seems to be called Saw, but we don't know its release date. Shay laughed. Saw? Texas Chainsaw, this is really funny. Two chainsaws collide on the big screen, but obviously, our chainsaw is harder. Yes, it's just a low-cost movie. It can't threaten us. Jace laughed, and others also smiled. But even so, we still have to do a good job of publicity. After all, horror movies are full of situations where a small investment can make a big profit. Don't worry, boss. Keller from the publicity department took out his work plan and said, we have prepared advertisements across the United States and have bought advertising space on Fox TV. In about a month, we will let everyone know that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is being adapted and released again. Okay, but don't limit yourself to advertisements. Shay reminded, newspapers are also important. Let the reporters write a special review and review the Texas Chainsaw Massacre again. Okay, no problem. Keller nodded and wrote it down with a pen. Okay, then let's continue working. The Halloween season is coming soon. This time our goal is not just to make a profit. After Shay finished speaking, everyone immediately agreed. Understood, boss. After everyone left, Shay, who was free, turned on his computer, connected to the internet, and clicked on a dark yellow web page. The title of the web page was Horror Pumpkinhead, and the top post on the web page was a speculation post about a new Jigsaw video posted by a user yesterday. That's right, Jigsaw has updated 2 new videos on his personal website recently. The content of the videos is roughly the same as before, all of which use various weird torture instruments to torture people, but the camera angle is very biased, often unable to capture the full picture of the torture instruments, nor the victim's expression. Everyone can only hear the shrill howls, see the splattered blood, and wait for the victim to be executed, and the whole screen falls into silence. This can't help but make everyone itch, and for a while many handcraft masters emerged, trying to restore those terrifying-looking torture instruments based on this blurry video. The top post of Horror Pumpkinhead is a human body twister model made by a handcraft enthusiast. Although it is only a miniature version and its function cannot reach the effect of Jigsaw, it still makes many people exclaim that the brothers' handwork is amazing. After reading the post, Shay, president of New Line, couldn't help but reply with a thumbs-up emoji. He often visits various forums to find ideas. After all, New Line Cinema used to start with low-cost horror films, so he has always paid attention to this film category. Although he did not follow the Jigsaw case throughout, through those summary posts, he felt that the story of Jigsaw was very interesting. If it was adapted, it should attract many horror movie fans. However, he contacted the original poster but did not receive any response. At present, apart from the terrifying torture instruments, Jigsaw did not disclose more about his past experiences. In fact, no one even knew his motive for killing, so Shay could only wait for the follow-up progress for the time being. However, no one expected that the breakthrough of this matter would happen on an ordinary weekend. That afternoon, Mirren was choosing her favorite hairpin with Judy. It's just that women choose things at the same speed all over the world, so Mirren naturally felt bored, so he went out to get some fresh air under the pretext of buying water. When he finished buying water and walked back, he suddenly saw a red newsstand on the street. Thinking about Judy's previous difficulty in choosing, Mirren felt that it would not take up much time to read the newspaper. So he came to the newsstand and flipped through the newspapers one by one, trying to find out if there was any new news recently. However, just as he was looking around, he accidentally saw a small newspaper called New York City News. Its layout was very simple, with a huge bold title and a photo. But after a closer look, the sensational title made Mirren's eyes widen on the spot. Wait? What is this? Boss, give me a copy. Mirren took out the money without saying a word, and then ran to the store without reading the specific content. Ding-ling-ling. Pushing open the door, Mirren shouted to the girl who was trying on a hairpin in front of the mirror, Judy. Come on, come and take a look at this. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Judy turned her head in confusion, but saw Mirren holding the newspaper in front of her chest, at the same height as her eyes, so that she could immediately see the content of the title, Horrible Torture Instrument Murderer Found Near New York. The scene is bloody and horrible, unbearable to watch. What? Judy exclaimed, her face pale. Chapter 157, Events. This is impossible. Mirren could see with his own eyes that Judy's face had turned pale from rosy red. It seemed that the torture murderer had really frightened this little girl who loved horror and supernatural events. But when you think about it, it's not strange. After all, many people's love for it is just talk, to satisfy their curiosity. If they really encounter it in reality, the first thing they will do is to yell for help from their mom. But that's what the newspaper says. Mirren was very calm in the face of this situation. He helped Judy to sit down at the table, unfolded the newspaper, and read it carefully. The reporter recently saw a horrifying execution video on an online forum. The murderer used strange torture instruments to torture the victim and recorded the whole process. The video has been widely circulated on the internet, and many people call it Jigsaw because of the title of his personal website. But there are many similar videos on the internet. The reporter thought it was just a spoof video made by someone, but when checking the recent police report, he accidentally discovered the identities of the two robbers. The short man who took off the hood in the video is named Kibigo. He is a gangster of the local gang. Previously, he had a criminal record for intentional injury and robbery. Recently, he and his accomplices went to prison for a robbery case. Although the reporter could not enter the prison to interview him, he found the place where he was arrested at that time. It was in an abandoned chemical plant near Long Island Avenue in New York. In order to verify the video, the reporter sneaked in a few days ago and found a lot of blood and the remains of props at the scene. At this point, Mirren turned the page of the newspaper and found that there were several black and white photos of the scene printed on it. From the broken TV and the oil drum rack on the ground, the two immediately recognized that this was the execution site in the video. OMG. It's true. Judy covered her mouth with both hands and looked at Mirren in horror. After this period of contact, Mirren is no longer the awkward young man. He quickly put his arm around Judy's shoulders and comforted her. It's okay, Judy, it's okay. Take a deep breath, we may not meet him. That means he may still appear in front of us. Oh, God. Judy immediately became more worried. Mirren scratched his head, feeling that his meaning seemed to be misinterpreted. Let's continue reading. He could only pick up the newspaper and continue reading. After comparing it with the video footage, the reporter found that this place does match all the details in the video, but unfortunately the reporter did not see the torture device, nor did he find the location of the surveillance camera. It should have been taken away by the police. For this reason, the reporter contacted the New York Police Department, but their explanation was only one sentence, no comment. It seems that this matter has not been concluded within the police department. Perhaps they are in the process of chasing the murderer. Mirren put down the newspaper and looked at Judy. So the Jigsaw killer is really in New York? Judy still couldn't believe it. She thought that even if the murderer existed, he would be thousands of miles away. She was not prepared for this guy to be right next to her. Miran comforted her for a long time, and after sending her home, he immediately rushed home and went straight to the computer. However, what he wanted to do was still taken a step ahead by others. Miran just opened the horror Pumpkinhead forum and found that someone had posted the text version of the newspaper on the forum, and this post was pinned by the administrator. The comment area below was also unusually lively. Everyone was shocked by the news. Pumpkin Ghost, WTF, it's in New York, right next to me? Too exciting. I kind of want to see the execution on the spot. Admiral James, I often help solve cases in the army, and I arrested many murderers myself. This one is obviously a novice and doesn't know how to choose a place. If you have to choose, you should choose a wilderness, drive away after killing someone, and I will definitely find clues about him if I go to the scene. Zodiac Killer, James, you should go to the hospital to check your brain. If someone sees the license plate in the wilderness, wouldn't it be easy to be caught? Admiral James, humph, ridiculous, can't you just use a fake license plate and be done with it? And you can just steal a car on the road. Sometimes I don't have my keys with me, so I will just drive someone else's car and short-circuit the two wires of the ignition switch. This is too easy for me. Fernandez the Exorcist, it's really cruel. The unit you serve in is called GTA, right? Texas Madman, ignore this jerk who talks nonsense. To be honest, I think this matter may have been investigated by the police. Maybe there are police watching our forum. Admiral James, police? Humph, just a bunch of good-for-nothings. If my troops were to investigate this matter, they would be able to find out the result within 3 days. Zodiac Killer, can the administrator ban this idiot? I can't stand it anymore. Admiral James, I'm worried that I will find a flaw in your words and then arrest you. Don't worry, I don't care about what's happening in New York. You don't have to panic. Miran held his forehead and was very speechless to Admiral James. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off track, he could only reply with one message to try to bring the topic back to the murderer. Horror glasses, I also bought a newspaper today. I think the breakthrough of this matter may be with a robber. Texas Maniac? Yes, Cabigo. It is said that he is a gangster of a local gang in New York. It's a pity that he has been in prison and cannot be interviewed. Fernandez Exorcist, but reporters should have channels in prison. I think if this matter is true, there will be more newspaper reports in the future. Pumpkin Ghost, maybe it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Go and check out Jigsaw's personal website. After seeing this comment, Miran subconsciously created a new webpage and opened the Jigsaw website in his favorites. As a result, he actually saw Jigsaw's latest speech after 2 months. It's really interesting. Some people have realized that the punishment is coming, but human nature is always lazy and does not know how to reflect. Horror glasses, he really spoke. Although I don't know what the punishment he is talking about is. Pumpkin Ghost, I was right. It seems that Jigsaw has seen the newspaper, or he is also paying attention to various horror forums. In fact, there are more than just the horror Pumpkinhead forums discussing Jigsaw. Many horror forums or urban forums are also discussing this person. Of course, they are not as dedicated and quick as the horror Pumpkinhead. When Miran thought that Jigsaw might have seen the newspaper in the newsstand next to him, he felt deeply uneasy. Horror glasses, is there no one who can check the IP of this website? Maybe Jigsaw can be found. As soon as his reply was sent out, a mysterious person appeared. Pumpkin Man 1987, a well-known technical party in the forum, replied behind him, I have checked his IP, but he should also have certain hacking skills. The IP shown is in Tokyo. Zodiac Killer, I also checked privately. Tokyo Shibuya should be called this name. Jigsaw should have caught a few chickens as a shield. Horror glasses, I see, then we can only wait for the police investigation. Admiral James, humph, a low-level trick. If I were to investigate, I would find this guy's hiding place in more than 10 minutes. Horror glasses, then why don't you check it now? Is it because you don't like the computer in front of you? Admiral James, I need professional tools. This computer is just an ordinary civilian computer and it's not convenient at all. Edward with the scalpel, what about your professional computer? Why not use it? Admiral James, when I was using a professional computer before, I accidentally broke into an Indian government department and stole their data. I almost went to a military court, So now I am not allowed to use a professional computer. Edward with this scalpel, I think if you really have this ability, the FBI will be very willing to hire you with a high salary to steal data from governments around the world. Seeing that the topic was going off track again and everyone started to tease Admiral James, Murin stopped reading the forum. Instead, he sent a few text messages to Judy to ask about her current situation. She felt much better after returning home, but she still gave the newspaper to her parents, asking them to pay more attention. Murin felt a little ashamed when he learned about it. He had never thought of this, so he told his mother about it. Most of the people who read the newspaper today had the same mentality as them. In their mouths, this killer lived in New York City. He usually acted harmless and gentle, but he was secretly developing all kinds of terrifying torture instruments. He would select suitable prey in the middle of the night, knock them unconscious and bring them to the factory to test his new torture instruments. No one knew what he looked like, but they only knew that the terrifying puppet clown was his incarnation. It rode a children's tricycle, wore a suit, and had 2 red circles on its face. Before each execution, this puppet clown would appear, announcing the victim's death like the god of death. After killing someone, he would also cut a puzzle-like piece of skin from the victim as a souvenir. Of course, what the puppet clown said was made up by the people who watched the video, because in each video, they can find a figure of the puppet clown, but they can't hear what he said. They can only imagine that he should have said the crimes of these victims. Otherwise, there is no need to show any sense of presence. In addition, people also talked about the jigsaw pieces. Some people think that this is just a sense of ritual, and some people think that it has some kind of religious meaning. But no one gave an accurate statement about what it is. People on the forum only know that the jigsaw cult has set up a new website and has begun to publicize the reputation of their spiritual leader, the torture madman Jigsaw. In real life, after knowing this jigsaw killer, families in New York were panicked for a while. During this period, the business of gun stores has been much better. The happy gun store owners have launched promotions and given bullets for buying guns. But this is not the end. As Jigsaw's reputation continues to ferment, more and more media have begun to report and track it. Chapter 158, Horror Doll. Jigsaw Killer appears in New York. Is it true or false? Investigating the torture scene, bloodstains, the Jigsaw Killer is shrouded in suspicion in New York. What is the motive of the Jigsaw Killer? Black people are tortured, perhaps it is racial discrimination. In recent days, residents of New York City have seen a lot of reports about the Jigsaw Killer, and new news is delivered every moment. What's even more outrageous is that when various media began to dig deep into the root of this matter, after watching those videos, they concluded that Jigsaw is actually a racist and has an immense hatred for black people. The reason for this is that there are 2 black people being tortured in the 3 videos, which is naked racial discrimination. To this, Tang can only say, I learned it from studying journalism. In addition, quite a number of reporters went to the police station to inquire. After being harassed again and again, the police station directly replied, this case does not exist. They have not received any cases from the Jigsaw Killer. But this kind of words were misinterpreted by many media as concealing the facts and secret investigation. As an outsider, Tang naturally understood that it was not that the reporters were all fools, but that it was just because saying so would help to sell more. Everyone only cared about the motives and victims of the Jigsaw Killer. No one cared whether this matter was true or not. Rather than worrying, it was more like an alternative carnival. So in such an atmosphere, those newspapers that tried to conduct a real investigation and believed that this killer might be fake all had poor sales without exception. After all, these torture videos were enough to prove that Jigsaw was real. And with this kind of attention, the news of the Jigsaw Killer was quickly spread to other parts of America and became known to most people. Have you heard? There is a killer in New York recently, called Jigsaw. He often captures black people to experiment with his new torture instruments. Did you know? There is a pervert who tortures black people in New York. He has a grudge against black people. His ancestors were slave owners on plantations, and his father was killed by black people. Hey, it's too scary. More than a dozen black people have been killed in New York, and a large piece of their scalp was torn off after they died. Son, why don't you go to New York? I heard that there is a perverted killer who captures innocent black people and tortures them every day. The police are too busy. I am really worried about you. These news were spread in different versions by different people, and even became more and more outrageous, just like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. However, most of the news was rootless and would soon be exposed as the newspapers reported further. After all, this was not the Middle Ages when news flow was very slow. At this time, reporters had begun to follow up and report on the matter, and even major newspapers such as the New York Times began to pay attention to this news. However, during this process, something even more terrifying happened. "Madden, you should buy a bucket of paint and paint yourself white, otherwise I'm worried that I'll lose you as a friend one night." Outside the photo shop, bespectacled Pucci was kindly reminding his companion. Madden rolled his eyes at him. "So the way you don't want to lose me is to paint me? Damn, you're so considerate. How could a harmless little dessert like me become the target of Jigsaw?" Pucci looked up at him, who is the one who peeked at the girl before. "FXXK. Pucci, that was what I did when I was 6. Madden was so angry that his face turned from black to black and red. "What's wrong with 6 years old? When I was 6, I was already watching the girls on pay TV every day. Boo. Pucci could always easily say what others dared not say. Not only did he say it, he also dared to do it, standing on the street and twisting his waist. Madden covered his bald head, closed his eyes and pretended not to know Pucci. "Damn, I'm so embarrassed." Pucci stopped shrugging his hips. "I need to practice this regularly, otherwise how can I impress those girls in the future?" "Forget it, Pucci. No girl will like a 156 centimeters tall, glasses-wearing, shabby guy who does hooligan moves on the street." Madden mocked mercilessly. "Humph, you're just jealous." Pucci walked forward. "I know you're just worried that I'll be more popular than you in the future. How can I be jealous of a virgin?" Madden shrugged and followed Pucci. The two just turned the corner and suddenly saw a strange doll stuck on the parking pillar next to them. "Hey, what is this?" Pucci saw that the doll was facing away from him, and immediately stepped forward to pick it up and held it in his arms. Madden wanted to look over, but the next second he heard Pucci's scream. "Ah! Help!" Pucci threw the doll to the ground and hid behind Madden like a quail. "What happened, man?" Madden opened his hands like he was defending an offensive player, but he didn't see anyone. "That puppet." Pucci didn't dare to open his eyes, and waved his hands randomly. "What's wrong with the puppet?" Madden picked up the puppet curiously, turned it over, and then the next moment his hands suddenly shook and he threw it back on the ground. The puppet had a pale face with red circles on it, staring at the two with big round eyes. "Damn! It's Jigsaw. It's Jigsaw." Madden was also in panic. Just watching the execution video had frightened him, but he didn't expect to meet his puppet substitute on the side of the road now. What does this mean? Is Jigsaw right next to them? Is Pucci right that he is the next person to be punished by Jigsaw? But he obviously didn't do anything. It can't be because he peeked into the girl's bathroom at the age of 6. Although Madden thought he hadn't done anything that was harmful to the world, and was just an ordinary black man in New York City, the appearance of the puppet in front of him still made him fall into fear involuntarily. Seeing Madden so scared, Pucci calmed down. He protected Madden behind him again and looked around. "Look, man, no one." Pucci rolled his throat and tried to pick up the puppet again. "Don't move, Pucci, we should call the police." "Call the police? Tell the police what?" "Tell them that we were scared to death by a doll." Pucci had a pair of dead fish eyes, gritted his teeth, and mustered up the courage to pick up the puppet. There was no reaction, and the weight was very light, as if the puppet itself did not have any mechanism. So Pucci squinted his eyes and observed the puppet carefully. "I have to say, the workmanship is really good." "What is its name?" "Billy, it should be called this name." Madden lowered his body and looked around vigilantly. "Billy, it sounds cute, like my dog." Pucci picked up the puppet and shook it, but nothing happened. Since all the phenomena showed that the puppet was harmless, Pucci was completely relieved and began to fiddle with the puppet. However, just as he tried to bend the puppet's arm, he found that the puppet was holding a piece of white paper in its hand. "Look, what is this?" Pucci took the white paper from the puppet's hand and handed it to Madden. "Damn, this can't be a murder notice." Madden instantly thought of many bad things. The two looked at each other, and then Pucci opened the note to reveal the handwriting on it. Unexpectedly, there was no words written on it, only a lonely date. October 18th. "What do you mean?" Pucci looked up at Madden. "Is this his new execution date?" Madden came to this conclusion without thinking. Pucci nodded affirmatively. "It must be this." "OMG. Then we really should go to the police station." Madden took the note and flipped through it. "If it is really Jigsaw's execution date, then the police should investigate it carefully. Maybe this puppet is the clue. Yes, that's right. Pucci also agreed with him. After the two decided to call the police, they looked up at the alley at the same time, then slowly backed out and quickly ran towards the police station. However, in fact, the puppet did not only appear in front of Madame Pucci and the others, but other people also saw the puppet. It was just that most people took it home, a few burned or buried it on the spot, and only 5 people chose to report it to the police station. But just such a date could not prove anything at all, and the police could not file a case. They could only return with disappointment and then discuss the matter with others on the forum. So that afternoon, Murin and Judy knew about the appearance of the puppet. Horror glasses, so Jigsaw is really planning to start a new torture ritual. Fernandez the exorcist, I think so. After all, Billy has appeared and announced the date. Texas Maniac? But why did he make these puppets? Can't he announce it on the website? Phantom, maybe because he wants to cause panic? I have to admit that he did it. Pumpkin Ghost, indeed, announcing it on the website is definitely not as shocking as in reality, but I'm more curious, did he make all these Billies by himself? Texas Maniac? It should be a factory, but we can't investigate one by one, and the police are unwilling to file a case, damn it. Zodiac Killer, is this puppet called Billy? I remember that Jigsaw didn't say its name, but someone in that post said it. Can you check his IP address? Pumpkin Man 1987, checked, Tokyo. Zodiac Killer, well, it seems that Jigsaw has thought of everything. I guess it's meaningless to check the factory. He can just produce some parts in each factory and assemble it by himself. Phantom, then are we just going to watch Jigsaw's public execution? Admiral James, if they die, they die. These despicable guys stole my military merits, they all deserve to die. Phantom. Texas Madman, Fskskyow. James. Fskskyow. Pumpkin Ghost, I've banned him. Horror glasses, so now we can only watch Jigsaw's public execution. Pumpkin Ghost, yes, although it's a bit helpless, this is the fact. After Gulch typed out these words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's how it should be, kill Jigsaw, only in this way can the forum have more traffic. After talking to himself, he took the Billy puppet beside the table to his hand and stroked it gently. October 18th, is this a special day? I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 159 Popping the Balloon. October 18th. For some reason, when New Line's President Shea saw this date in the newspaper, he felt a little strange, and an uneasy thought grew in his heart. He sat in the boss's chair and thought about it, but he couldn't guess anything. In his restless mood, he called several executives. How is the recent promotion momentum of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? He picked up the lemon slice on the table and put it in his mouth to chew. Several senior executives were not surprised. Keller, a senior executive in the publicity department, quickly replied, "We have already started publicity on various channels, including newspapers plus TV plus billboards, and the budget has already spent $4 million US. After spending the money, then what?" Shea frowned. What's the effect now? Is publicity only determined by how much money was spent? No. Keller quickly explained, there were 500 participants in our offline Texas Chainsaw event, 1,300 participants in the Clue event in the newspaper, and the TV commercial had a complete viewing number of 73,000. These data are about 30% higher than the previous publicity effects. Well, Shea nodded. He felt that these data sounded a lot more stable, but he was still not very satisfied. Look at this. He threw the newspaper in front of several people. Do you know Jigsaw Massacre? Yes. Yes. Understand. Shea took a slice of lemon from his mouth. Look at the popularity of this matter. Logically, our movie should also have this kind of discussion. Keller spread his hands awkwardly. This is a bit difficult. After all, it has been more than 20 years since the Texas Chainsaw Massacre incident. Now people are not fresh about this incident. Even many young people have regarded it as an ancient legend. That's right. Wilbin from the production department also agreed. Only Jace from the distribution department raised doubts. In terms of popularity, Texas is undoubtedly more famous than Jigsaw. Even if Jigsaw is discussed a lot in New York, what about outside of New York? Keller shrugged, but Jigsaw has not been caught. He is now a living killer. He is hiding in New York City and making predictions. The panic he has caused is not comparable to that in Texas. Even people who are not interested in these things can hardly avoid this influence, because they have families, children, and wives. These people are the most afraid. They feel the threat to their lives, so the discussion of Jigsaw Killer is so high. That's right. Wilbur nodded his chin. But Jace wanted to say something to refute him, but Shay knocked on the table and said, "Okay." Several people suddenly became quiet. Shay picked up a slice of lemon, dipped it in salt and put it in his mouth. "I don't know why, but I always feel a little uneasy. Look at this Jigsaw Killer. There is no trace, only surveillance video and a code name, and it has caused panic in New York City. Now throw out a few puppets and it has occupied the headlines in major newspapers. Do you know what this reminds me of?" Several executives stared at their boss. "Blair Witch." Shay narrowed his eyes, feeling that the faint idea in his mind became clearer and clearer. "Yes, it is Blair Witch," he repeated, frowning. "At the beginning, this movie also used real missing cases as a gimmick to let the public know about this movie. At that time, they also claimed that the whole movie was a real video experience." Keller added. "So this Jigsaw Killer is also a similar publicity method?" Wilbur raised his eyebrows. It must be said that after Shay's reminder, everyone immediately opened their minds and realized the possibility that they had not considered before. Jigsaw, Billy the Puppet, torture tapes, aren't these common techniques and elements used in horror filming? So October 18th is the release date of this movie. Jace suddenly realized. Shay chewed and said, "It is very likely that this is why the police said that no murders were found. Then I will go to the theater to see if there are any movies scheduled on this day." Jace immediately stood up and took his phone to contact the theater. "I hope not." Keller clenched his hands in front of his chest. If there is really a movie scheduled after the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it means that someone has been eyeing them for a long time and deliberately used this marketing method to attract attention, trying to absorb the box office of Texas into themselves. This is too bad. Based on the current discussion of Jigsaw, everyone will definitely be very interested in it after knowing that it is a movie, and want to go to the cinema to see what is inside. So Keller couldn't help but sweat for Texas. However, God sometimes likes to play jokes. When Jess came in from outside, he put his hands on his hips and said to everyone with regret, "I just asked the theater whether there will be a movie on the 18th, but their reply was no comment." Damn it. Keller stood up, raised his head and covered his mouth with his hands. Wilbur also closed his eyes, feeling his emotions fall to the bottom. It seems that we have indeed been targeted for a long time. Shay spit out a lemon and hugged his hands. If there is no movie, the theater's answer is no, 2 words. Now no comment means that there is indeed a movie released after Texas. And the genre must be a horror movie, because no family movie or love movie will be released during the Halloween schedule. What should we do? Jess suggested, "Why don't we send a telegram to expose its tricks and tell everyone that this is all fake?" This method is indeed possible. Keller continued, "I will go to the New York Times and let them expose this fake killer, and then tell the story of the Texas killer again." Shay added the last sentence. Several people fell silent and thought for a moment. "This method is fine. Go ahead, Keller." Shay agreed to this plan. Although the sense of crisis in his heart was still not relieved, this was the best way at the moment. "Okay, I'll get it done in 2 days," Keller said and strode out of the office. At the same time, in the Supreme Creative Office, Jimmy was also talking to Tang about the promotion of the movie. "Tang, aren't you afraid that the murderer will be exposed?" "When did I say that the murderer was real?" Tang smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. "But," Jimmy frowned, "aren't we making the murderer real now?" "Jimmy, what do you think is a smart promotional strategy?" Tang did not answer him, but changed the subject. Jimmy picked up the warm teacup and took a sip. Under Tang's influence, he also began to learn how to appreciate tea. "Clever? I think it's clever to say that something fake is real." "Haha, you're right. It's indeed clever to make a fake thing real, but it's dangerous because it may be overturned at any time. Like the Jigsaw Killer. Yes, just like what we are doing now. Those reporters can't get any information from the police station, but it doesn't mean they have no other ways. Someone will definitely find Cabigo in prison and try to get everything from him. So I said, why not give Cabigo some money to shut him up?" Jimmy spread his hands to show that he had thought of it. But Tanga waved his hands. "Why should we pay a robber? Does he deserve it? He doesn't deserve it. What are you going to do? What if someone interviews Cabigo? In fact, I have arranged for reporters to interview. Tang raised his mouth, just before you rushed in. What? Jimmy was shocked. Tang, are you crazy? No, Jimmy, the reason you think so is because you think our publicity is to make Jigsaw real. But I have never thought about it that way. This is a movie, from beginning to end. Tang explained to Jimmy, real and smart publicity is to tell the truth, and now, it's time for us to tell the truth. Are you going to burst this false balloon yourself? Jimmy vaguely sensed Tang's thoughts. Yes, that's right. One afternoon later, Mirren and Judy came to the newsstand after school. They have been paying attention to the development of the Jigsaw Killer incident during this period. Once there is a new newspaper, they will definitely buy it, so they will come to the newsstand every day to check the situation. But what they didn't expect was that the newspaper that followed up on the Jigsaw Killer incident today was actually the New York Times. Take a look. Judy took out the money to pay and immediately picked up the newspaper, wanting to know what the New York Times investigated. As a result, as soon as they saw the title, they felt unbelievable. The truth about the Jigsaw Killer incident, the film crew was filming, and the realistic torture scene scared the robbers to tears. How is it possible? The two people have already assumed that Jigsaw is a real serial killer, but after seeing the New York Times report, it seems that this matter was fake from beginning to end, and it was all made up by the reporters and the public. In order to verify their guesses, they quickly read the report. The report said that the reporter went to the prison to interview Cabigo and got the truth from Cabigo. It turned out that the so-called black man's torture scene was a scene when a crew was filming. They saw the scene during the theft and mistakenly thought it was true, so they were scared and called the police themselves. After that, the reporter found the police again and verified Cabigo's statement through the report record. Finally, the reporter contacted the crew, and the crew's statement was consistent with Cabigo. As for why the video was suddenly uploaded to the internet and received such unprecedented discussion, they expressed their deep regret and attached an apology letter. The apology letter was right after the report, so after reading the report, Mirren and Judy saw the letter immediately. Chapter 160 The Final Decision. The apology letter from the crew was short, only mentioning the name of the movie and the cause of the Jigsaw Killer incident. The video was actually a camera position of the Saw crew. After the two robbers who were scared and crying were taken away by the police, the photographer thought it was very real and would not reveal any information about the crew, so he posted it online. And those Billy dolls were just a part of the publicity. Unexpectedly, they attracted so much attention and even caused panic among the citizens of New York City. In addition, the apology letter emphasized the torture instruments and Jigsaw himself. We did make a lot of terrifying torture instruments, because they are essential props for the full image of Jigsaw's character. The human body twister is just one of them, and there are more exciting torture instruments in the movie. Even the staff were scared to tears by the torture instruments and realistic scenes. It is recommended that timid people do not go to the theater to watch it. This movie is a consideration of human nature. Jigsaw has extraordinary charm, which makes people love and hate him. And they also expressed a deeper apology at the end. We are deeply disturbed by the panic caused by the movie clips. To express our apology, we will book a theater and play Saw for New York citizens for free within 2 days. We will also distribute Billy the Puppet's peripheral dolls for free in the city center. So is this true or false? Judy was confused. Although the crew clarified it and the robber himself was interviewed, the matter seemed to have been cleared up and the truth was revealed. But for some reason, she was still a little uneasy. It should be true. Mirren was much more optimistic than Judy. This is just a means for the crew to promote the movie. Damn it, we have been worried about it for so long. Well, I hope so, but are their scenes really that realistic? Can they scare the two robbers to tears? Yeah, it sounds pretty amazing. I hope the timid people don't go to the theater. Although Mirren was a little scared, he expressed disdain for it. And there are many people who think like Mirren. Especially under the deliberate guidance of the media, the cause of the whole thing was downplayed, and the real scene and the terrifying torture instruments were emphasized instead. In the past 2 days, newspapers have reported that the realistic scenes in Saw scared the robbers, which aroused the interest of many people in this movie. However, the discussion on this matter has not ended yet. Because the Jigsaw website in Tokyo IP did not give a specific explanation in the apology letter, the whole matter is still in an ambiguous state. In the latest pinned post about the crew's apology letter, Gulch's ID Pumpkin Ghost said, what if the whole thing is actually true? Horror glasses, what do you mean? Pumpkin Ghost, Jigsaw is real, and the crew's statement and the police's clarification are false. Horror glasses, how is that possible? Zodiac Killer, why not? I think all this is just a government conspiracy. Jigsaw is a real murderer. In order to avoid causing panic, they dragged the crew out as a shield. The robber only said this after being pardoned by the prosecutor. Horror glasses, but the filming of a movie usually takes several months. Maybe this movie was filmed last year, much earlier than Jigsaw appeared. Pumpkin Man 0991, in fact, this crew came out of nowhere. I have never heard of it before. Jigsaw cultist whiner, yes, I saw the interview with the crew. They said that the movie was completed in just over 20 days. This further proves that they must have filmed it after Jigsaw appeared. Horror glasses, this doesn't prove anything. Horror movies are usually shot quickly. And why would the government cover up Jigsaw? Commander James, of course it's because of the scandal. As we all know, there are a lot of scandals in the FBI's undisclosed files. Maybe Jigsaw is a former FBI employee who came out to punish the evildoers with his own methods because he was dissatisfied with the government. Pumpkin Ghost, wait a minute. Are you Admiral James? Commander James, hey, that's right, I'm back. Horror glasses, your IP is obviously blocked. Commander James, I said I'm in the army and I have a lot of computers. Do you think I'm lying to you? Zodiac Killer, no, I just think that people like you are in the army, and this country is going to be ruined. Jigsaw cultist whiner, anyway, Jigsaw is real. If you don't believe me, you can go to his website. He has also commented on it. Mirren quickly clicked on the Saw website, and found that the latest message was hanging high on the homepage. Blind trust will be the last spoonful of hot oil poured on the lamb skulls. WTF. He was a little unbelievable and covered his head with both hands. So Jigsaw really exists? Or is this just another trick of the crew? He really couldn't tell for a moment. Although Mirren couldn't tell, the crazy people active in major forums on the internet unanimously believe that this was a conspiracy to cover up the existence of Jigsaw. Because they believe that Jigsaw, who can write such profound and warning texts and research so many horrific torture instruments, must be real. Using torture instruments to consider fragile human nature, this is the significance of his appearance. So they publicized the proof of Jigsaw's existence on the forum, including but not limited to Tokyo's IP, the crew's too fast shooting, and the police's inconsistent attitude, etc. This led many young people to believe it, and the Saw crew was also considered to be an imitation of Jigsaw. But no one said to boycott this movie, because everyone has a common understanding of this. Just like the speech of Pumpkin Man 0991. If the movie is to cover up the existence of Jigsaw, then we can't let anyone discredit him. We must fight back after watching the movie. If Jigsaw was born in the movie, then we should also watch the movie. Maybe we can find the real prototype and concept of Jigsaw from it. It is with this idea that many loyal fans of Jigsaw also plan to go to the movie. But in real life, more people are just curious about how scary the movie Saw is. Have you heard? It's just a movie, damn it, it made me buy 2 more guns. That's right, but it seems that there are real robbers who were scared to death, and the crew also said that cowards should not watch it. Who is the coward? Me? Or you? Ha ha ha, just kidding, it's just a horror movie. So you want to watch it? Of course. I have to go and see what kind of movie it is. Dare to say such a big thing. Such chats can be found all over the United States. Although some people are dissatisfied with the crew's publicity for such a realistic effect, these people are only limited to New York. In fact, people in other states are watching this matter with a mentality of watching fun. So after learning that this was a movie, everyone became more interested. Even in New York City, some young people rushed to make an appointment to go to the movie, because no one wanted to be called a coward, especially when the robbers were really scared and cried, which further stimulated the young people's desire to compete and win. At this moment, Tang's publicity plan was finally a great success. He successfully made this inconspicuous movie gain a reputation that did not belong to its size. When New Line President Shea learned the news, he could only shake his head and sigh. What should I do, boss? Keller from the publicity department didn't know what to do. It was obviously they were going to expose it, but the crew of Saw actually broke the news first. You have to know that your own revelations and others' revelations are completely 2 different concepts. The latter will only make the public feel deceived, but the former can make people think it is a misunderstanding and a mistake. In addition, The crew's apology attitude was very low, and they promised their own compensation measures in the newspaper, so the impact of this incident was reduced to an acceptable range. The most important thing is that this movie has caused discussion throughout the United States. This is what Shay really felt powerless about. This is much better than the effect of the advertising space they bought. Shay didn't know how much the box office of this movie would be on the first day, but he always felt that it would exceed his imagination. What an amazing promotion. Shay looked at the lemon on the table and suddenly lost his appetite. Go check the producer and distributor of this movie. Okay. Keller left the office after receiving the task. He was busy with work all afternoon and didn't leave the company until 6:30. Just as he was driving past the square, he suddenly saw an advertisement on the big screen not far away. In the advertisement, the scene was all black, with only a beam of angel light shining directly from the top of the head, illuminating a wooden floor. Then a squeaky sound came out, and a puppet with a pale face and 2 red circles on his apple cheeks rode a children's bicycle slowly from the darkness and stopped under the light. It was wearing a clean suit, a red tie, and its pupils were also strangely red. Keller recognized it at a glance as Billy, the representative of Jigsaw in Saw. There is no doubt that this should be a promotional advertisement for the movie. Keller hurriedly turned, stopped by the roadside, and rolled down the window to watch carefully. On the screen, Billy stopped his bike, laughed twice, and suddenly opened his mouth and said to everyone, "Good evening, everyone, I want to play a game with you." After this sentence, various torture clips from the movie flashed quickly, and at the same time, music and Billy's narration sounded. This game involves morality, money, and ideals. Either live alive or sleep forever. When the movie clip ended, Billy turned around and left on his bike. If you are willing to accept this invitation, then October 18th, see you there. As he said, he threw out an invitation letter, which fluttered in the wind in the center of the screen, revealing a line of text. Saw is set. On October 18th, let's judge human nature together. Keller's heart was pounding after watching the entire advertisement. He deliberately observed the reactions of passers-by, and then found that everyone was pointing and talking about this advertisement. Obviously, this interesting movie advertisement attracted everyone's attention. That won't do. Keller felt that the publicity team of Saw was really genius. They could come up with a representative symbol like Billy. And they could film it in such an interesting way. People who do publicity know how powerful an iconic character or symbol is. So if they don't do anything, then Texas will face the situation of being abandoned by the audience. Chapter 161 Gambling Agreement. Of course, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is not so easy to give up. Although there is no amazing operation like Saw, a large amount of US dollars invested can always gain a lot of popularity. Shay said that since it is impossible to make everyone know, use publicity to target users. Therefore, they bought advertising space on various TV stations and specially broadcast their own movie promotions after horror movies and thrillers to maximize the effect. The promotion of Scary Movies 3 also entered the overwhelming publicity in October. They have more funds and the promotion is more straightforward. Just put the funny and thriller clips, add the title and the big number 3, which is enough to surprise those passers-by. So October has just begun, but the promotion of the 3 movies has entered a white-hot stage. Various discussions are emerging in an endless stream, and even the school is full of discussions about watching new movies. What movie are you going to watch on Halloween, Mirren? Classmate Keith asked Mirren after the class. There were also several classmates standing next to him, all of whom were Keith's friends who played basketball. I'm going to watch Saw. Mirren said his thoughts truthfully. Saw, I think it might be a bad movie. I still prefer Scary Movies 3. Keith was not impressed by the Jigsaw series of events, nor did he think the movie would be that scary. Mirren knew that he was a guy with a brain full of muscles, so he didn't refute him. But other companions said, I think Saw should be good, but to be honest, Texas is also a chainsaw, I don't know how to choose. Definitely choose Texas, the actress in it is so sexy, I can't wait to see her being chased. But don't you think this is too old-fashioned? I prefer Scary Movies, it's funny and thrilling, I can take the girls to see it. But if you take girls, shouldn't you choose a scarier one? Texas or Saw, do you want the girl to scream with joy and then eat popcorn with her? Yeah, you're right, brother, I should find a fucking horror movie, so which one is scarier? Mirren answered decisively, Saw, there is no doubt that its scene scared the robbers to tears. Several people looked at each other. You are right, Mirren, no wonder you can handle Judy. Hey, what do you mean by handle? Mirren retorted, she and I haven't. Okay, brother. Keith slapped him back, just take Judy to seesaw, and remember, push up the armrest in the middle of the chair. Let her get into your arms faster. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, only Mirren blushed. At the same time, Madden and Pucci were also in Duval's store. They were telling Duval about what happened to the puppet Billy some time ago. Look, this is it. Pucci held up the puppet Billy and manipulated the toy to show a creepy smile. This expression is really great. I always feel that it will come alive in the next moment. Madden immediately covered Pucci's mouth. Shut up. What's wrong? Are you scared? I want to play a game with you. Okay. Duval waved his hand. No matter what you say, I will only watch scary movies. Why? Are you a coward? Pucci always speaks without restraint. Duval glared at him. I just feel like I was fooled. The crew did such a publicity, and my store's business is not doing well. But don't you think it's cool? Pucci shrugged. To be honest, Pucci, I want to watch Texas more. Madden hesitated for a moment and expressed his thoughts. What do you mean? Don't you want to watch Tang's first movie? It was only after the promotional advertisement appeared that everyone knew that the director of Saw was Pascal Tang, the best cinematographer. I want to, but I don't like such scary movies. I prefer Texas, because I have heard about it since I was a child, and I am not so scared anymore. Madden expressed his opinion. Duval was more direct. If it was a music video shot by Dawn, I would definitely collect it, but for a movie, such a low-cost R-rated horror movie, I don't think it can be very good. Okay, a bunch of traitors and cowards. Pucci held the puppet in his left hand and pretended to ask, Billy, what do you think? Billy opened and closed his mouth. I think they should all be judged by Jigsaw. Don't dub, Pucci, it's scary. Madden spread his hands. No, Billy, let these guys be taken away by Jigsaw. Pucci snorted coldly and left the store. Duval and Madden looked at each other and shrugged at the same time. Soon, time came to the eve of the movie's release, October 16th. On this day, some Hollywood media reported and released poll data, which showed that among the 3 movies in the Halloween schedule, Scary Movie 3 had a cliff-like lead in the expectation rate, 50%. The second place Saw and the third place The Texas Chainsaw Massacre were evenly matched, both around 25%. Many people said they would only choose to watch one of the 2 films, Texas Chainsaw and Saw. This also led Hollywood media to speculate on the opening box office of the 2 films. The Hollywood Reporter published its own speculation. According to theater data, the opening number of screens for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is 3,128, and the opening number of screens for Saw is 2,156. Although the number of screens is quite different, Saw has been more widely promoted and discussed. Therefore, it is reasonable to predict that the opening day box office of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre will exceed 10 million, about 15 million to 18 million. The opening day box office of Saw will be around 9 million to 13 million. In fact, the number of screens that Saw is now showing is also because the theater chain has taken the initiative to increase it after seeing the publicity of the movie. But even so, the media generally do not believe that the first week box office of Saw can surpass the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Because the story of Texas is well known and has a wider base than Saw, plus it is released one day earlier, the box office of the first weekend will definitely be higher than that of Saw. As for after the first week, it depends on the quality of the 2 movies. But in the eyes of the media and film critics, this kind of low-cost R-rated horror movie really can't be said to have much quality. It is enough to tell a story well and not let blood plasma be spilled like it's free, affecting the viewing experience. It was under this speculation that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre arrived on the day of its release. Tang was sitting in the office of Lionsgate Films, with Carl on his left and Jimmy on his right. But compared with Tang's seemingly very calm expression, the expressions of the other few people were a little anxious. Tang, how much box office do you think Texas can get? Carl couldn't stand such a silent atmosphere and spoke first. I don't know. Tang raised his eyebrows. In fact, you don't need to pay too much attention to the box office of your opponents, because Chainsaw will prove itself with quality. You are really confident. Carl smiled bitterly. He didn't have that much confidence. Tangda is always like this. Jimmy smiled and looked at Tangda again. So why did Lionsgate invite us here? Tang crossed his legs and tapped his knees lightly with his fingers. They said they wanted to talk to me about a new contract. What do you mean? Do they still want to release our new film? Jimmy was talking about Little Miss Sunshine, a movie that Tang gave to Greta to direct, but it has been shelved for a long time because no suitable actors have been found. Maybe. Tang's office door was opened as soon as he finished speaking, and Moria, the senior executive who was previously in charge of their film, walked in. Good morning, Tang. He took his assistant and secretary, sat down on the sofa, and greeted everyone with a smile. After a few simple words, they got down to business. The fact is, we want to talk to you about investing in the Eye of Norton. Investment. Tang narrowed his eyes. Yes. Moria spread his hands and said, the board of directors is very optimistic about the development of the Eye of Norton, so they hope to invest in your company. Tang did not hide the information that he was the founder of the Eye of Norton, so Lionsgate could easily investigate it. But we don't need an injection of capital. Don't be so anxious, take a look at the treaty we have drafted first. Moria confidently took out a few pages of paper and handed them to Tang. After reading it, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Betting agreement. Yes, betting agreement. Lionsgate did not choose to inject capital directly, but chose a roundabout way. It seems that you are really optimistic about the Eye of Norton. Tang said meaningfully, and then handed the document to Jimmy to look at. The scope of this gambling agreement is the 3 future films of Norton Eye. First of all, Lionsgate will be responsible for the promotion and distribution of these 3 films, and promises to open on no less than 2,000 screens. At the same time, they will provide a budget not less than the cost of film production for publicity. But in contrast, the agreement requires that the actual box office profit of each movie must exceed $50 million. If it is less than $50 million, then Lionsgate will obtain 20% of the shares of Norton Eye for $500,000. In other words, if the profits of the 3 movies do not exceed $50 million, then 60% of the shares of Norton Eye will be sold to Lionsgate for $1.5 million. But if the profit exceeds $50 million, then Lionsgate will distribute the profit at a rate of 10%, which is equivalent to Lionsgate spending a lot of money but gaining little. So Moria didn't think Tang would resist the temptation of this gambling agreement. And Tang really couldn't help but accept this agreement. After all, the next movies of Norton Eye are typical of small wins and big losses. Why not gamble? Chapter 162 Release Day. The intention of Lionsgate is just like the sun in the dog days of summer, so bright that it is even a little blinding. They just want to get the biggest profit at the lowest cost. After all, only the stingy Lionsgate can come up with an agreement to bet on equity with the distribution share. But Tang needs this kind of agreement, or why not take the money for free? 1% of the box office profit of the movie is hundreds of thousands of dollars. He needs money to expand the company now, and he will not miss any amount of money. So since Lionsgate is very confident and wants to bet big, Tang must satisfy them. But he can't just agree to it. I think your agreement is too much? Tang refused seriously. That's right, what the hell, 10% of the distribution share, you have to bet on our company's shares? Do you think this equation is valid? Jimmy completely disagreed with this betting agreement. I think this is fair, because this condition is relatively easy to achieve. Look at Saw this time, didn't it succeed? Although the movie will be released in one day, Lionsgate has already estimated that its box office will be at least 10 million. So Lionsgate has already lost the original bet agreement, which is one of the reasons why they launched the second bet. More importantly, they want the IP and publicity talents of Saw. The senior executives of Lionsgate were very keen to detect the shadow of the sequel from this movie. As long as the first one is successful, there will be a cash cow in the future. In addition, with the well-known Jigsaw, it is definitely a sure-win business to get the IP. 50 million, Moria. Tang said very impolitely, it means we have to get at least 80 million at the box office. Do you think a small-budget film production company like Norton Eye can get $80 million at the box office for each work? Moria shrugged and did not answer. So you should discuss it carefully, let's go. Tang did not stay for long, but did not say anything final, but directly took Jimmy and Carl away from Lionsgate. At the same time, the first few batches of viewers who watched The Texas Chainsaw Massacre also walked out of the theater. In an interview with the Hollywood media, they said that the level of this movie was average and there was no surprise beyond expectations. In addition to the good camera movement, there was only the old-fashioned story and blood plasma. Of course, the heroine is still very beautiful. It was under such a reputation that after 12 o'clock in the morning, the first day box office of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was freshly released, with 3,128 screens and a total of $9.98 million. This data surprised the theater and the media collectively. With such a widely circulated story and such a large number of screens, its box office did not break 10 million on the first day, which completely slapped the faces of all predictors. It also made more people focus on Saw. Is it because everyone is waiting for the release of this movie, so they choose to wait and see? That night, some media wrote some news on the website to announce the news. Tang, of course, also received the news. He and several main creators were sitting in the office of the largest cinema in New York, waiting to see the box office of the first screening of Saw and the first day box office. Downstairs in the cinema, Pucci was queuing at the counter. "I want to see Saw, 1 ticket. Please give me 2 tickets for Saw. 3 tickets for Saw, thank you." While queuing, he could hear people buying tickets. Saw is basically the main theme now, and few people go to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Moreover, people who buy Saw are often in pairs, either lovers or buddies. They tease who is a coward and who can't run away during the movie while eating popcorn and waiting for the ticket. This scene made Pucci, the four-eyed boy, feel a little lonely, but fortunately, he brought the puppet Billy, and the little guy caused a burst of exclamations around him as soon as he appeared. "Look! That's Billy. So cool. Honey, I want it so much. Look at it. It can even move. So cool. This little guy looks scary. I must buy one." Even a blonde girl in short sleeves and with big boobs came over to ask Pucci, "Hello, where did you buy this?" When Pucci, the four-eyed boy, was asked this question, he suddenly got stuck, as if he had lost his usual ability to speak eloquently, and couldn't say a word. It wasn't until the girl showed a puzzled expression that he said, "Oh, I won't tell you." "Okay, you're so stingy." The blonde girl turned back. Pucci wanted to slap himself. He actually just didn't want to say that he picked it up, but he didn't expect that he would say he wouldn't tell. Looking at the blonde girl talking to her sisters while looking at him, Pucci felt hopeless and felt that he had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was in this mood that he bought a ticket for the movie Saw and sat in the theater. When the screen lit up and played the commercials, Pucci came back to his senses and looked around. Then he found that the theater was full of people. Everyone was holding popcorn and Coke, waiting for the movie to start. Is this movie so popular? Pucci shrugged and said to himself. The person next to him suddenly answered in a familiar way, "Of course, man." Pucci turned around and found that it was a round-headed guy. The only thing they had in common was that they wore glasses. Gulchi. Pucci. The two said their names in an unusually tacit understanding, and then turned to look at the big screen. Because the movie started. Tick, tick. There was a sound of water, coupled with a silent atmosphere, which made all the audience feel the emotion of uneasiness. Then in the dark environment with a little blue, there was a sudden sound of water, and then someone woke up from a bathtub full of water. The camera slowly pulled back from his pupils, and the man struggled to stick his head out of the water, and then stood up and left the bathtub. The picture slowly turned to the back of his head with his perspective, and a beautiful long shot showed the depression of the whole space. Pucci held his breath and felt very involved. This shot is great. As a veteran horror movie fan, Gulch immediately noticed the difference between Saw and other movies from this shot. That is the difference in the language of the shot. Many horror movies like messy editing, but ignore the creation of atmosphere and sense of involvement. And this long opening shot on this movie is an excellent tool for creating a sense of involvement. Oscar Best Photographer, of course it's amazing. Pucci explained and continued to watch. Soon, they saw the lights on, but there was more than one person in this cramped bathroom space. There was another man whose ankles were also chained, located in the opposite corner. And there was a horrible bloody corpse lying in the middle of the tile. WTF, what happened? Pucci was already feeling a little scared, and couldn't help but hug the puppet Billy tightly. Gulch was watching with great interest, and even speculated about the plot in a low voice. Two people are locked up. Are they the ones being tortured? But I don't see any horrible torture instruments. Although there were no torture instruments, the beginning was full of suspense. The audience watched the two men go from strangers to introducing each other, and then both of them found envelopes in their pockets. They found a miniature recording tape in the envelope. After a while of checking, they found a recorder in the hands of the corpse. So after a lot of trouble, the two finally got the recorder. After putting the tape in, a hoarse voice sounded. "Adam, get up. You may be thinking about where this is. Let me tell you. This may be your burial place. In the past, you have been hiding in the dark and peeping at other people's lives. So today you have to watch yourself die, or try to stop it. It's Jigsaw." Gulch became excited all of a sudden, just like the other young people in the theater. They sensed from the tone that the style was consistent with that of the message on the web page, and also sensed the meaning of trial, and became excited instantly. And as the second recording tape was played, this excitement turned into excitement. "Dr. Gordon, I'm here to wake you up. Your daily job is to tell others that they are dying. Now you will be the cause of death. Your goal is to kill Adam, and the deadline is before 6 o'clock. After a cough, Jigsaw continued, "The way to victory is hidden around. If you fail, your wife and daughter will face death, so let the game begin." Gulch couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow. That's it. Killing each other, what a good show." The other audiences in the theater were also excited by the plot, staring at the big screen, waiting for more exciting developments. However, Dr. Gordon seemed to have guessed the identity of the man behind the scenes, and talked to Adam about the serial killer who had not yet been caught by the police. As Dr. Gordon spoke, the picture slowly turned to the police's perspective. The audience also saw the first dead person. He was imprisoned in a wire mesh cage and tried to escape, but eventually died of heavy bleeding. Damn. After seeing the horrible scars on the man's body, Pucci covered his eyes and felt his heart pounding. Ah. Some timid viewers also screamed in fear. But this scene made Gulch very happy. Watching R-rated movies requires this kind of bloody scenes. Especially when the scene shows a naked man crawling out of a cage covered with iron thorns, the miserable screams make people's hair stand on end. And this is just the beginning. The next victim was burned to death by flames. He was injected with chronic poison and his body was covered with flammable materials. In order to survive, he had to walk back and forth on the ground covered with broken glass, find the password from the wall, open the safe to get the antidote. Unfortunately, when the police saw him, there was only a charred body left. After investigation, the police found that one of the two victims had tried to commit suicide, and the other lied that he was seriously ill. The cause of death was that they killed themselves, so they speculated the habit of this serial killer. He tried to test human nature, test people's survival instinct, and spy on their every move to get satisfaction. But in addition to those who died, there are also survivors. Her name is Johansson. She was put in a jaw-splitting device, and the way to be rescued is to kill a person and get the key from his body. Although Johansson is just a woman, she is more resilient than a man, so she succeeded. When watching this scene, Gulch and Pucci dared not breathe the whole time. Unlike the previous life of Saw, Tang abandoned the dizzy rotating lens. Instead, it used multi-camera editing with countdown sound. The speed was not fast, but it was full of urgency, making people dry their mouths. After finally seeing Johansson successfully unlock the jaw-splitting device, everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, and then heard the squeaky sound. The puppet Billy appeared in front of Johansson on his children's bicycle and said the most classic words. "Congratulations, you are still alive. Most people are ungrateful when they are alive, but you won't be in the future." Then the camera slowly zoomed in and fixed on Billy's blood-red pupils hidden in the dark. Gulch felt his scalp tingling, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Jigsaw insisted on fairness and did not go back on his word. When he let a man go, everyone seemed to understand the principles that this serial killer adhered to. After that, the plot continued to progress. The police went through great pains and finally found Jigsaw's location. They drew their guns at him when he was executed. However, the plot here has also changed compared to the original version. First, the human body twister replaced the original machine. Secondly, the police were no longer killed by Jigsaw. On the contrary, Jigsaw kept warning them not to approach, but they did not listen. In the end, he died under the mechanism. This behavior complemented Jigsaw's ideas and persistence very well, and also made the audience feel more involved in him. Jigsaw did the right thing. Pucci muttered to himself, they insisted on arresting him. Yes, Jigsaw has reminded me many times. Yet, if the police could stop, they would not die. After the death of the police, the plot returned to Dr. Gordon and Adam. Obviously, they are the two prisoners after Johansson. After chatting and understanding, the relationship between the two became closer. At the same time, Dr. Gordon also learned that Adam had been hired to secretly film himself. After careful questioning, he found that the person who hired Adam was called Sepp, a cleaner in the hospital. Combining his occupation and hiring Adam to secretly film, they suddenly understood. Usually hiding in the hospital, being able to get everyone's medical information and having contact with prisoners, these conditions are completely met by Sepp. He is clearly Jigsaw, the Jigsaw killer and the mastermind behind everything. It was at this time that they found a mobile phone that can only receive calls. Dr. Gordon received an urgent call from Jigsaw Sepp on his mobile phone, asking him to kill Adam as soon as possible, otherwise he would kill his wife and daughter. Although Dr. Gordon couldn't bear to kill Adam, he had no choice at this time. But in order to get the pistol used by the corpse to commit suicide, he had to pick up the hacksaw he found in the room before, bite the clothes into his mouth, and start sawing his legs while enduring the pain. No. Oh my God. WTF. Both men and women were shocked by the bloody scene, and screams rose and fell in the theater. Pucci blocked Billy's face and dared not look at him. He even blocked his ears because the painful wails coming from the screen were terrifying. Only Gulch, with a ferocious and excited expression, bit his lips tightly and muttered in a low voice, "It feels so good, so good." It was not until Dr. Gordon successfully sawed off his leg that the audience calmed down. He should be alive. He has done this step, it should be fine. But I don't want him to kill Adam. Adam shouldn't die. However, the next moment, the audience saw Gordon pick up a pistol and shot him in the midst of Adam's pleading. Adam is dead. God, he shouldn't die. But Gordon has no choice, he must save his wife and daughter. The audience's emotions were ups and downs due to the ups and downs of the plot, and they also looked forward to Dr. Gordon's escape. But something unexpected happened. The Jigsaw Sepp who kidnapped Gordon's wife and daughter actually opened the bathroom door from the outside and rushed in. When he pointed the gun at Dr. Gordon and wanted to kill him, everyone held their breath, shook their heads slightly, and prayed silently that Dr. Gordon would not be killed by him. Perhaps the prayer worked. Adam, who was originally dead, actually hugged Jigsaw's legs, threw him to the ground, and smashed him to death with a stone slab. He's not dead. Adam is not dead. I knew Gordon wouldn't kill him. Most of the audience cheered happily, happy that Adam was alive. But how could Jigsaw die? Damn it. There were also a few people who were dissatisfied with this, such as Gulch. But he didn't leave. He wanted to know what the ending was, so he chose to continue watching. After the two killed Jigsaw, Gordon comforted Adam and decided to crawl out of the bathroom to find someone to save him. After he left the bathroom pale with a broken leg and blood, Adam fell into anxiety. He tried to find the key to the chain from Jigsaw, but suddenly found a familiar recorder on him. At this moment, the surprised expression on his face was the same as the expression of the audience in front of the screen. Adam pressed the recorder, and the hoarse and low voice sounded again. Sepp, I want you to make a choice. You have a chronic poison in your body, and I have the antidote. Will you kill a mother and daughter to save yourself? If so, the rules are as follows. All these words are the same as what Adam heard after waking up. What does this mean? This means that Sepp is not Jigsaw at all, he is just a person who is also played. So where is Jigsaw? The audience was also confused. They thought Jigsaw was dead, but now it seems that Jigsaw has thought of everything. He can actually control so many things at the same time, and they are linked together. It's amazing. Doesn't he like to observe the prisoner's survival from close range? Pucci was puzzled. Where can he hide? Gulch clenched his fists. Yes, he is not dead, so where is Jigsaw? The movie is about to end, and everyone can vaguely realize that Jigsaw will definitely appear in these few minutes to put an end to the story. But no one could have imagined, just as Adam in the story could not have imagined that after the clock reached 6 o'clock, the suicide corpse lying on the floor in the middle of the bathroom actually came back to life. With the exciting music, all the audience stared with wide eyes, watching the corpse climb up from the ground little by little, and then tear off the bloodstains on the head with effort. That was not a wound at all, it was just a realistic prop of imitation wound. The audience felt that their breathing stopped, and they were so surprised that they could not speak at all, and could only show an extremely shocked expression like Adam on the screen. A series of flashbacks followed, which contained all the inferences about Jigsaw, and finally froze on the recorder. The key is actually in the bathtub. Jigsaw looked at Adam and said the answer to the riddle. This also reminded Adam of the drain pipe in the bathtub, which was the only place he hadn't noticed. Adam tried his best to break free from the chain, but unfortunately, it was too late. Jigsaw walked to the door and said, "People are always ungrateful for life, but you won't be anymore." After that, he turned off the bathroom light, walked out of the door, and paused for a moment amid Adam's wailing. Game over. Bang. The bathroom door closed in the blink of an eye, and Adam's face returned to the darkness, just like the beginning of the film. The theater also fell into endless darkness at this moment. There was no redemption, no survival, only Adam's painful and regretful voice echoed in everyone's ears. Then the music sounded, and the movie ended. OMG. Everyone around Pucci couldn't help but shout with excitement. Great. This ending is so shocking. I didn't expect Jigsaw to appear there at all. I have goosebumps. This movie is so good, I must recommend it to others. Damn, game over. This sentence is so cool. Jigsaw is really amazing. Yeah, and those torture instruments, I feel like I will dream about them. Full marks. Full marks. Great shots. Great music. Great torture instruments. Great ending. And Billy, it's the best. Pucci listened to everyone's conversation, looked at Gulch, and found that he was also full of uncontrollable excitement. What do you think? I must recommend it to everyone on the forum. Jigsaw is so cool. I love him. Gulch waved his fist and turned to look at Pucci. What do you think? It's very good. Those cowards who didn't dare to come missed the best R-rated movie of the year. Although Pucci was still a little scared, he also thought the movie was very good. At least he was in a state of shock throughout the whole process. One reversal after another was simply dazzling. When Pucci followed the crowd out of the theater, he could hear all kinds of discussions along the way, all about Saw. At the same time, Tang also received the first batch of data. Now all theaters have finished the first show, and the current box office is $1.95 million. This number excited Jimmy, Carl and James Wan, because this was only the first show of the movie. You know, the first box office of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was only $860,000. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem for the box office of the movie to exceed $10 million today. Very good. Tang nodded, and felt much more at ease. Now we have to look at tomorrow's official box office and the weekend's two-day box office. Of course, the reputation of the film critics and the audience is also very important. Have you arranged the critics' room? Tang invited some film critics to watch the movie. It's scheduled for tomorrow morning, don't worry. Jimmy said that everything was going on in an orderly manner. That's good, wait and see, this movie will surprise everyone. Tang smiled, then picked up the orange and slowly tore off the orange peel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Word of Mouth Explosion. The 18th, Carrie, a reporter from The Hollywood Reporter, was interviewing people at the entrance of the cinema. What kind of movie tickets did you buy? He asked the couple at the counter. The couple took out their tickets and said, "We bought Saw." "Why did you choose this movie?" "I heard from my friends that there are many twists and turns in it, and it's very exciting." The couple answered Carrie's question honestly. Then he asked the next white guy in a baseball cap. "I plan to watch Saw." "Why?" "Because it's the coolest movie on Halloween." "Aren't you curious about those scary torture instruments?" "And I heard from my friends that the movie is great." Then another girl was interviewed. "Saw, I like Jigsaw, I've been following his website, and everyone around me who has seen it said that the movie is very good and suspenseful." Okay. After interviewing several viewers of Saw in a row, Carrie's face was a little embarrassed. After all, the box office prediction of The Hollywood Reporter was not like this before. They thought that Saw was the pursuer, but looking at this momentum, why do they feel that Texas State is lagging behind? This situation is even more obvious when interviewing passers-by about their movie-watching experience. Do you think Saw is good? It's very good. The final reversal is amazing. I was stunned when Jigsaw appeared. It's great. Those who like horror and thriller movies must watch this movie, it's very innovative. I like Jigsaw, his concept is great. And the puppet Billy, I must buy one to take home. So which one do you think is better, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Saw? Carrie asked again about the comparison between the two movies. Of course it's Saw. Saw is undoubtedly better. I hate the old-fashioned murderer chasing after the escaped. Jigsaw is the new god. The result is still that Saw won, and on the afternoon of the 18th, film critics from various newspapers and websites also expressed their opinions on the movie. Well-known film critic Bunch wrote in his column, "After watching Saw this morning, I walked out of the theater with exclamations. First of all, I want to say that this is by no means an ordinary R-rated film. Although it is a horror movie on the outside, it is a deep movie about human choices at its core. The director and screenwriter tried to explore how human nature would judge when faced with death and choices that violate their own morality. This is also the core of the whole movie. Jigsaw is not a traditional killer. As a cancer patient, he just wants to punish those who are ungrateful for life." After talking about the plot, let's talk about its lens design. Although the film cost is very low, the picture expression is better than that of big productions such as Texas, thanks to the operation of Tang, the Oscar-winning photographer. Whether it is the long shot used to explain the environment and characters at the beginning, or the continuous switching of various fast and slow shots, it keeps people nervous at all times. But the most amazing shot is the last scene, when Jigsaw appears. The camera starts with Adam's eyes. In his shut pupils we can see the reflection of the bathroom. Then the camera moves slowly, combining with the music to bring the sense of oppression and tension to the highest level. Finally, it moves to the back of Adam's head so that the audience can see the movements of the jigsaw clearly. The whole process was done in one go. I noticed that all the audience were very nervous at the time. No one looked away. After seeing the jigsaw, they were all shocked like the characters in the film. I believe that this shot will go down in the history of horror movies and become a memory for all fans. In addition to this kind of professional long review, many film critics have also posted short reviews of the movie. Film critic Fernando, "I think Saw has created a whole new series. The director cleverly established a complex and principled villain character. Coupled with the excellent camera presentation and art pictures, as long as the level is maintained in the future, the audience will buy it." Film critic Ubia, movie rating 7/10, picture rating August 5, 2010, story rating 6/10. A decent movie but with breakthroughs in character setting. It is the first directorial work of Oscar-winning cinematographer Donda. I think it barely passes and is worth watching. Film critic Phoebe Sana, "I like the character of Jigsaw and the various depressing shots in the movie. It's like watching a Hitchcock suspense movie. But I think the story is a bit rough, and Jigsaw's performance makes other supporting characters look like fools, so I can only give it 7 points. But if it is in the category of R-rated horror movies, I would give it 8 points, because it is much better than the Texas Chainsaw Massacre." The comments of these film critics prompted more passers-by to make up their minds to watch Saw, which further boosted the box office of the movie. When the time came to the 19th, Tang, Jimmy and others received a call from Lionsgate in the office. "How is it, Tang?" James Wan looked at Tang, who had just answered the phone and couldn't help asking. Tang turned his head to look at everyone and stretched out his hands. "The first day box office has come out. It's a pity." "What?" James Wan frowned. "Is it not performing well?" "Impossible." Jimmy shook his head. "Don, don't keep us in suspense." Carl also shrugged. "I think it must be more than 10 million. Among the few people, only James Wan could not see Tang's ridicule and was kept in the dark. "Ho ha ho ha." After seeing James Wan's worried expression, Tang laughed. "It's a pity that our first day box office is only 15 million. 15 million. James Wan widened his eyes and covered his head with a shocked expression. Jimmy and Carl also shouted in surprise. "Oh my God, 15 million. How much will it be today?" "I can't imagine." Due to the good box office performance yesterday, the theater chain has directly increased the number of screens for Saw to 3,000. If nothing unexpected happens, today, with the popularity of this movie, it will achieve a higher box office than the premiere day. What about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Carl was concerned about this matter again. Tang shrugged. 9.67 million. Only 9.67 million. The box office for 2 days combined is less than 20 million. In the office of the president of New Line Cinema, Shay was angry. Such a high screening rate but only this much box office. Even if the weekend is included, it is less than 30 million box office, which is already a level higher than Saw. Not to mention compared with Scary Movies 3. Although the pressure to make back the investment is not great, and it can even make some money, Texas has already lost in the Halloween period. If there is no Saw, New Line's judgment on this movie is at least $80 million box office. But now it seems that the maximum is estimated to be $50 or $60 million. After Shay finished his rage, he sighed and knocked on the table. Do you think we have a chance to cooperate with Tang? What? Wilbin from the production department was a little surprised. I have seen Saw. Shay explained while thinking, I think Tang's directing skills are very mature. He is good at both pictures and stories. And this is his first work. The price is not high. We can evaluate whether there are any suitable movies for cooperation. Although Shay was not very happy that Saw defeated Texas, a qualified businessman must see the essence through the phenomenon. Since Tang has shown enough ability in this movie, why not cooperate and see? While New Line was considering cooperating with Tangda, the news that Saw had a box office of $15 million on the first day also reached the ears of Tangda's acquaintances. When Renee Zigwig heard the news, she expressed her admiration for Tangda to the media. I think it's right for Tang to achieve such results. He has a control over the camera that is beyond ordinary people. He should have been a director a long time ago. Quentin, who is promoting Kill Bill, also told the media about his good relationship with Tangda. I have a very good relationship with Tang. You saw the bar killing scene in the movie, and Tang was the art director. He is a genius, an absolute genius, so I will go to the cinema to support his movie. But at the same time, everyone can also come and see my Kill Bill. I won't let you down. After hearing the news, Tangda immediately booked a theater in the cinema and invited all employees to watch Kill Bill, and asked the media to report it. The next day, the fact that Tangda was the art director of Kill Bill also attracted the attention of movie fans. Fans of both sides expressed friendly interactions on the forum, and some fans who were not interested in each other's movies also bought tickets to watch the movie. On the third day after the movie was released, the first week box office of Saw was released. The first day was $15 million, the second was $21 million, a total of $36 million. In just 2 days, the movie earned more than $30 million. All of a sudden, all the companies, media and artists in Hollywood began to pay attention to this movie. Although there are movies that break 100 million in every period, and breaking 100 million is not a difficult thing, the first work of a new director, an R-rated horror movie, has the possibility of breaking 100 million in North America. The meaning of this makes everyone who knows the film industry gasp. This means that Saw will develop into a series of movies, and will create a brand new horror series. In the next 10 or 20 years, it will make a lot of money. Just like the Scary Movies series. This is a real cash cow. At this time, something even more shocking happened. The cost of the entire movie Saw was suddenly disclosed by a media focusing on film investigations. And in the report, they also estimated a box office return ratio that made all film production companies jealous. 20 times. Chapter 164 Feeling Proud. 20 times? What does that mean? This is a return ratio that can drive all production companies crazy, and it is also a return ratio that is enough to be recorded in the history of movies. Although it is just a guess now, the data in the report is very rigorous. Moreover, this newspaper has been estimating box office returns for many years and has the most professional estimators in the industry. So after seeing this report, everyone immediately believed it. The report said that the production cost of the entire movie was only $2.92 million. Because the movie did not use any well-known actors and CAA's packaging price was low, most of the production costs were used for setting and renting equipment. In addition, although the publicity cost was not known, it did not prevent them from estimating it through billboards and large-screen advertisements. But in the end, they came up with an amount that even the estimators could not believe: $2.5 million. Compared with the large-scale publicity of other movies, the publicity budget of Saw is pitifully small, but the effect is several times that of the movies of the same period. This is simply impossible to believe, so the newspaper can only continue to dig deeper, and then they learned about the urban legend of Jigsaw and the panic in New York caused by Jigsaw Killer. Finally, through the Norton Eyes partner, they locked in a company. Supreme Creative. Half of the box office performance of Saw can be attributed to Supreme Creative, a top advertising company newly established in New York. Although they have not been responsible for film promotion before, they did a very good job in the low-cost promotion of Saw. Although it imitated the promotion strategy of Blair Witch, it mainly relied on the medium of online forums. This is also the main reason for the low cost. And even now, after the movie was released, there are still a group of die-hard fans on the internet who are unwilling to admit that the legend of Jigsaw is just a promotional means, but they also have goodwill towards the movie and believe that Jigsaw needs movies to spread his fame. From this point of view, perhaps all movies in the future need to pay attention to online promotion. After all, contemporary young people are more willing to exchange their experiences and preferences through forums. For the current box office, we estimate that the final box office will be around $100 million. Compared with the cost of $5 million, the overall return ratio is 20 times. The producer and distributor will receive a net profit of $60 million, achieving a high-quality return of more than 12 times. Soon after this report came out, the number of screens for Saw increased again to 4,200, and the box office exceeded $50 million. In the following week, the box office of Saw increased to $87 million. In sharp contrast, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre barely broke through $4,000. And Scary Movies 3 also entered the Halloween season at this time and began to reap the box office of blockbusters. The box office on the first day was $19 million, and the box office in the first week was $41 million. Its appearance also means that the Halloween season has entered the final stage of closing. Cheers! In a high-end restaurant, Tang, Jimmy, Carl, James Wan, screenwriter Ray, and Greta are holding a celebration banquet. At this time, more than 3 weeks have passed since the release of Saw. Now the box office of the movie has climbed to $100 million. It is estimated that after the 1-month release period, the box office will increase by more than $10 million. The box office of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre stopped at $50 million, which is more than $10 million less than the previous life. Obviously, due to the sudden appearance of Saw, a lot of the original box office of Texas has been absorbed. And with a global release in the future, Tang thinks that the global box office of Saw may reach about $170 million. This is tens of millions more than the previous life, which also proves Tang's idea. As long as the production and publicity are not bad, the potential of Saw is far more than $100 million. Tang. Just as he was thinking, someone suddenly raised a glass to toast him. What's wrong? Tang picked up his glass and clinked it with his. James Wan said with a smile on his face, "Thank you for your investment and thank you for directing. Ray and I really didn't expect this movie to be so successful." "No problem, this is a win-win situation." Tang took a sip of wine, and then said, "But it's up to you from now on." "What?" Ray Wanala and James Wan showed puzzled expressions at the same time. "You will direct the next movie, and the screenwriter will still be Ray." Tang made this decision in front of everyone. "Really?" James Wan was very surprised. Although Tang had told him before that he would direct the second movie, now that the box office has exceeded $100 million, he felt it's such a cash cow, how could he be allowed to direct it? However, he didn't expect Tang to actually abide by what he said. It was unbelievable. "You heard it right, I think you can bring a whole new look to Saw. But I'm still the producer. If you shoot it too badly, I won't pass it." Tang smiled and raised his glass to take another sip. Immediately afterwards, James Wan and Lee Wanal immediately drank all the wine in their glasses. After talking about Saw, Tang looked at Greta again. "How is the preparation of the movie going? We are already selecting actors, and now the publicity has been released. The director of Saw and the Oscar-winning Best Cinematography producer, how is it?" Greta's mouth was curved. Although she is usually weak, she is unexpectedly serious about movies. She is very picky about every actor and must choose the right one. However, Tang is very tolerant of this. Anyway, the right to shoot the script is on his side, and when to shoot will not affect the success of the movie at all. There is another good news, Tang. Jimmy suddenly raised his glass at this time. "I have contacted the publishing house. They are very interested in your work. The owner of Norton's Tang Norton, is about to become a best-selling author." No, don't use my name." Tang waved his hand. "What do you mean?" Jimmy frowned, not quite understanding. "The author is Carmela. There is no need to write about me." In fact, Tang only found out a month ago that his mother Carmela was a literary magazine editor when she was young. When he brought the first draft of 50 Shades of Grey home and she saw it, she took the initiative to ask for help to polish it. Unexpectedly, after polishing it, It was really good. Tang felt that even if he asked a professional writer to revise it, it would not be better than Carmela. As for why Carmela should be named as the author, it is actually very simple. It is simply because Tang does not want to be an author of SM works for women. Okay, what about the authorization? Jimmy asked. $1. This work will be licensed to Nortonza for adaptation and filming at a price of $1. Tang stretched out his finger and smiled. No problem. Okay, don't talk about these work things anymore. Tang stopped everyone from discussing work. Seeing that he finally had room to express himself, Carl immediately started talking to everyone about all kinds of Hollywood gossip. For a while, there was constant laughter and joy. After the celebration banquet, Tang returned to his high-level home. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard the sound of water in the bathroom. Looking at the ground again, red plaid shirts, black leather skirts, and fishnet stockings were piled up in disorder. He blew a brisk whistle, picked up an orange from the fruit plate, sniffed it, and then began to peel the orange patiently. After he tore off all the orange peels, the bathroom door was opened, and Avril, wearing a white scarf, walked out barefoot. Tang, why didn't you tell me you were back? Avril was startled by Tang. Are there any signs of your new album? Tang ate a slice of orange and raised the corners of his mouth. That's right. Avril quickly forgot what she had just said, and came to Tang and lay directly on his legs. Tang, you know, I met a bitch again when I was attending an event recently, a pure bitch. She even ridiculed me and beat her assistant backstage. Who is such a big star? Although some Hollywood stars have hot tempers, it is still rare to blatantly beat people like this, let alone a woman. Her name is Naomi Campbell, and this bitch is black. When she met me, she said that my figure is so flat. FXXK. I guess you definitely didn't tolerate her. Tang knew Avril's temper very well. Of course. Avril raised her eyebrows proudly. I stepped on her high heels and made her look a little clown on the stage. But later, after she got off the stage, she beat her assistant. It sounds really barbaric. Tang rubbed Avril's scalp, making her squint comfortably. Tang, I want to see your saw tonight. No problem, I have a CD here. No, I want to go to the cinema to watch it. Avril opened her eyes wide. Is it okay? Tang raised his eyebrows. It's up to you. Avril immediately raised her head and kissed Tang. You are so nice, Tang. But I need to take a shower first. I drank a lot of wine at the celebration party just now. Hearing this, Avril showed her two fangs. Then let me help your brother take a bath. Tang looked at her open lips and pink little tongue, pursed his lips. It couldn't be better. 40 minutes later, the two finally came out of the bathroom. After joking and flirting with each other for a while, they put on their clothes and went out together. They randomly found a movie theater, and Tang walked into the theater with Avril, who was wearing a baseball cap, and sat in the last row. It was already the end of the schedule of Saw, so there were not many people in the theater, and there was no one in Tang's row. Tang thought Avril just wanted to take a stroll and experience the feeling of a normal couple. Unexpectedly, she was very serious during the whole movie, and held Tang's hand from beginning to end, and would not let go. Only when she was occasionally frightened would she throw herself into Tang's arms. When the lights came on, Tang was about to get up, but Avril turned her head to look at him and said seriously, Tang, you took a great picture. What's wrong? Tang felt that her emotions were a little subtle. Nothing. Avril stared at him and smiled. I just feel very proud. Chapter 165, Poisonous Photography. The North American box office of Saw finally settled at $111.08 million. At the same time, Tang's name spread throughout Hollywood and became a hot topic of discussion. Small-budget film production companies were discussing the extremely high return rate of this movie, envious of the income of Norton I, while large companies were considering whether to ask Tang to direct their own movies. After all, the meaning of a billion-dollar box office is very different from those of niche art films. Of course, some people think that this movie is devoid of nutrition and is shoddy movie garbage. Tang, the Oscar-winning Best Cinematography, is unworthy of his title. He has abandoned his artistic pursuit and become full of the smell of money. In particular, some film critics known for their spiciness gave a general evaluation when commenting on this movie. The internal logic of the collapse, the overly powerful villain, the so-called test of human nature is nothing but Jigsaw's selfishness, and there is no depth that many people praise. This is just a popcorn thriller movie. It is not even scary. There are few blood and violent scenes. It is better to watch Texas to vent your hormonal impulse. However, such voices are insignificant in the public's praise. Even in terms of online ratings, Saw is higher than the films of the same period. The IMDb rating is 8.5, and the Rotten Tomatoes freshness is 81%, which proves everyone's opinion of this movie. Soon, Norton I received calls from distributors in various countries. These guys are like hyenas, smelling the box office. After all, works that perform well in the North American market are also very competitive in the world. As the largest cultural exporter at present, the United States has a great influence in the international community and the hearts of people around the world. After discussing the distribution, Tang is also considering whether he needs to set up a distribution department within the company. But this requires financial support, and the box office share of Saw will have to wait for about 3 months, that is, the Oscar season, to get the money. Tang asked Lauren to calculate the final share, because the Hollywood box office share ratio is a tiered system. The longer the movie is released, the higher the box office share of the theater, so the share of Saw must also be calculated according to different time periods: 60% in the first week, 50% in the second week, and 40% thereafter. In total, Norton's I and Lionsgate will receive a box office share of $56.12 million. After deducting Lionsgate's 12%, Norton's I will be able to get a final share of $49.38 million. If the money earned from the sale of peripherals is added, the profit will exceed $50 million. The cost is $5 million, and the income is $50 million. This rate of return can be said to be very enviable. When the global box office is released, it may be necessary to get another $20 million or so. It can be said that Saw has become Tang's most profitable cash cow. The remaining movies, whether Little Miss Sunshine or John Wick, can't compare with it. The only one that can surpass it is 50 Shades of Grey. But that was a single movie that surpassed it. If we talk about the long-term money-making ability of a series, Saw is still better. After finishing these things, Tang received many invitations to balls and brand ceremonies. The most prestigious one is the Council of Fashion Designers of America Awards. Although it is an award for designers, it is also one of Hollywood's red carpet events, and many stars will attend. After all, Hollywood has a very close relationship with fashion. And they invited Tang not simply to invite him to participate, but to invite him to be one of the award presenters, because his unique aesthetics in photography conquered the award committee. Whether it is the dark blues in The Makeover, the gorgeous colors in SK8 Boy, or the violent aesthetics of Insolent, it is enough to prove Tang's outstanding performance in aesthetics. Not to mention the various bright eye shots in Chicago. The brand owners behind the Council of Fashion Designers of America Awards unanimously believe that Tang is very compatible with fashion and is a very good award presenter. To this end, they also specially talked with Tang about further cooperation. They hope that Tang can serve as a photographer before the award ceremony and take a photo of each star and nominee, and send it back to the participants as a surprise and gift. Of course, Tang is not working for nothing. He will not only receive remuneration, but also gain the goodwill of the brand and become an honorary partner of a top fashion brand. This title is obviously more worthy of Tang than money. Becoming a partner of a fashion brand means that no matter how high-end the ceremony is in the future, there will be a place for Tang. It is not an ordinary place. Maybe he can participate in these ceremonies and have some power. This also means that the girls of his Angel Declaration will be more likely to be favored by fashion brands than other stars. So Tang agreed directly. In addition to the Fashion Association Award, another endorsement found Tang, which is the luxury watch brand Richard Mille that he wore when attending the Oscars before. They want to formally sign a spokesperson agreement with Tang, with an annual endorsement fee of $1 million, and will provide Tang with the latest generation of watch products for free. Tang would certainly not miss such an opportunity, and immediately decided to sign the endorsement contract. After finishing all these, it was time for the American Fashion Designers Association Awards, which is known as the Oscars of the fashion industry. When Tang arrived at the awards ceremony in advance, it was Charles, the chairman of this year's jury, who received him. Tang. Welcome. The middle-aged man with dyed yellow hair looked very fashionable with earrings and necklaces. After hugging Tang warmly, he glanced at him up and down. Oh, you have really good taste. Armani with Chanel, light-colored shirts and dark windbreakers, classic yet fashionable. Thank you for the compliment. Come on. After the greetings, Charles took him to the backstage of the awards ceremony. Tang, look, we have prepared a special studio for you. He pushed open the door, and Tang saw the dark green background surrounded by large pieces of gems at a glance, which was very luxurious. Very good. Tang praised, then asked, but if every star needs to be photographed, will there be enough time? Oh, dear Tang. Charles supported his arm. Of course it's not a very troublesome kind of shooting. We will notify the stars in advance and let them prepare their own poses. All you have to do is find a good angle, click. If their poses are ugly, it's up to you. But if they can't be saved, isn't that just right? Charles laughed, as if he had already thought of the headlines for the next day. That's right. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the award ceremony. Since he didn't have to worry about the poses, Tang felt much more relaxed, but even so he still had to remind Charles. By the way, President Charles, I may be a bit irritable during the filming. A tyrant on the set. Charles blinked. Done. There is no need to worry. In fact, I am much more irritable than you when I am designing. Many people have been scolded by me. The aesthetics of those mediocre people are too poor. I have to correct them little by little. You must understand this feeling. Yes, that's the feeling, Charles. Tang laughed. After the two of them exchanged some thoughts about the stupid guys they encountered during the creation, they immediately felt closer. Soon, Charles told Tang about the entire process of the award ceremony and proposed the new idea. Done, I think so. Can you cover your face when you are filming? Or wear a hat? Charles seemed to have thought of a very interesting idea. You're telling me not to let people recognize me? Yes. Charles nodded. Then after the filming is over, you will be in disguise when you go on stage to present the award. I will pretend to be surprised. Then you walk to the microphone and take off your disguise to surprise everyone. Isn't that interesting? Tang raised his eyebrows. You're right, Charles. It's very interesting. That's settled, Tang. Charles patted Tang's shoulder happily. Let's go. Work is over. There's a very good restaurant nearby. Let's go together. The two got into the car under the guidance of the staff. On the way, he was still praising Tang's face. Your face is really three-dimensional and your figure is good. If you become a model, I believe you will be popular. Tang joked, sometimes I also wonder, I have such a good appearance, why do I have to rely on my strength to prove myself? Tang, but I have to admit that your strength far exceeds your appearance. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chairman. The next day, the American Fashion Designers Association Awards officially began. For a time, all the media focused their attention on New York. A large number of reporters arrived and set up their cameras at the designated locations. The TV station's live broadcast truck also stopped nearby, broadcasting this Oscar of the fashion industry to the American audience. At the same time, Tang also walked into his studio in a black work suit. He not only wore a hat today, but also a wig and a fake beard. In order to avoid others recognizing him from his eyes, he deliberately wore sunglasses. So everyone at the scene, including Charles, recognized Tang after careful identification. Oh my god, Tang, you are really too cautious. Charles nodded with great satisfaction. I want this effect. Binder, you come to assist Tang. Hello, it's my honor to assist you. Binder is a very young brown-haired guy. He is a photographer under Charles. Although he speaks in a low-key manner, he is actually a battle-hardened photographer. But compared with the honors and fame that Tang has won, he can only be Tang's assistant. Hello, call me Norton from now on. Tang also changed his name, and Binder immediately nodded and agreed. After that, the two walked into the studio. Tang directed Binder to move the lights in the studio, so that the light would be reflected on the gems, instantly reflecting the dazzling light. What style of photos do you plan to take? After setting up the lights, Binder humbly learned from Tang. Tang sat on the chair with his camera and crossed his legs. Style? I plan to shoot dark style. Dark style. Binder was a little unsure of the meaning of this word. Seeing this, Tang smiled. Even in later generations, the fashion dark style is one of the niche styles. It is even rarer now, so it is normal for Binder not to understand. But this does not mean that the dark style is not good enough. On the contrary, dark style fashion blockbusters can often catch everyone's attention at the first time and shock others. Especially the chemical reaction formed by the interweaving of cold tones and impactful clothing design is enough to make all fashion photographers crazy. It's just that there is no unified standard and pattern for the dark style now, and others are still in the stage of groping. However, for Tang, his style has already been perfected. Whether it is the use of light or the angle of the technique, it is formed after absorbing the advantages of many outstanding photographers. Therefore, he plans to use this style now to gild himself. After all, the timing is very good. At the Fashion Designer Awards ceremony, all the stars will wear exaggerated, avant-garde or trendy clothes. These clothes and dark style will combine to create stunning photos. Tang is looking forward to the reaction of the media and judges after seeing this set of photos. Seeing that Binder was still a little confused, Tang directly asked him to be a model and took a dark style photo for him. Then he connected the camera to the computer to export the picture and did some simple processing. 10 minutes later, Binder finally saw the finished film. It was only after seeing the color and content of the photo that his eyes gradually widened. Tang, my God, this photo is so unique. Because of excessive shock, he even forgot to change his name. Tang shrugged his shoulders and corrected him, it's Norton. Okay, Mr. Norton. Binder looked at the photo again in surprise and exclaimed, it's really amazing. Although the photos in front of him were colorful, they were not bright, but suppressed in a subtle and cold style. The light reflected by the gems was stretched into horizontal lines in the lens, forming a unique beauty. Combined with the black, silver and dark green, the three colors are balanced like 7-piece puzzles, neither dazzling nor ignorable. And Tang's angle is also unexpected, a close-up. In Tang's photos, people have become an important part of the picture, cutting different colors to make all elements look balanced, but not covering up the style. This is a style that Binder has never seen before, and he was excited in an instant. This set of photos will definitely surprise everyone. Teacher Norton. Binder raised his head with an excited expression. Haha, I hope so. After Tang finished speaking, he heard the voices outside become obviously noisy. Okay, they have already started walking the red carpet, and the photoshoot will start soon, get ready. Okay. Leonardo DiCaprio and his girlfriend Gisele Bündchen were invited guests, and although they did not come together, they were one after the other. When he walked through the dazzling red carpet and followed the staff to the studio, he saw Gisele Bündchen being photographed by the photographer. Yes, Gisele, lift your chin slightly and hold your chest up a little. That's right, your side jawline is the most beautiful, remember it. The photographer was wearing a big hat and sunglasses, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his voice sounded quite young. Gisele Bündchen on the opposite side did not show any impatience to the photographer's complaints, but cooperated to complete the photoshoot, which made Leonardo a little strange. After the photoshoot, Gisele Bündchen smiled and responded, "Thank you, I will remember it." Next, Assistant Binder shouted, and Leonardo immediately walked into the studio. "Please pose here." Binder pointed to the positioning point on the ground, and Leonardo nodded his chin. Then he found that Gisele Bündchen did not leave and was watching from the side, so he smiled and posed a more showy hand-stretching pose in front of the gem. Pudgy. Gisele Bündchen laughed out loud, which made Leonardo feel very useful. However, his narcissism was interrupted by the photographer the next second. "What are you doing? Are you courting the gorilla?" Oh. Leonardo frowned. "Don't you think this pose is handsome?" "Not at all, it's terrible. I feel like I'm watching a documentary about animal reproduction," the photographer said bluntly. This remark made Leonardo a little annoyed, but in front of Gisele Bündchen, he finally showed a helpless smile. Okay, how should I pose? Turn sideways and look at me with your face. Binder, give this gentleman's clothes a little wind." Okay. Binder used a fan to blow Leonardo's suit slightly. "Yes, that's it." Click. After the photo was taken, Leonardo and Gisele Bündchen walked out of the door together. On the way, he asked in confusion, "Do you know him?" Gisele Bündchen looked at him and said, "I won't tell you." "Why?" "So you know him." Leonardo caught the meaning of her words. Gisele Bündchen's mouth curled up. "You will know in a while." The two entered the auditorium, which was not far from the studio. There were already more than a dozen stars sitting inside. However, several of them seemed to be chatting together. Leonardo and Gisele Bündchen just approached and heard Julia Roberts' complaints. "The photographer just now was really poisonous. Do any of you know him?" "No." Several stars shook their heads and said that they did not know the bearded photographer. I didn't think so. He didn't talk much and his throat seemed to be not very good. Jessica Alba thought Julia Roberts might be a little sensitive, but it was not surprising. Her bad temper was known to everyone in the circle. Monica Bellucci, who played in The Beautiful Legend of Sicily, also echoed, "He didn't even talk to me, he just stood there and posed for the photo. So why? Does he have any opinion about me?" Julia Roberts felt her hands folded in front of her chest. "It doesn't matter, he said that to me too." Leonardo suddenly interrupting the conversation of several people. "Really? Oh, dear." After seeing Gisele Bündchen, Julia Roberts and other female stars immediately stood up and hugged her enthusiastically. "Yes," he said, "my posture was like courting a gorilla." Leonardo did not hide it and said it directly. As soon as the voice fell, several actresses burst out laughing. He said I looked like a little boy who stole stockings and high heels. Emily Blunt also said what she was poisoned by. Then everyone's eyes shifted to Julia Roberts. She shrugged helplessly and said, "Well," he said, "my butt is more prominent than a sow." Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. "Damn it, I almost had him, but he took the photo too fast and I didn't get to it in time. I think it means you are very perky." Gisele Bündchen also joked. "Maybe, but I tried it, it's really perky enough to hold up a cup of Coke." After Julia Roberts said that, everyone couldn't help laughing again. Then several other stars came to the auditorium after taking photos, and when Julia Roberts called them over, they also joined the army of complaints. He said that when I pursed my lips, I looked like a black carp, which made him want to throw the hook. He is really humorous. This is the evaluation of the photographer to Cate Blanchett. He said that when I smiled, I looked like a shark, and asked me to shut my mouth and be more silent. This is the evaluation of the photographer to Michael Fassbender. He said that my two splayed eyebrows and mouth made me look very unlucky when I smiled, just like this embarrassing expression. It's really hurtful. This is the evaluation of the photographer to Joseph Gordon-Levitt. After hearing these interesting and poisonous tongues, other stars laughed and wanted to know what the photographer's name was and how he would evaluate the subsequent stars. But after waiting for a while, they did not see any new stars appear. Just when they were a little confused about this, a violent sound came from the direction of the studio, followed by a woman's scream. "What's going on?" Leonardo frowned, looked at the other male stars, and then walked quickly to the studio. The reporters who were preparing to take pictures in the auditorium also heard the sound and realized that something had happened. "Hurry. Go and have a look. Hurry up, we must take the first-hand photos. Don't worry about this big head, take the small camera." In this way, the staff, stars, and reporters all came to the front of the studio and looked inside from the only open door. Under the gemstone background wall, a black woman with chocolate skin and long middle-parted hair was staring at the bearded photographer opposite her angrily. There was a camera at her feet that was thrown to the ground, the lens was separated from the body, and there were black debris and broken lenses everywhere. On the left of the camera stood a young brown-haired photographer, his hands were empty, and it was obvious that the camera on the ground was his. But for some reason, it became the tool for the black actress to vent her anger and was smashed on the spot. However, when Gisele Bündchen approached the door and saw the black actress, she immediately recognized her and roughly knew the reason for the incident. Naomi Campbell. Hollywood's famous bad temper. It seems that perhaps because of the poisonous tongue during the shooting, she became dissatisfied with the photographer. Chapter 166, Anside Team Standing. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago, in the studio. When Naomi Campbell walked into the studio, she suddenly changed her performance on the red carpet and showed a haughty state. "This background is really ugly. We are shooting here." She first expressed her disdain, then slowly came to the background and stood still. "Come a little to the left, there is a fixed point, and then give me a pose." Tang ignored her complaints, raised the camera, and prepared to shoot. But Naomi did not listen to the instructions, but stood still. "Just move the light a little, I think this place looks better." Tang stared at her for a moment. "This background is already the most suitable place." "Really? I don't think it's." Naomi did not agree with Tang's opinion, but stood still. Seeing this, Binder hurried forward. "Let me adjust the light." When he adjusted the light, Tang raised the camera. "Oh, I recommend you change the lens. It's best to use a wide-angle shot of my face, and then take my body parts in. However, Naomi was relentless and wanted Tang to adjust his camera. Tang raised his eyebrows and casually changed a 28mm lens. Since she wants to show off, let her show off. Anyway, he is not the one who will make a fool of himself in the end. Come on, pose, we are ready to shoot. Tang raised the camera again. Naomi nodded with satisfaction, then put her hands on her hips and leaned against the gym wall. But just when Tang was about to press the shutter, she put her hands down and pointed behind her. Can you move this wall away? I think the light is too dazzling and will attract attention. Binder looked at her in embarrassment, and then looked at Tang. It shouldn't be difficult. Naomi completely ignored other people's thoughts and smiled to herself. The next moment, Tang's voice rang out. Shut up, Campbell. This is not your home. Do you understand? What? Naomi looked at Tang in surprise. White ghost. What are you talking about? I say. Tang repeated word by word. Shut up and cooperate with a photo shoot. This is a photo studio, not your home. Do you understand this time? Naomi was stunned, and Binder was also stunned. FXXK. You are just a shitty white ghost photographer. What right do you have to say that to me? Naomi was so angry that she jumped up and down. Tang sighed. Avril was right. This black ghost was really annoying. You are as disgusting as a female cat in heat in the park, Campbell. Tang turned on the venomous snake mode and commented on Naomi from beginning to end. Look at your mouth. It has been chattering non-stop since we entered the studio. Are you a hairdryer? Oh, no, your mouth is so thick that it looks more like a sausage in a hot dog. I hate hot dogs and sausages the most. And your body. Do you think it's interesting to change to a wide-angle lens? Your flat body is just like an airport. When you move, you have the beauty of an underdeveloped cerebellum. Damn. How dare you humiliate me? Naomi was going crazy. She didn't expect a small photographer to dare to say that to her, which greatly damaged her self-esteem. Humiliate? No, 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 I'm just telling the truth, okay? Seal. What did you say? I said your face is like an underdeveloped seal. Is there anything wrong with that? Fskskyow. Ah. Naomi screamed, stretched out her hand to grab Binder's camera and threw it on the ground. A few seconds later, the staff rushed in, and the stars and reporters who were eating melons also surrounded the door. After Binder briefly explained the cause of the incident, everyone's expressions became a little complicated. Although the photographer did verbally humiliate Naomi, she called him White Ghost first. This is an obvious racial discrimination name, and the white people present are very sensitive to this word. Coupled with her unreasonable troubles, it makes everyone feel a little difficult to comment. Mandy, the person in charge of the scene, was also a little embarrassed. He said, I think this matter should be forgotten, okay? He must apologize and get out. Naomi turned the tables and said, they are hiding the truth. He called me a nigger when we were shooting, so I scolded him. As soon as this was said, it immediately aroused the anger of the black people present and an uproar. Who the hell are you calling a nigger? Jamie Foxx, a well-known black actor and singer, rushed over and wanted to punch the photographer, but he dodged it. Then he was stopped, and then everyone looked at the photographer. Morgan Freeman walked in from behind the crowd. Naomi, are you telling the truth? Did he really insult you with that word? Naomi lied without blinking, of course. When I was posing, he said nigger to me, I heard it clearly. Morgan Freeman looked at Mandy, I think we should call the police. Whether he is involved in racial discrimination or not, the police need to investigate it clearly. But the award ceremony is not over yet, Mr. Freeman. I need to ask the chairman first, and then give everyone an answer. After Mandy finished speaking, he asked someone to find Mr. Charles. Apologize to me. Naomi saw that more people were standing on her side, and immediately became arrogant again, saying to the photographer, maybe after you apologize, I cannot hold you accountable in court. Mr. Norton did not say nigger. Binder was the first to stand up at this time. He explained, we never said these two words from beginning to end. So you mean Campbell is lying? Morgan Freeman is worthy of being an old actor and a senior. With just one sentence, Binder's pressure doubled. Under everyone's gaze, Binder nodded, I can take responsibility for what I said. Only Campbell said white ghost. Everyone's eyes returned to Naomi. Why would I lie? She shrugged her shoulders. So why should I lie? The photographer finally spoke, but when some people at the scene heard this voice, their eyes widened immediately. Do you need a reason? You are a racist. Naomi directly accused him of this. However, the next moment someone stood up. I think this matter may not be so simple. What? Naomi was going crazy. How could someone be willing to speak for this unknown photographer? She turned around and found that it was a blonde actress. Who are you? Naomi didn't know her, but some actors knew this blonde beauty. It's Scarlett. Soon her name spread throughout the studio. Scarlett walked to the photographer and said, I don't think we can just listen to one person's words. That's right. Jessica Alba also stood up and said, I know him, he's not a racist. You just said you didn't know him. Julia Roberts whispered next to him, and the next second Jessica reminded her in her ear. So it was him. Julia's eyes lit up, and she immediately walked out and said, I also think we need to investigate it. After all, some people are liars, and everyone knows their bad temper. Yes, I have worked with this photographer, and I believe he should not be a racist. Gisele Bündchen also stood up to speak for the photographer, which caught Leonardo off guard. But since his girlfriend stood on his side, he could only stand on that side. Ahem, that's right, we need to investigate it carefully and we can't wrongly accuse anyone. The reporters behind were very surprised to see this and discussed the identity of the photographer. Who is he? What's his name? Why do so many stars support him? Yes, Naomi is more famous, so why does the photographer have the upper hand? Is he the top photographer in the industry? Otherwise, there won't be so many people speaking up for him. Let's see, maybe Naomi is lying. Seeing that Naomi's side has become the weaker party, some stars can't stand it and stand up to speak for her. Naomi's dedication is obvious to all. I don't think she will wrongly accuse others. Samuel Jackson, a famous swearing hero in later generations, came behind her. Naomi, don't be afraid, we won't let anyone engage in racial discrimination in Hollywood. Halle Berry patted Naomi on the shoulder. Lawrence Fishburne, Jimin Hoon-soo, Don Cheadle and other black stars also stood up to support Naomi. In an instant, a clear black and white boundary appeared in the entire studio. But even though there were many people on Naomi's side, there were more supporters on the photographer's side. Charlize Theron also spoke after hearing the photographer's voice. I don't think he's a racist, because he has always been very fair when he was in the crew. I have seen him help black actors. Yes. Patty Jenkins also nodded and said, I agree with Charlize's point of view. Renee Zellweger, who arrived later, also stood up after whispering with Charlize, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Aren't there cameras here? Binder shook his head. If there were cameras, he would not have kept it to himself now. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Will Smith, who came down from the red carpet, walked into the studio with a curious face. What happened here? Here's what happened. Someone told him what happened. Dude, did you really say those two words? After listening, Will Smith approached the photographer, his eyes full of oppression. As a result, the photographer looked up and replied, not at all. No, wait, it sounds familiar. Will Smith shouted in surprise the next second, Don. It's you. My God. As soon as he finished speaking, most people present were confused. What did he say? Don? Who is that? I don't know, but I feel familiar. Isn't that the director of Saw? Saw? Are you talking about the best cinematography winner? Without waiting for everyone to continue guessing, the photographer took off his sunglasses and beard, and took off his hat, revealing his true face. In an instant, the black stars standing next to Naomi looked at him with surprised expressions, and even Morgan Freeman couldn't control the shock in his eyes. Don Norton. Why is it you? Everyone opened their mouths wide, expressing disbelief. He is obviously just an ordinary photographer. How could he suddenly become the best cinematography Oscar winner? Moreover, he has been in the limelight recently, relying on the box office of low-cost horror movies to exceed 100 million. Even those big film and television companies are looking for opportunities to cooperate with him. Would such a person engage in racial discrimination? Maybe in private, but it is impossible to openly engage in racial discrimination against female stars. So everyone didn't know what to say for a while. But Will Smith said to others with certainty, Don is not a racist person. He has shot many music videos for black people before, and he and I have a good relationship. This also reminded everyone of Tang's previous resume. Indeed, he has shot music videos for several black female singers. If it is really racist, he will not cooperate with him at all. In this way, Naomi's words are even more untenable. But this is not the end, because behind Will Smith, a gentle middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in. "Look! Steven Spielberg is here." When they saw him, all the stars smiled and nodded slightly, expressing their respect to the Hollywood Godfather director. Steven. Morgan Freeman also greeted him. Tang watched Steven Spielberg walk into the studio, not knowing what he was going to do. Did he want to stop this farce? Or has it been decided? Everyone outside the studio also looked at Steven Spielberg with expectation, wondering which side the Godfather would side with. But when Steven Spielberg came between Tang and Naomi, he did not comment on the matter. Instead, he faced Tang and stretched out his hand and said, "Tang, Rob told me about you. He said that your aesthetics are very good and your camera skills are also very outstanding." Tang stretched out his hand and shook it, smiling and said, "Thank you for your compliment, but Rob's directing is also very good. Indeed, I admire him very much. Are you free later?" Steven Spielberg took the initiative to invite. "Of course. Anytime." Tang was a little surprised, not knowing what the great director wanted to see him for. "That's good." Steven Spielberg patted Tang's shoulder, signaled to Morgan Freeman, and then the two walked out of the studio. "What did I see?" Some stars covered their mouths. Steven and Tang are going to have a private meeting. Is he going to talk about movies with Tang? Maybe he wants Tang to be the photographer for his new movie. I don't think so. Steven hasn't changed photographers for many years. What could that be? Does Steven want to invest in Tang's new movie? Maybe, but in any case, Naomi has hit a wall this time. While everyone was discussing it, Naomi's face became more and more ugly. Nothing is more unpleasant than being ignored. But she didn't dare to say anything to Steven Spielberg. And even if Steven Spielberg didn't say that Tang was not a racist, his remarks and behavior just now were undoubtedly supporting Tang. This also made many black stars who stood on Naomi's side hesitate, and even a small number of them slowly moved away from her side. At this time, Charles, the current president of the American Fashion Design Association Awards, who had received the news and understood the whole story, walked in. He changed into a black outfit, but he still had his earrings, rings, and necklaces. After seeing Tang, he immediately said, "Sorry, Tang, I didn't think it through." He didn't say anything to Naomi, but apologized to Tang first. Naomi had some bad guesses in her heart, but even so, she stood straight and said with her neck stiff, "Mr. Chairman, I am obviously the victim." "That's right, even if he is Tang, he is also a racist." Jamie Foxx echoed. Tang sneered, "It's not your turn to say this. I didn't say the word nigger, just like I don't use the word nigger to describe you now." Damn. Jamie Foxx couldn't help his hot temper, but he was blocked by others before he rushed over. Charles turned his head and said, "Although there is no surveillance here, it does not mean that we will favor any party. Binder is a cooperative photographer of our Fashion Design Association. He and Tang have only met twice, and it is the first time for them to cooperate. If Tang is really suspected of racial discrimination, Binder will inform us without you saying it and deal with it seriously." His words made Naomi's dark face a little embarrassed, and also made the stars standing beside her frown. After all, they thought that Binder and the photographer were in the same group, so he was protecting the photographer. But now with the endorsement of the chairman, Binder has no need to lie. Even if he offends Tang, there will be no problem. The two are not in the same industry at all. Therefore, his words immediately became the most powerful evidence and won the trust of the vast majority of people. Another part of black stars chose to stay away from Naomi, and only Jamie Foxx was still with her. So Naomi is the one who lied. The reporters discussed again. Not surprisingly, she has beaten people. But she dared to lie in such an occasion. She is quite brave. Anyway, it's easy to put the hat of racial discrimination on someone. If the photographer wasn't Tang, he might have been put in jail today. The reporters were talking about it, and at the same time they had thought of tomorrow's newspaper headlines in their minds. Naomi falsely accuses Tang of racial discrimination. "I'm telling the truth." Naomi shouted loudly, "They are joining hands to discriminate against me. This is a cover-up." At this point, she must stick to what she said. She can't accept the fact that everyone knows that she is lying. This will cause her reputation in the circle to plummet and she will lose the favor of many fashion brands. But the development of things is beyond her control. Charles shook his head. "You don't have any evidence, Naomi, so even if you take it to court, the judge can't make a judgment." So what? I won't let you off. See you in court, Tang. You racist. Naomi made a resolute gesture. This won her the favor of some black stars. After all, racial discrimination is the best weapon. After she finished speaking, she wanted to turn around and enter the auditorium, but was stopped by Charles. Sorry, Naomi, I am here to inform you as the chairman of the Fashion Association Awards that you are disqualified from participating in this event. His face was very serious, and his words were even colder. What? Naomi was tired of saying these two words today, but she couldn't help but blurt them out. Charles looked around and said, Tang has joined the Fashion Designers Association as our partner, and he is also a special guest at today's awards ceremony. If Tang really violated racial discrimination, then we will terminate the cooperation with him as soon as possible, but now, you have no evidence to prove that Tang said those two words to you. So I think your behavior has damaged the reputation of the members of the Fashion Designers Association and the reputation of the entire association, so please leave. Is there a problem? After hearing this, the people around him fell into an emotion that was even more shocked than when they learned about Tang's identity before. Because this is not an ordinary association. The Council of Fashion Designers is the core association of all American fashion industries. Countless fashion brands have set sail from here. Every year, the award-winning designers are among the best in the industry. They either work for major fashion brands or start their own brands. In other words, 90% of fashion brands in the United States use the Council of Fashion Designers of America award as a weather vane. Luxury brands such as Prada, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, and Versace are also members of the association. Whoever joins this association will have a smoother road to fashion in the future. Whoever is abandoned by this association will have a short-lived fashion road. So when Naomi heard Charles' words, she seemed to have heard a bolt from the blue, and she was immediately panicked. Mr. Chairman, I didn't slander him. Seeing that Naomi still wanted to explain, Charles shook his head. I don't care whether you slander or not. You are free to go to court if you want to, but your performance today really brings shame to the entire award, so please leave. After that, he turned to look at Tang. The photography continues. I will arrange people here next. Don't worry, this kind of thing will not happen again. No problem, Mr. Chairman. Tang nodded gently and watched Naomi leave in despair. Those stars who were originally standing together also deliberately turned their heads to talk to others, avoiding everything they had just done. After Naomi left, the staff on the scene reorganized the order, and the stars returned to the auditorium. Except for Scarlett. With a dangerous smile, she secretly reached out and pinched the tight muscles on Tang's waist. Very good, my great night. I would not have shown up if I had known. I didn't expect so many beauties to support you. Tang glanced around and saw Jessica Alba still waiting at the door, so he gave her a look. Then he turned to face Scarlett. You called me by the wrong name. What? You are so shameless. Scarlett was shocked. But Tang did not bypass her. This is what you promised yourself. Okay. Master. Scarlett said these two words in the smallest voice. Tang immediately smiled and said, I will only remember the first person who stood up, Miss Saint. Scarlett looked at him with a charming look, then raised the corners of her mouth. See you at the hotel tonight. I will thank you very much. Tang said this, and someone suddenly passed by, and Scarlett immediately returned to her expressionless face. Then see you later. Scarlett said with a double meaning, and turned to go to the auditorium. When passing by Jessica Alba, the two looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking, and passed by. Chapter 167 Fate You appears. Tang, I didn't expect you to be a photographer. Jessica Alba and Tang stood by the door. Not far away, Binder and others were helping to pack up the lights and props. Tang shrugged. Mr. Chairman asked me to hide my identity, but it's not your fault. Jessica smiled and said, but it seems that many people recognized you. Yes, because my voice can't be hidden. Tang looked at her beautiful face. I should thank you. After all, it's not a good thing to be associated with racial discrimination. You are not a racist. Jessica said, and was silent for 3 seconds, and then said, are you free tonight? Tang, I want to invite you to a party. Of course I am free. Tang readily agreed, but I have to talk to Mr. Steven first. No problem, then you go ahead. Jessica left the studio, and Tang also entered the working state again. Relax, that's your waist, not a piece of wood. Relax a little more. Don't squint, are you nearsighted? Open your eyes wider. Just put your hands on both sides, don't make any movements, you look like someone with ADHD. The stars came and went, and Tang did not change his outspoken and sharp-tongued style. After these stars entered the auditorium, they couldn't help but talk about Tang's comments while sitting in their seats, causing everyone to even get used to it. Maybe this is Tang's personality, sharp-tongued and picky. There are many such people in Hollywood, but people without status and position don't dare to show it so obviously. But Tang is qualified, at least he has made movies with a box office of over 100 million yuan, and this is just the box office revenue, not counting the revenue from CDs and peripherals. Maybe one day he will direct some big-budget movies, and maybe the stars present will have the opportunity to work with him. So it is still important to leave a good impression. Soon, when all the stars finished filming, the award ceremony in the auditorium officially began. Mr. Charles walked to the stage and began to present the awards, interspersed with fashion shows and music performances. At the end of the award ceremony, when the gold, silver and bronze awards were about to be announced, Charles began to announce the presenter of the bronze award. Please welcome our presenter. Wait, who are you? Before he finished speaking, a man with a hat, beard and sunglasses came over from the back of the stage. His face could not be seen. However, everyone knew who he was, but they still cooperated and made puzzled expressions. Aren't you a photographer? Why did you come here suddenly? Charles pretended not to know. However, the next second, the bearded man stood still, lifted his hat, and removed his disguise. Wow! The stars showed exaggerated surprise. Don? Oh, ha! Welcome our presenter, Don Norton. After Charles finished speaking, the music sounded briefly, and Don also came to the microphone. Picking up the microphone, Don's mouth curled up. I have been taking pictures for everyone just now. I guess many people want to kill me. Ha. The stars laughed and nodded in unison in front of the camera. But unfortunately, I'm not being venomous for effect, but because I'm really that kind of person. Tang paused for a moment, so if you want to work with me in the future, you must be mentally prepared and don't let me scold you to tears. Ha. In addition, I also have a lot of black material about people, such as who said FXXK a few times, who said SHXT a few times, who smashed the camera. Oh, this person is no longer here. Ha. The stars didn't expect Tang to be so bold. Tang looked at the camera and stretched out his hand. By the way, if you watch it again, don't forget to pay for the camera. Ha. This sentence directly ignited the atmosphere at the scene, and the stars couldn't even control their expressions. After the whipping was over, Tang finally let Naomi go and started the formal award ceremony. After the award ceremony, he walked all the way from the backstage to his seat. Next to him was Steven Spielberg. This was the empty seat that Charles had reserved for him. When the stars around saw Tang sitting next to the Godfather director, they couldn't help but look at him sideways. But the two did not say anything during the award ceremony. Perhaps out of respect for the Fashion Designers Association, Steven did not mention what he wanted to talk to Tang about. It was not until the end of the award ceremony that he took Tang to the lounge and chatted while drinking coffee. Tang, actually, I came to you because I want to talk to you about a movie. Steven took a sip of coffee, thought for a moment and said, I have been preparing for this movie for many years. To be honest, it is not an easy story to describe in words. Have you heard of geisha? Tang's memory was immediately touched by these two words, and he remembered a movie that described Japanese geishas, but used Chinese actors and spoke English lines. Memoirs of a Geisha. If he guessed correctly, Steven was talking about this movie. I have heard of it. Tang did not show it, but just nodded. Then what kind of people do you think geishas are? Steven asked curiously. He did not think that Tang could express a very profound understanding. He just wanted to see if Tang could grasp that feeling. However, after Tang spoke, Steven slightly widened his eyes and immersed himself in what he said. I think geishas are the lost ones between tradition and modernity. They maintain the glory of tradition and follow complicated procedures and etiquette, just like a piece of fine porcelain. But after entering the modern era, they are ruthlessly crushed into the soil by wheels and gunfire. So in my opinion, they are a group of people abandoned by history. This sentence shocked Steven's heart, which was exactly what he thought. Porcelain, yes, that's the word. Tangda accurately described the life of geishas in his imagination. I really didn't expect you to understand this so deeply. Steven showed an admiring expression. Tangda smiled slightly. After all, he had seen Memoirs of a Geisha and knew the connotation and expression of this movie. Then if there is such a script about geishas, what role do you hope to be? Steven asked again. Of course I hope to be a director and photographer. Tangda did not hide his ambition. I think I can handle it, because I am good at this: women, romance, hardship, and persistence. I like this kind of theme very much. Well, Steven thought for a while. I know. He suddenly became a little absent-minded, and I don't know what he was thinking. But Tangda had a rough guess in his mind. The original director of the movie Memoirs of a Geisha was Rob Marshall, who is also the director of Chicago. He is good at shooting dance and body expression, which is why Steven chose him. But Tangda's control of color is also something Steven can't give up. So he got tangled up and didn't know how to choose. So after talking to Tangda for a few words, he went back to the company first, probably wanting to make an overall assessment before making a decision. But Tangda didn't leave in a hurry, but called Jessica first. Sorry, Jessica, Mr. Steven invited me to dinner. Yes, what a coincidence. I'm in the bathroom now, of course, to call you. Don't worry, Mr. Steven is very kind. Okay, have a good time, don't drink too much. After hanging up the phone, Tangda waited in the lounge for 20 minutes, and let Binder make sure that all the stars had left before walking out of the auditorium along the path. Then he drove directly to Scarlett's hotel. Room 9021. In the elevator, Tangda loosened his tie and looked at his appearance against the reflection of the metal wall. After confirming that it was correct, he walked out of the elevator and came to the door of room 935. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Scarlett's door. Footsteps sounded behind the door, but these footsteps seemed a little heavier than before. Tangda waited patiently, and soon, the door was opened. A huge figure appeared in front of Tangda. Handsome man, who are you looking for? A fat woman in a large bathrobe stood behind the door with some surprise and some confusion. Oh, Tangda looked up at the house number with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, Mom, I seem to have walked into the wrong door. Really? Handsome guy, which room do you live in? The fat woman did not let him go, but came closer to ask. Tangda's nose suddenly spread with a strong rose smell. Obviously, the lady used too much rose shower gel when taking a bath. I live in 9027, just on the other side. Tangda smiled and said to her, waved to her, and left politely. Re-entering the elevator, Tangda took out his mobile phone and found that Scarlett had sent a new text message. This is a punishment for you, my master. If you want to punish me back, unfortunately, you can only meet in the next city. Tangda smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by Scarlett. It seems that the support of many female stars in the studio before made her feel a sense of crisis. But this is interesting, isn't it? After leaving the hotel, Tangda did not call Jessica. Repeatedly is a taboo in relationships. He drove directly back to the company. But just as he walked into the company's door, he saw a chubby Japanese man wearing glasses standing in the hall, talking to Kane. Who is this? Tangda asked the customer service lady at the front desk. When the customer service lady saw the boss, she immediately straightened her chest nervously and greeted Tangda with the most plump posture. He is here to apply for a job, boss. His name is Johansson. Johansson. Tangda was a little confused, not knowing who this guy was. But he didn't plan to ask directly. Kane would definitely report later. So Tangda nodded his chin and returned to his office. Not long after, Kane walked in. Boss, a Japanese man just came to interview for the position of Angel Declaration. What's his name? Tangda leaned back in the boss's chair. His name is Johansson. This is his business card. Kane handed over his business card. After Tangda took it and looked at it carefully, he found a line of small words under the English name, which wrote his Japanese name. The next moment, Akamoto Yasushi. Tangda sat up, and didn't expect that the person he had been looking for would appear in front of him. Chapter 168 Dark Arts. Yasushi Akamoto, the founder of AKB48. Who would have thought that he would just show up in his company and apply for a job? This was totally beyond Tangda's expectation. So the next day, he asked Kane to notify this guy, who goes by the alias Johansson, to come to the company for an interview. Hello. Yasushi Akamoto is a sturdy man, and when he nods, You can see his protruding double chin. Hello, sit down. Tangda sat on the sofa with him. Why do you want to join Angel Declaration? Tangda asked the question first. Yasushi Akamoto nodded repeatedly and explained, because I watched your company's theater performances. I think they are very exciting. In fact, I have also been in a similar female idol group in Tokyo before, but it has never made any waves. I see, then Mr. Akamoto should have a lot of experience in managing girl groups. Yasushi Akamoto raised his head in confusion, a little surprised by Tangda's address to him. Tangda smiled and said in Japanese, I know a little Japanese, and I just went to Tokyo a while ago. I see. Hi. Akamoto Yasushi was immediately overjoyed. Since the boss of Angel Declaration was familiar with Tokyo, he might hire him. I am very experienced. I once founded the Kitten Club, and many senior Japanese female stars came out of it. Akamoto Yasushi recounted all the past events in detail. Well, it sounds like you have achieved great success. Why did you come to America? Hearing this question, Akamoto Yasushi laughed awkwardly. Although I made a lot of money at that time, I spent more money on training and personnel, so the profit was not much. And I love this model of cultivating girls groups. I think they will definitely shine in Japan. This is why I came to America. I want to learn from the experience of other countries. Then did you learn it? Unfortunately, no. But a few days ago, after seeing the theater performance of Hot Angels, I felt that your company's philosophy is very close to mine, but it is not mature enough. But if I can join your company, I think my experience can help Hot Angels. Tangda pulled the corner of his mouth. Akamoto Yasushi said it nicely, but he actually wanted to learn all the things of Hot Angels. After all, this is derived from the training model of AKB48, and some of the measures are more mature than when AKB48 first started. But Akamoto Yasushi certainly can't say that he wants to learn the model of Hot Angels. Doesn't that mean that he will definitely leave Angel Declaration in the future? So in order to join the company, he can only say so. However, Tangda didn't care whether he would leave Angel Declaration. He only cared whether Akamoto Yasushi could accept the investment and become another chess piece in his hand. Then tell me, Mr. Akamoto, what do you think Hot Angels is not doing well enough? Hey. Akamoto Yasushi had been prepared. After he finished speaking, Tangda immediately expressed his appreciation. Good suggestion, Mr. Akamoto. I think you are very suitable for the position of planner, so when can you come to work? Tomorrow. Akamoto Yasushi was excited when he saw that his goal was achieved. Then tomorrow. Hey, thank you for your recognition. After Tangda confirmed that his employment was on schedule, he looked at him bowing and thanking, and he lingered for a few minutes before leaving. There will be plenty of time in the future, Tangda said to himself. He wanted to slowly convince the creator of the girl group, and then offer him benefits. Let the girl group become his future money-making weight. After thinking about these, Tangda picked up the newspaper, which reported in detail the racial discrimination incident that occurred in the American Fashion Designers Association Awards. The title was also very sensational. Naomi falsely accuses Tangda of racial discrimination. Expelled from the Association Awards. It describes in detail Naomi's accusation against Tangda, and her embarrassing appearance when she was finally kicked out. After this report came out, many fashion brands said that they would no longer consider choosing Naomi as a clothing model. The Victoria's Secret fashion show also immediately stated that it would stop contracting with Naomi in the future. Naomi's fashion work suddenly came to a standstill, and her commercial value plummeted. But she didn't intend to suffer so much. Many media outlets published interviews about her at the same time. In the article, she tearfully told reporters that Tangda did insult her with racially discriminatory words, but the chairman of the Association Awards favored Tangda. Immediately afterwards, she said she would appeal, sue Tangda for racial discrimination, and claim $5 million. Although most media chose to stand on the point of view of facts, racial discrimination has always been a good time to stand in line. Many black stars also took the opportunity to stand up and said that they had suffered a lot of discrimination and injustice in Hollywood. They also said that Hollywood is the largest discrimination center in the United States. This caused some white stars and directors to be caught up in the public opinion storm and become the target of the attack against racial discrimination. Seeing that the situation was about to fall into a direction that was unfavorable to them. The next day, a piece of news came out, which made readers who follow Hollywood crash their brains. a well-known New York law firm that focuses on celebrity disputes, suddenly issued a statement claiming that Mr. Tang had commissioned them to sue Naomi for defamation and other 8 criminal and civil charges, and said that they had obtained key evidence and would submit it to the judge before the trial. At the same time, they also warned those black stars and celebrities who vowed to defame Mr. Tang's reputation, hoping that they could discern the truth of the matter instead of blindly following others. As soon as the news came out, everyone's attention was immediately shifted from racial discrimination to the 8 charges. After all, so many charges are generally the treatment suffered by murderers, so how could it be Naomi's turn? But the lawyer's words were firm and he said that he had key evidence, which made people have to make associations. Could it be that Tang was accused of racial discrimination because he had obtained the black material about Naomi? Conspiracy theories have their supporters everywhere. The gossip media, like a brown bear seeing honey, immediately made all kinds of speculations about the incident, directly confusing the issue of racial discrimination. For a while, everyone had their own reasons, but they could not see the truth. But Naomi was very angry, because she did not expect Tang to act faster than her, as if she had really been harmed. But there was no way, now she could only passively go to court. Naomi found the best lawyer in New York, and under the lawyer's reminder, she began to collect all the information and black materials about Tang since his debut. Since you want to do it thoroughly. Tang did not take any action, or he had arranged a lawyer and a private detective, and everything was done according to the established arrangements. Naomi's accusation against him was not his most concerned thing at the moment, because the photos he took for the American Fashion Designers Association Awards were released. These photos, which were uniformly named dark art, were officially published in major magazines and attracted the collective attention of the fashion industry. At this time, in Prada's office, Miuccia Prada, the chief designer, was looking at this set of photos. "It's so exaggerated." She shook her head and expressed her amazement. "This is really very imaginative and tense. I like this style." She handed the photo to her assistant. "Look at this one. Do you know who this is? I think she has a good expressiveness." The assistant took the photo, which showed a beautiful woman facing the camera with her side face. The light left a curved arc of light and dark on her face, and at the same time, she slightly opened her lips, so that the tiny grooves on her lips were illuminated by the light, and matched with her low-necked short skirt. She looked extremely sexy. After a simple identification, the assistant replied, "It's Jessica Alba. Well, you can find her for the summer clothes of next season." Miuccia directly determined the spokesperson for Prada next season without any hesitation. Because she liked Jessica's free posture in the photo. Although in fact, she liked the style of the photo more. Dark art, so appropriate, bold shots, breakthrough colors, full of tension. What if it is used on clothing? Have you thought about it? The assistant thought for a moment. "I think it must be very eye-catching." "Yes." Miuccia smiled. "This is a brand new style, or trend. I am sure that many clothing brands will try to follow this style in the future. In fact, if I were the editor-in-chief of Vogue magazine, I would definitely want Tang to shoot a cover immediately. I need Tang's contact information. Find it for me." At the same time, Vogue editor-in-chief Yulia was shouting to his subordinates. "This is an unprecedented style. Our magazine must follow up immediately. Interviews and covers, arrange them for me." He was very excited, of course not just because of a good photo. But the mature style reflected in these photos has never been seen before. If there were only 1 or 2 photos, then what Tang did would not attract the attention of the fashion circle. Because it only represents inspiration, not style. But Tang actually took dozens of photos with the same lighting tone and color style in one breath, which means that he has completely integrated this technique and formed a brand new style. Dark style. The meaning of this is self-evident. In the photography world, it is a big deal to create a new school. It's just that Tang is a person in the entertainment industry, and the photography industry has not yet reacted. So after Yulia realized the emergence of this new style, he immediately invited Tang to interview him. This not only represents the sensitive fashion sense of Vogue magazine, but also represents that they are always at the forefront of the trend. But Yulia did not receive good news, because Tang's phone has been bombarded by major fashion magazines and is now busy. Damn it. Yulia put on his coat, picked up his briefcase and walked out. "Editor-in-chief, are you going to meet Tang in person?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Yulia looked at the assistant in front of him. "But he is suspected of racial discrimination." The assistant reminded him. Unexpectedly, Yuliu turned his head and left. Fuck racial discrimination, I only work for fashion, no matter what he is, even if he is a real rubbish, it doesn't matter now. Chapter 169. Good luck Tangda. Tangda has received countless invitation calls these 2 days, all of which are job invitations and interview invitations from fashion brands or fashion magazines. Of course, he would not miss such a good opportunity. After screening, he chose several magazines with the highest traffic and the highest level to accept interview requests. After accepting the interview with a magazine, an unexpected association came to Tangda. APA, American International Photographers Association, invited him to join the association as a member. Tangda joined ASC, American Society of Cinematographers, after the Oscars, but he usually doesn't care about the affairs of the association. It is more of a platform for mutual exchange. So he didn't take the invitation of the American International Photographers Association very seriously. It was not until the president of the association, Mr. Erickson, expressed his desire to organize a personal photo exhibition for him that he became interested. You know, among the thresholds of photography art, the highest threshold is the gallery photo exhibition. Except for a small number of exclusive photographers signed by galleries, most photographers have to produce enough artistic photos to be qualified to hold an exhibition. Tangda didn't expect that he would be able to receive such an honor one day, which would even make him happier than the big sales of movies. After all, he had no shortage of money in his previous life, but the only thing he lacked was recognition in the industry. Now that he had this opportunity, he would definitely seize it. So he agreed to Mr. Erickson's proposal and joined the International Photographers Association, becoming an honorary member. And on the second day after the American International Photographers Association announced that Tangda had joined the association, the major magazines that published a group of photos dark art suddenly gained unimaginable sales, more than double the usual sales. When the newspaper reporter visited and investigated, he found that it was this group of photos that attracted the love of young people across the United States. On the one hand, it was because of the blessing of celebrities, and on the other hand, it was because of the style. This kind of photo with bright colors and unique angles made many maverick young people feel very cool. Everyone was actively discussing the style of this group of photos, and at the same time trying to imitate the shooting method of this style. Unfortunately, not everyone has such good skills as Tangda, so most of the photos they took were just a bunch of weird things. But some businesses were keenly aware of the business opportunities contained in it, and launched the business of shooting dark style photos in a timely manner, giving many young people a vivid lesson in emptying their wallets. Another group of independent photographers who liked the dark art photos also began to promote this style on the internet and in columns, and imitated it in large numbers. In just a few days, they attracted many fans. However, after joining the association, Tangda, the founder of the dark style, also opened his own personal website on the internet. It not only has various photos, but also various courses he wrote and promoted them. For a time, the number of page views rose steadily, and it even climbed to the top 100 of the US web traffic rankings. Tang, your name has been everywhere these days. At night, Anne Hathaway lay in Tangda's arms in blue silk pajamas, smiling. Tangda shrugged and put down the newspaper. Indeed, I don't know why everyone likes to discuss me so much. Is it because I am handsome? Ha ha ha. Anne Hathaway laughed. Although you are telling the truth, I still want to say that you are really thick-skinned. Maybe. Tangda just finished speaking when the phone rang. He calmly looked at the name and found that it was not his confidant's, so he answered the phone. Hello. Don. It was Julia Roberts. I don't know where she got his phone number from, but it should be Jessica. After all, the party was hosted by Julia. Julia, what's wrong? Tangda and Anne Hathaway glanced at each other, and she closed her mouth and listened to Tangda's conversation. I want to thank you, really, I didn't expect this to happen. Julia's voice was a little incoherent due to excitement. Speak carefully, what's wrong? Tangda was a little confused. Oh, it's Chopard. Chopard invited me to be their spokesperson. It was after your group of photos was released that their person in charge thought I was very suitable for their new watches. Julia still couldn't believe it when she talked about this. Chopard is a top Swiss watch and jewelry brand. Choosing spokespersons is a very cautious matter. Julia must have been in the selection process, but the photo of dark art made her settle. So it's not unreasonable for her to thank Tangda. She is a straightforward person. Congratulations, Julia, that's great. Think about it, it was you who presented me with the Oscar for Best Photography, and this also led to you becoming the spokesperson for Choppered. This is God's arrangement, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Tang. I really regret not taking a few more photos now. When are you free? I want to ask you to shoot a set of photo albums. Tangda smiled and shook his head. You know, I'm a little busy recently. Let's talk about it after I finish the work at hand. Okay, no problem. You didn't come to the party last time, and Jessica was disappointed for a long time. You can't refuse next time. Tangda looked into Anne Hathaway's eyes. His expression did not change at all. Of course. I will not miss your party. After hanging up the phone, Anne Hathaway spread out her hands. Look, Tang, I said. You must be an angel sent by God. Whoever you shoot photos or covers for, you will bring them good luck, just like me, just like Julia. Maybe. Tangda lowered his eyebrows. I feel so too. I mean, it's an honor to be your angel. Tang. Anne Hathaway was moved by this sentence, approached Tangda and pressed him on the bed. What are you going to do to your angel? Tangda pretended not to know. I want. Anne Hathaway bit her lip, leaned over and whispered, I want to let you know what the devil's temptation is. That's great, ahem, no, I mean it's terrible. You are so good at pretending. Anne Hathaway lifted the quilt after saying that, and the whole room was immediately plunged into an ambiguous atmosphere. A week later, the discussion caused by the photos gradually died down, but at the same time, another gossip spread throughout Hollywood. Because Julia Roberts told everyone that the dark art photos taken by Tangda brought her good luck, someone made a statistics and found that 6 stars in this group of photos benefited from it. In addition to Julia Roberts, there are several stars such as Gisele Bündchen, Leonardo, and Jessica Alba. They all gained the favor of different brands after the photos were released and signed contracts. Although some people's contracts had already been signed, they were still included by the busybodies, because this was the only way to make Tangda's photos bring good luck. People always throw darts first, and then set up a target around the darts. In addition, this matter was said by several celebrities involved, which immediately added a layer of credibility. So this rumor spread more and more in Hollywood, and Naomi, who opposed Tangda and did not have photos taken, and was abandoned by the fashion industry, the rumor became more and more credible. For a while, other stars were also tempted. Some of those who were more capable of action had called Tangda and invited him to take photos for them, but Tangda was too busy, so most of them refused. There was only one female star's invitation, and Tangda chose to accept it. She was Charlize Theron. The reason why he agreed to her invitation was very simple. Because Tangda wanted to confirm the recent rumors in Hollywood. Those people gave him the nickname Lucky Tangda. Obviously, if this nickname was confirmed, it would gain the goodwill of a large number of stars. There is no one who doesn't like a guy who brings good luck to others. Charlize Theron is just right. The 2004 Golden Globe Awards and the Oscar Awards are coming up. If I take photos of her at this juncture, then when she wins the title of Best Actress, I, as a photographer, will naturally become the focus of everyone's attention. Then, when negotiating film cooperation in the future, it will be a great advantage. Tangda thinks far ahead and does not miss any opportunity that can pave the way for the future. At the same time, the movie Monster began a small-scale preview in Los Angeles. When the well-known film critic Bunchy walked into the theater, he saw many colleagues. Hey, Bunchy, long time no see. Fernando, who is also a film critic, came over. The two of them are alumni of the same university, so they feel particularly close after meeting. Long time no see. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and then sat on the soft seats. I heard that this movie is adapted from a real event. After Fernando sat down, he looked at the film critics who came in one after another and commented, but I always feel that Charlize Theron's face is not suitable for playing a murderer. You are right. Bunch nodded. Charlize Theron is too beautiful. Although this movie claims to break the fixed impression, it is not so easy to eliminate the stereotype, unless it is a disfigured acting. And the director is also a newcomer, Patty Jenkins. I haven't heard of her any great works. The only familiar person in the entire crew is Tang. I think so too. Bunch laughed. Tang is the art director and photographer of this movie. You should know the photos he took recently. Of course, my child went to the photo studio to take photos before. Damn it, the photos taken by those guys have nothing to do with dark art, and they charged me $50. Fernando complained a few words and then said, "I just hope that Tang's art can save this movie now." "Then let's take a look. Maybe it can give us a surprise." As soon as Bunch finished speaking, the staff over there began to introduce the movie to everyone. At this point, the invited film critics and veteran movie fans have all arrived, and it's time to play the movie. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Nashville. The cinema soon darkened and the movie started. At first, when the woman played by Charlize Theron appeared in the picture, no one recognized her. It was not until she started talking that everyone suddenly realized that the woman was Charlize Theron. God, is this really her? Is the director sure that she didn't use a double? Fernando was surprised. Although there were many reports before that Charlize Theron paid a lot to play the female devil this time, the effect that was comparable to disfigurement still made people unable to be 100% sure. It seems that Charlize is really here for the queen of the screen this time. Bunch felt that his curiosity was aroused. It was so interesting to go from that exquisite and elegant beauty to such a sloppy and unkempt female killer. But soon, the thoughts in their hearts followed the plot and turned into uneasiness about the fate of the female killer, especially when Charlize Theron killed for the first time. The leaves formed mottled light and shadows in the moonlight, making her face flicker, as if suggesting that her heart was not calm. Then the female killer played by Charlize Theron lived a life of deception and murder. In order to make money, she killed several drivers in succession. Each time, there would be more shadows on her face. Even in the scorching sun, there would be shadows of trees reflected on her face, covering her increasingly ferocious expression. Until she confessed to her female lover, the two hugged each other after a quarrel and finally fell on the bed. The two bodies kept surging, rising and falling, and panting, which made Bunch stare. The dim sunlight was reflected on the bed through the heavy glass, and the not-so-white bodies of the two people were intertwined like goddesses in oil paintings. Although the process was full of demands and desires, there was no pornography at all. Instead, from this bed scene, Bunch saw love. It was the dangerous and fragile entanglement and relationship between homosexuals. This made him improve his evaluation of the movie Monster. He thought it was just a one-man show of Charlize Theron, but he didn't expect that through just a bed scene, the personality characteristics of the other heroine were highlighted. After the whole movie was over, Fernando looked at Bunchy. "How do you feel?" "Not bad. I can't say anything else now." "Of course, I understand." Fernando smiled. He was also a film critic, so he naturally knew how to avoid suspicion. However, after hearing Bunchy's words, he already understood what Bunchy wanted to say. After leaving the theater, the staff of Newmarket Pictures had been waiting for a long time with the evaluation form. After a questionnaire survey, 80% of the people gave a score of 7 points, and 10% gave 8 points. This undoubtedly proved the watchability of the movie. When the report was sent back to the company, it also made the senior executives feel relieved. In the evening of the same day, the reports of various film critics were freshly released. When Mirren was browsing the website, he saw their evaluation of the movie Monster. At this time, he was at home, but there was a familiar figure standing beside him. It was Judy. She was wearing pink slippers and stepping on the floor of his house, looking at the furnishings and paintings in the room. I don't know why, she suddenly mentioned that she wanted to come to his house today. Mirren obviously had no right to refuse, so he let her come. After Judy entered Mirren's room, she looked around in a relaxed manner. Mirren's heart was pounding, perhaps because he smelled the perfume on Judy, or perhaps because of the charming thoughts in his mind. If Judy hadn't said she wanted to watch a movie, he didn't know what to do to cover up his confusion. In fact, after the two of them watched Saw together, they had never had the heart to watch other movies because the movie was too scary. Judy was frightened several times, and Mirren's arm was pinched purple after the movie. Others say that girls will throw themselves into the arms of men when they are frightened, but why does Judy want to pinch people when she is frightened? Mirren thought about it and couldn't figure it out, so he didn't plan to choose a scary movie this time. Originally, Monster was not within his consideration, but when he saw the movie reviews, he felt that it didn't seem impossible. Bunch, if I were to evaluate this movie, there are only 2 words: subversion. Charlize Theron subverted everything about herself, From her appearance to her form to her voice. To be honest, if I hadn't known that she was the heroine, I would have never associated her with this ugly woman. But in contrast to Charlize Theron's disfigured acting, the director's mediocre narrative skills, the whole story is straightforward, and there is nothing to say. I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Fortunately, the film's lens design and art are very distinctive, which saved the film's viewing experience. At the same time, the bed scene in it also made me see the true love between the two protagonists. Mirren subconsciously looked at the poster of the female devil, and found that Tang's name was written in the column of art director and photographer, and couldn't help smacking his lips. What's wrong? What are you looking at? The female devil. After Judy finished looking at all the paintings, she leaned over, and her drooping hair fell on Mirren's ears, making him feel a little itchy. This movie can't be a horror movie. Mirren thought Judy was a little strange. She obviously liked supernatural phenomena, but she kept away from bloody horror movies. According to her, it was because she knew that supernatural phenomena were not real, but murderers were widely present in American society. Watching this kind of movie would make her feel insecure. No, this is a movie adapted from a real event. Charlize Theron played the role. The prototype is it. Mirren wanted to watch it, of course, not because of the sex scene in it. That's okay. Judy also became interested when she learned that Charlize Theron played the role. So the two watched a few more film reviews. Fernando, excellent lighting skills, excellent scene art, excellent acting skills, and poor narrative skills. This is my impression of Monster. If you want to see what is called disfigured acting, then you must go and see it, because this is Charlize Theron's most subversive work since her debut. And there are many shots in the movie that have suggestive meanings. The most impressive one is definitely the light and shadow on Charlize's face when she killed the first person. With her expression, I couldn't tell for a moment whether it was a documentary or a movie. I think Charlize Theron will definitely be nominated at the Oscars for her outstanding performance in the movie, so you can go and see it. It will definitely be worth the price of the ticket. Do you want to see it? Mirren looked up at Judy, but unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the scenery inside her collar. Instantly, his face turned red. But Judy didn't realize this, nodded, and said while reading the comments, "Just go and see this." At the same time, little Taylor was being assessed by Tang in the recording studio. After singing 3 songs in a row, she walked out of the recording studio and looked at Tang expectantly. "Really good." Tang nodded, "I think it's great. You gave me a surprise, Taylor." "Really?" Little Taylor raised her head happily, showing her swan neck. "Then when will our camping start?" "Soon." Tang laughed. "We will go camping in 2 days. During this time, prepare everything you need." "No problem." Little Taylor jumped up excitedly, looking like a child. Just 2 days later, her excitement turned into dead calm. Because they were sitting in the plane, preparing to fly to the camping destination, Nashville. This should have been a happy thing, but unfortunately her brother and mother were on the plane. Oh, and Carl, he and Tang sat in the front row, while she and her brother sat in the back row, enduring his nagging noise, and put on her headphones helplessly. This was completely different from what she expected, and she couldn't help but feel resentful. In this mood, the plane left the runway and flew into the sky. 3 hours later, they drove the rented car to the campsite. "Come on, let's set up the tent." Brother Austin shouted and ran towards the mountains with the tent, like an uncivilized savage. Mom followed behind and advised, "Slow down, Austin, be careful of bugs and snakes." Little Taylor and Carl stood beside Tangda, without moving. "Let's get the tent ready first." Tangda reached out and picked up another tent. There were 5 tents in total, 1 for each person. The mother originally wanted little Taylor to live with her, but little Taylor refused. So there were quite a few tents to be arranged. But it was only noon now, and they still had plenty of time to solve the camping problem. "Done, leave the tent to me." But Carl said very professionally, "When I was in the UK, I often camped, set up a small tent in the mountains and forests, then made some black tea and sat on the stool. Wow, it was so happy." That couldn't be better. Since Carl took the job of camping, Tang picked up an axe and a shovel, intending to get some branches to make a fire and boil water. "I'll go with you." Little Taylor followed closely and helped Tang hold the shovel. Tang didn't say anything and took her to the woods and picked up branches. At this time, little Taylor suddenly asked, "Don, why are we here?" She didn't understand why they came to Nashville for camping. Although this is the birthplace of American country music and the scenery is indeed beautiful, there are similar places near New York. Tang turned his head and looked at her. Little Taylor was wearing a white skirt, a pink coat and a rabbit ear hat today, and she looked very cute. Seeing her puzzled face, he replied, "I found a teacher for you here." Teacher? Little Taylor was stunned at first, then stood there, threw away the shovel and said angrily, "I don't need any teacher." Chapter 171, Kiss of Thanks. Little Taylor was very angry, because she felt like she was being sold, which made her feel bad. Tang didn't rush to explain, but lowered his head to pick up a few branches. When Little Taylor stood there for a while and couldn't help stamping her feet to remind Tang, he started to explain, "In fact, this is just a test." "What do you mean?" Little Taylor decided that no matter what reason Tang gave, she would never forgive him. "I heard that there are several very famous country music producers in Nashville, so I contacted them and wanted them to be your producer. Because Angel Declaration currently has no producer suitable for you. Then I contacted Nathan Chapman. I heard that this person has produced many country music singers, so I came to Nashville some time ago to talk to him." "Then what?" Little Taylor frowned. "I mentioned you." Tang pointed at her. "I said you have great talent and are a good country music talent, but he didn't quite believe it and wanted to listen to your music. This is also one of the reasons why I brought you to Nashville. While camping, we can also shock that old guy and let him see what the true goddess of country music is." Little Taylor suppressed her smile and was almost amused by Tang's exaggerated adjectives. She deliberately frowned. "What if I don't pass?" "Failed? That means his appreciation level needs to be improved." Tang cut off a branch and threw it into the bucket. "If he passes, I will let him come to New York to make music for you. It's that simple." Little Taylor stopped talking because she felt that her previous words seemed a little too willful. Seeing that Tang's expression remained unchanged, she was silent for a while and then asked, "Aren't you angry?" "Angry?" Tang smiled. "If you talked to me like this in the company, I would be angry. But what are we doing now? We are camping. This is a normal life, Taylor. Our identities are not boss and singer, but friends." "Yes, you are right." Little Taylor smiled. "We are friends now, but I'm still sorry. I should have been angry with you just now. I know that feeling. It's like being kept in the dark and not knowing what will happen to you next." Tang comforted Little Taylor and continued, "But it's over now, isn't it?" "Yes." "That's good. Let's pick up the branches and go back quickly." "Yes." In the evening, an oil barrel fire was set up between the 5 tents, with an iron plate on it for grilling meat. Sizzle. Looking at the greasy chunks of mutton on the iron plate, everyone felt that their mouths were constantly drooling. "Oh my God, Tang, what kind of seasoning is this? Why does it taste so unique?" Austin was greedy and ate a piece first. It felt fresh and tender, and had a peculiar fragrance. "This is cumin." Tang shrugged. "Although it is very common in the East, you probably haven't eaten it. In fact, cumin is not very rare abroad, but these guys in America are used to eating all kinds of sauces and black pepper, and they are not interested in this seasoning." Therefore, after Tang finished grilling the lamb, after trying and getting used to this strange taste, everyone ate it very happily. In the evening, after everyone had a pleasant barbecue and chat session, Tang lay on his small stool and looked up at the stars in the sky. The sky here is as clear as the bottom of a river, and those stars are like dense pebbles, which looks empty and boundless. Only at this time, Tang will take off all his disguises and quietly recall his past and the achievements and glory he has gained now. This is his way of alerting himself, reflecting at all times, so as to make correct judgments and decisions about what to do next. But soon, the silence was broken, and there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from behind. Then a soft little hand patted his shoulder. "What are you looking at?" It was Little Taylor. The wind was a little cold at night. She was wearing a coat and cotton slippers and sitting on a mat, clutching her collar tightly with her hands. Looking at the stars. Tang pointed to the sky. "I don't usually have time to look at the sky. It's really beautiful." Little Taylor nodded, turned her head and stared at him and said, "I heard that making a wish to a shooting star is very effective." "Really? I haven't made one." "If you were asked to make a wish, what would you wish for?" Tang asked her, looking at the starry sky. "For me, I would wish that my first album would be a hit and then I would become famous." Little Taylor felt a little excited when she thought of such a scene. Tang shook his chin thoughtfully. "I think you can achieve it without making a wish." "Really? Everyone else thinks I'm daydreaming." During this period, Taylor also met some girls who were training at Angel Declaration. When they heard that she was going to release an album, these girls felt that although the boss had a good vision, it was not so easy to become popular. And they were also quite jealous of the extra treatment that Tang gave Taylor, so they said some jealous words in private. Although Taylor was young, she was not stupid. She knew these things about girls very well and encountered them many times in school. When she expressed her desire to sing on campus, she was often ridiculed by several classmates who had a bad relationship with her. Fantasy. Tang shook his head. This is not a fantasy, Taylor. You cannot believe in yourself, but you must believe in me. Believe in you. Taylor looked at Tang's profile and was a little fascinated. Yes, believe in my vision and my plan. Tang began to instill some concepts in her. Everything I do is to make your album better and achieve that highest goal. So you think I can do it? Of course, I am very sure. I think you will become the brightest star in the American music scene. Tang's tone was firm, as if he had seen the future through the long river of time. At this moment, little Taylor's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. She raised her head and kissed Tang when he wasn't paying attention. What? When Tang turned around, little Taylor got up and ran back to her tent. When he turned around, he only saw a back. This girl. Tang laughed in silence, but didn't say anything. He just stretched his legs, picked up the hot tea and continued to watch the stars. The next day, at the Bluebird Cafe in Nashville. This is a gathering place for country music composers, and many people come here to drink afternoon tea. They are either pot-bellied or dressed in strange clothes. They sit outside the cafe, order a cup of hand-brewed latte, and then chat with 3 or 2 friends for half a day. This is their happiest thing. When they are talking, they will pick up musical instruments and improvise on the spot. And on the stage outside the cafe, there are bands playing from time to time. Tang and his party met Nathan Chapman outside the Bluebird Cafe. He was the main producer of Taylor's first album. Tang found him to help Taylor improve the album. Hello, Tang. Nathan Chapman is a bearded man. He wears a black coat and a cowboy hat, which is a bit maverick. Hello. Several people greeted each other, and then sat on the chairs to talk about business. Is this why you asked me to come? Nathan Chapman looked at Taylor. That's right. Well, to be honest, I don't want to leave Nashville, and I haven't produced an album for a new artist in a long time. Nathan Chapman thought for a moment, somewhat resisting Donda's suggestion. But since he expressed his doubts, Donda thought that there was room for discussion on this matter. Why don't you listen to Taylor's songs first? Donda gestured to little Taylor, and then little Taylor went to the stage. Those bands were a little surprised to see a little girl coming up. The drummer with the afro asked curiously, "Little girl, what do you want to sing?" "Just tell me the name. As long as it's country music, we can sing it." But little Taylor shook her head and picked up the microphone. "No, I want to sing my own country music, which you certainly can't." After that, she began to sing a cappella. He said my blue eyes were twinkling, dimming those Georgia stars, and I smiled and said, "That's a lie," like a boy in a Chevrolet truck. Nathan Chapman was slightly stunned when he heard Taylor's voice, and then nodded his head slightly after hearing the song. After hearing Taylor's song, the composers and singers around him all looked at the girl who dared to sing in public. This song sounds really good. Did she write it herself? I don't know. I haven't heard it. It should be an original song. So what's the girl's name? I haven't seen her. Go ask her. Maybe you can sign her. After Taylor finished singing, the voices of discussion stopped. In full view of the crowd, little Taylor trotted to Tangda and sat down obediently. Her long golden hair and blue eyes were as charming as a doll. "How is it? Mr. Chapman, do you think it's okay?" Tangda asked with a smile. Nathan Chapman thought for a while. This is indeed a good song, although it's a little immature. "Okay, I promise you." He didn't hesitate too much. When a producer meets a potential singer, he has no resistance. Especially in the field he is good at. But I would like to recommend a few more people. With their help, I think this song and the songs after it will be better. Nathan Chapman paused for a moment and said a few names: Robert Ellis Solar, Tower Plant, Facundo Dahl. Their salary's not low. Nathan Chapman added, "Haha, Mr. Chapman, no problem." But Tangda did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. "As long as you are willing to help Taylor get the album, salary's not a problem." This sentence made the smile on the corner of Taylor's mouth more obvious, and his eyes were more inclined to Tangda. However, the next moment, A man's voice suddenly sounded next to him. "Hello, were you singing just now?" Tang and Nathan Chapman turned around and found a curly-haired man standing in front of everyone in a gentle manner. "My name is Scott Barchetta, the owner of Big Machine Music." The man introduced himself. Tang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet him here. Scott Barchetta was the first person in the original course of history to recognize Taylor and sign her to his company. Chapter 172, Searching for Actors. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Tang asked. Scott Barchetta smiled politely. "I want to know what song was just sung. I am the boss of a record company. Maybe we have the chance to cooperate." "Oh," Tang said regretfully, "sorry, it was a girl under my company who was singing just now." "This is her first album?" Little Taylor nodded repeatedly beside him. "My name is Taylor Swift." "Taylor Swift, you sang really well, but it's a pity that I seem to be a step late." Scott Barchetta felt a little regretful. He vaguely felt that this girl would become a new generation of core singers in the future, and perhaps many people would like her. But now that she has been signed, it seems that he has no chance. So after expressing his appreciation, Scott Barchetta left. "Look, Tang, there is also a record company that has taken a fancy to me." Little Taylor was very happy to see this. "If you hadn't signed me, maybe I would have joined his company." "You are right, Taylor, but there is no if in this world." Tang smiled, and then continued to talk to Nathan Chapman about music cooperation. A day later, Tang and his group returned to New York after camping. Tang was not idle. He signed a gambling agreement with Lionsgate. After a series of negotiations, the agreement finally reached by Lionsgate and Norton I modified some terms. For example, the final profit of the movie was changed to $40 million. If the profit exceeds $40 million, then Lionsgate will distribute the profit at an amount of 8%. For a profit of tens of millions, 1% is hundreds of thousands, so Tang was very satisfied with this agreement. It is not bad to be able to pull some wool from the stingy Lionsgate. After signing the agreement, Tang returned to the company without stopping. Because Little Miss Sunshine encountered some problems. Although Norton I became a hit after the success of Saw, Little Miss Sunshine is still a low-cost movie, and its production cost is only $8 million. This is still the case when it is a road movie. But it is really difficult to find suitable actors with such a cost, because Little Miss Sunshine is destined to not give too high a salary. The reason why they didn't shoot before was because they couldn't find a suitable little girl actor. After all, half of the success of this movie is based on the protagonist. If she doesn't look cute or fun enough, the tension of the movie will be much less. Fortunately, they finally found Abigail Breslin. This little girl is the original protagonist of Little Miss Sunshine. She is a child star and is only 7 years old now. However, finding the heroine does not mean that the preparation of the movie will be smooth sailing, because other supporting actors are also crucial. But now they can't find the right person. "Greta, do we have any candidates now?" Tang leaned against the table, surrounded by the staff of Little Miss Sunshine. They were contacting the venue, contacting the car company, and handling the affairs of the crew. Greta handed over a few pages of white paper with their portraits printed on them. "Tang, I have found some actors who agree with the requirements, but we can't give them the salary they want. The total salary of these people is already $4 million. Salary." Tang spread his hands. "It doesn't matter, Greta, I will make them realize the potential of this movie. Maybe they will reduce their salary to act in it." After saying that, he looked at the actors on the paper. The first one was the actor who played the grandfather, Alan Arkin. Alan Arkin is a veteran actor who has performed brilliantly in Edward Scissorhands and Oz. He is also a director, screenwriter and producer. If you want to convince him to act, you can only visit him in person. After finding out where Alan Arkin lives, he took Greta and screenwriter Michelle and flew directly to California. Ding dong. In front of the gate of a country villa, Tang and the other two were waiting quietly. Click. A minute later, the door was opened. Behind the door stood Alan Arkin's wife, a middle-aged woman who looked very kind. When she saw Tang and his party, she said enthusiastically, "You are Tang, come in." Several people followed the woman into the villa and saw Alan Arkin sitting on a chair with a newspaper in his hand. "Welcome." Alan Arkin immediately stood up and opened his arms when he saw Tang. Tang reached out and hugged him. "Mr. Arkin, I really like your Seven Loves." Tang was talking about the drama film shot by Alan Arkin in 1967, which tells 7 short stories about adultery. Oh, that's really too old. To be honest, I have forgotten the plot of this movie now. Alan Arkin laughed, and everyone sat down. This time I came here, in fact, there is a script for you to act in. Tang took out the script and handed it to Alan Arkin. I know you have been recuperating during this period, but after reading this script, the first person that came to my mind was you. What kind of script is it? Alan Arkin looked at the cover of the script, Little Miss Sunshine. It doesn't look like a story about the elderly. This is a story about family. Tang briefly explained the plot. Although Little Miss Sunshine is a movie about family problems, it is not the traditional kind of movie filled with cold and desperate tones. On the contrary, this movie replaces sadness with joy and replaces depression with brightness. The little girl Olive is a common country girl in America, with a small belly, a round face, and glasses. She looks ordinary. But she has a dream of becoming a model, so by chance, when she gets the qualification to participate in the Little Miss Sunshine beauty pageant, her family accompanies her on the journey. But unlike ordinary families, the other members of Olive's family also have their own flaws, which are a bit strange. For example, her father is a success trainer who firmly believes that his books can be successful, so he emptied the family savings to promote his books. For example, her uncle is a psychology professor, but unfortunately he fell in love with his male student. After his love was rejected, he cut his wrists in anger and committed suicide. He was rescued later, but he fell into depression and couldn't extricate himself. Another example is her brother, who refused to speak until he achieved his goal in order to take the pilot exam. He persisted in using pen instead of mouth for 9 months. Unfortunately, Olive finally found out that he was colorblind and was not qualified to take the pilot exam. And finally, her grandfather, who was kicked out of the nursing home for smoking leaves, chose to teach Olive to dance striptease because he liked sexy women. As a result, Olive performed a striptease in the beauty pageant, which became the most hilarious scene in the film. The only normal person in the whole film was Olive's mother. It was her mother who firmly supported Olive and made the little girl realize her dream. Although this dream eventually became a joke in the eyes of the world, it was not important. What was important was that Olive's family finally learned to reconcile in the process. When Alan Arkin finished reading the script, it was already dusk. Tang and his friends were playing frisbee with the old man's dog in the yard. Tang, do you think he will agree? Michelle came over. Little Miss Sunshine was his first script, but unfortunately it never had the opportunity to be made into a movie, so after Norton I bought it, he had been very concerned. Of course, don't worry. Tang comforted the nervous man. I believe that Mr. Allen will like the role of the grandfather in the play. I hope so. As soon as the voice fell, Alan Arkin walked out of the house. Done. Mr. Arkin. Tang threw the frisbee far away and came to Alan Arkin. How is it? I like this script. Alan Arkin expressed his love as expected. I think this role is very interesting, smoking leaves and loving beautiful women, but he is nagging, but always encouraging everyone in the family. Although he died in the end, it is also interesting to play a corpse. Then do you agree to perform? We may not be able to give a high salary. Greta and Michelle both came over, waiting for Alan Arkin's answer with expectation. Of course, I want to act even if you don't pay me. Old man Alan Arkin led everyone back to the house and changed the subject. But Don, you need to promise me one thing. What is it? Tang didn't know what he was going to do, but he thought it should be something related to the crew. However, to his surprise, Alan Arkin said, I want you to take a group of photos for me. How about it? Photos. Michelle and Greta looked at each other, wondering why the old man made such a request. Tang was also a little confused. Why? Alan Arkin laughed. Good luck, Tang. Is that enough? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to hear this nickname too. Tang laughed. Of course. Alan Arkin picked up the newspaper. Charlize Theron recently won the Best Actress award from the Screen Actors Guild of America. She thanked you for taking the photo at the award ceremony. Tang has been busy with the crew these 2 days and has not paid attention to Monster. The movie has just been released and won the award. Looking at the newspaper in the old man's hand, the title on it is, Charlize Theron won the Best Actress award and said that Tang brought good luck. It seems that this title has really begun to be implemented. This time, the arc of Tang's mouth is even bigger. This will undoubtedly save him a lot of effort in persuading other actors. Maybe some actors will take the initiative to seek cooperation. So I think your photos are more important than the pay. Alan Arkin joked. It's my honor. Tang nodded. Don't worry, I will take a great set of photos for you. Chapter 173 Established Impression. After talking to Alan Arkin, Tang and his friends went to Los Angeles to look for other actors. At the same time, Murin and Judy also watched Monster in the theater. When they left, they were still discussing Charlize Theron's disfigured acting in the movie. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect Charlize Theron to change so much. Judy didn't pinch Murin this time, but was immersed in the movie. However, Murin himself was a little disappointed, because the sex scene was not erotic at all. Although it was exposed, it didn't have the effect he expected. Yet, I think she might win the Oscar this time. So this is also Tang's work? I saw him on the poster. Since Judy has also been concerned about Tang's name. Yes, he was the cinematographer and art director. I think he's great, although it can't be compared to Chicago. But I saw in the newspapers that they were discussing Don's nickname, saying that it was because of his shooting that Charlize Theron won the Best Actress award. Murin frowned and stretched out his fingers to count. It seems that the works shot by Don, whether it's MVs or movies, are all very famous. Even the very first makeover, although Raymond's song was mediocre, it was also because the MV shot by Don sold very well. I collected 2 of them. Murin thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true as the newspaper said. So Don really made every move benefit the singer and actor. I think so. Murin nodded affirmatively. No problem, then I wish us a happy cooperation. At 6 p.m., Don confirmed the role of the mother in the film. So far, he has confirmed the performances of several important actors, and now only the role of the father is left. They had contacted many Hollywood comedians who fit the script setting before, but these people were either shooting variety shows or shooting movies. Only Adam Sandler responded that he could talk. Adam Sandler, the comedian who left the deepest impression in the hearts of domestic movie fans, should be the movie Remote Control, but what left the deepest impression in the movie was not his acting skills, but the remote control that seemed ordinary but could actually control time. Shortly after the contact was made, Tang and his team met this well-known comedian outside a certain studio. Hello, Tang. Adam Sandler smiled and shook hands with Tang after seeing him, and then showed an exaggerated smile. I have heard of your nickname. Good luck, Tang. Is it true? Tang shrugged. I don't know, I just know that the actors who worked with me are doing pretty well now. Ho ha, I like your humor, man. Adam Sandler laughed out loud, and then said, Charlize has won a lot of awards recently. He was right. Charlize Theron recently won the Independent Spirit Award for Best Actress, and it can be said that she is in the limelight. Many media believe that Charlize will also win the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress. The only thing that may cause waves is the Oscar for Best Actress. But in fact, there are very few movies with strong female protagonists this year, and Charlize is the most outstanding and eye-catching one among them. Among other movies, only Diane Keaton in Love Is Compromised and Samantha Morton in Going to Heaven can compete with her. This is also the common prediction of all media. As for Scarlett Johansson, the heroine of Lost in Translation, she is far behind these few and has no competitiveness. Charlize has paid a lot for this. Tang sighed, and then said, so let's talk about the script. No problem, Tang, I can't wait. Adam Sandler rubbed his hands and sat on the chair outside the studio with everyone. Our story is like this. Greta took on the responsibility of narrating the script, but she had just said 2 words when the shots of the crew members suddenly rang out next to her. Sandler, your part has come. Okay, I'll be there right away. Adam Sandler smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I have to go to work first, and talk later. Okay. Tang nodded patiently and watched Adam Sandler walk into the studio. After that, the group waited for about half an hour before Adam Sandler finally came out of the set. The director has so many requirements. You know, he asked me to act like a fool, a half-demented, half-stupid guy. He started complaining as soon as he sat down. Tang agreed and echoed a few words, then continued, let's continue to talk about the script. Talk? Where were we just talking about? Talking about their family leaving for a beauty pageant. Greta and Adam Sandler talked about the plot for more than 10 minutes, and after he interrupted and asked several times, they finally got to the end. However, it was time for him to shoot again. Tang and his group had to endure the chat being suspended many times until 2 hours later, when the set was finished. They finally had the opportunity to have a good chat with Adam Sandler. Unfortunately, Adam Sandler made another mistake. "I'm really sorry, I have another invitation next. I still have 10 minutes. Can you finish as soon as possible?" Tang raised his eyebrows. "Okay, Greta." He signaled Greta not to talk about the plot anymore, and directly said to Adam Sandler, "We have invited Alan Arkin and other powerful actors to this movie, and we plan to make a family comedy that is different from the ordinary. There is no similar movie of this style in the United States at present, so I think this movie has a great chance of impacting the Oscars. If you are interested, you can call me." He handed over a business card. "Then this script is left to you. You can take time to read it carefully." Then, Tang took Greta up and left the set directly. Adam Sandler was stunned for a moment, then looked at the script in his hand, and said to himself, "Why do you look more anxious than me?" Walking out of the set, Greta took a breath of fresh air, looking a little worried. What if Adam Sandler doesn't agree to act? If he doesn't agree, then find someone else. Tang opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Tom looked around through the rearview mirror. Tom found that many paparazzi and private detectives were following Tang during this period, so he was more vigilant. Go ask Jim Carrey if he is interested in starring in a movie that does not require so many rich expressions. Tang felt that he could open his mind. Why do you have to find a guy who looks honest? I think Jim Carrey is also a very good choice. But his salary. Jim Carrey is not a potential stock like Adam Sandler. His salary is not something that the crew of Little Miss Sunshine can give. It's okay, I'll do it. Tang touched his chin. I think he should be tired of those movies with rich expressions. He may need something fresh. Okay, then I'll contact him now. Just say I invite him to dinner. Tang and Jim Carrey met at the Oscars, but they were not very familiar with each other. However, there are too many actors in Hollywood, and it is normal to be unfamiliar with each other. Everyone is also used to being disturbed or invited by unfamiliar people. No problem. While the two were talking about the actors, Tom shifted the gear and started the car. The ruts of the car ran over the puddles on the roadside, causing the water to splash. Just like the splashes of water when a cup of water is thrown into ice cubes. Tang took a sip of ice water and patiently waited for Jim Carrey to arrive. It was already the third day after talking with Adam Sandler. After receiving the call from Norton I, Jim Carrey was actually very interested and agreed to talk about the movie. It seems that Tang's guess was right. Jim Carrey really didn't want to keep shooting those movies with exaggerated body expressions. And when Jim Carrey came to the restaurant and sat down after talking with Tang, he found that the man was unexpectedly silent. Or he was not like him in the movie, as if he left all the exaggerated expressions to the movie and only left himself with silence. After listening to the story of the script briefly, Jim Carrey asked, "This movie seems to be a comedy. What is the difference from the movies I played before?" Tang explained, "Of course it is different. This movie does not require you to make any exaggerated expressions, understand? What I need is a normal father who believes in his career blindly. The so-called comedy is more about the storyline, not the personal performance. Carrey, all your previous movies basically use your body performance and expressions to attract the audience. But I don't need that. I hope you can integrate into this role and become Frank, not Jim Carrey. Although that's what I said, I think that acting in a comedy may still not get rid of the preconceived impression of me by everyone." Jim Carrey crossed his hands and placed them on his chest. "Excuse me, you can't get rid of it, Carrey." Tang said bluntly, "Comedians are the most difficult to get rid of impressions. Compared with other actors, you may need decades to succeed. So this thing can't be successful all at once, and I think the first thing you have to do is to make the audience not out of the play." Not out of the play. Jim Carrey raised one eyebrow high. "Yes, if you rashly appear in a drama or art film, other audiences will only think of comedy movies after seeing your face, and then dilute the sense of substitution for your performance." Tang knocked on the table. "What you actually need to do is to appear in a comedy movie, abandon the body movements that you are proud of, and instead act in a more restrained way. In this way, when the audience watches the movie, they will not think that you are out of the play, but will think that you have changed. This is a subtle transfer of impression, which is better than you directly acting in a sad drama." Tang finished speaking, and Jim Carrey fell silent. After 2 minutes of silence, Tang's mobile phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up and found that it was from Adam Sandler. "Okay, I think what you said makes sense." Jim Carrey suddenly spoke at this time. I think I can try it according to what you said. After all, you are lucky, Tangda. That's great. Tangda shook hands with Jim Carrey, then stood up and went outside to answer the phone. Hello, Sandler, do you want to star in a movie? Oh, sorry, this role has been decided. What? Who do you think stole your role? Tangda laughed and said, it was Jim Carrey. Yes, it was the mask who stole your role. Chapter 174 2 News. Click. Click. Don't pose like that, it looks like a bear chewing corn. Yes, pull your chin back. If you can't control it, stick your tongue to your upper jaw. This will reduce your double chin. Click. Don't make too exaggerated expressions. The lines on your face are almost enough to kill flies. After the crew of Little Miss Sunshine officially started filming, Tangda, the producer, felt a lot more relaxed, because these actors are relatively mature and there is no difficulty in working with them. And Tangda did not serve as a photographer. Although he would definitely raise the upper limit of the film as a photographer, this movie does not rely on the camera to attract attention. Tangda believes that a more plain camera movement is more in line with its own temperament. And if he had always been the photographer, Greta's ability would not have been improved, so Tangda chose to let go this time. Only when it was a key scene, he would stand in the crew and give some guidance. At this time, the crew was shooting some simple scenes, so he came to Angel Declaration to take promotional photos for the girls in the Hot Angels group. Recently, the reputation of the Hot Angels in New York has increased because their theater performances attracted a lot of people. It was the first time for everyone to see such a down-to-earth group, and they felt quite friendly. In addition, Akamoto Yasushi is indeed a management talent. He manages everything in an orderly manner, allowing Kane to get out of the way and focus on business. After finishing the shooting and returning to the office, Tangda met Kaden again. She occasionally returned to the company some time ago, and most of the time she was busy walking catwalks and shooting cover magazines. She also released several large-scale photo albums. It can only be said that even if she left the dark world, it does not mean that her sexiness has diminished. As soon as she saw Tangda, she couldn't wait to lock the office door and had a hearty review class with him on the table. It lasted for about an hour before it ended. After that, the two of them tidied up the desk. Kaden leaned on the sofa and let Tangda lie on his thighs. While rubbing his temples and massaging him, he said, Tang, have I become a lot bigger recently? Indeed, it feels good. It seems that your figure still has room for improvement. Tangda teased. I've learned a lot from watching movies recently. Kaden breathed hot air into Tangda's ear, tempting him again. Tangda rested his head on her big, white legs and closed his eyes. I'll teach you later tonight. He has learned a lot of new knowledge recently, and what he taught just now is not enough. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Kaden smiled foolishly, and then said, I hope you haven't been squeezed dry by other girls. Tangda patted her butt, which immediately caused a wave of excitement. I'll let you know what it means to be squeezed dry. Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the office door, and Tangda immediately got up from the sofa. Kaden stood up gracefully, turned around to open the locked door, and found that it was Jimmy. After letting Jimmy in, Kaden picked up his coat and left. Jimmy winked at Tangda. How is it? It must taste good, right? Tangda crossed his legs and did not answer his question. What's the matter that you are in such a hurry to find me? Speaking of business, Jimmy immediately looked serious. I heard a very important news recently. Tell me about it. Tangda has not been involved in the affairs of Supreme Creativity for a long time. Apart from occasionally helping them provide a few creative ideas, he spends more time every day on Norton I. But this does not mean that Supreme Creativity is not important. If a movie wants to be widely spread, it must be supported by advertising business. Even the development of Angel Declaration needs the help of Supreme Creativity. It seems that it has the lowest annual revenue expectation among these companies, but in fact it is very important. So Tangda is always paying attention to Supreme Creativity. Unfortunately, the car company not long ago did not reach an agreement because Ogilvy Advertising snatched it away with more diversified services. Now other advertisers have also learned to be smart. Knowing that Supreme Creativity has outstanding creative ability, they are starting from other aspects to snatch customers. For example, advertising channels. Supreme Creative does not have its own advertising channels. Every time it places an advertisement, it has to find an advertising and communication company, which undoubtedly adds a lot of trouble. Ogilvy Advertising and Hangmei Advertising either have media partners or have their own advertising and communication companies within the group. This is something Supreme Creative cannot compare with in any way. And what Jimmy wants to say is also about the news of advertising and media. International United Media Company is going to split the billboard and elevator advertising business in 21 states of the United States. These two businesses have been losing money for years, which makes the senior management very angry, so they plan to sell them. This is the news that Jimmy brought, and it is also the news that Tang needs most at the moment. After hearing Jimmy's words, he couldn't help but knock on the table hard. Very good, we must take these two businesses. But Tang, do we have so much money? You know, these two businesses are simple to say, but they are two companies. If you want to take them, you need a lot of money. No matter how much, we must take them. But Tang has made up his mind. This is a godsend opportunity. It can allow Supreme Creative to avoid a few years of detours and quickly become a creative supplier with advertising and communication channels. This will also help them break out of New York and become the top creative supplier in the United States. So after deciding to take over the advertising business of United Media International, Tang went to the accounting department to calculate the company's working capital. There is now $3.6 million in the Supreme Creative account. The film's share will be transferred to the Norton I account after the Oscars. The box office, plus the peripherals and CDs, total $53.26 million. The global box office will not be credited until June next year, and it is now in the release period. As for Angel Declaration, there is $2.12 million on the account. It is mainly because the songs of Hot Angel are selling well. With the blessing of live performances in the theater, many people who hear the songs for the first time will buy an album, so the album sales have always remained in the top 50 on the Billboard. But Angel Declaration is also the most expensive. Whether it is staff training or venue management, it requires a lot of expenses. So Tang calculated that by the beginning of 2004, he will have about $30 million in working capital available, of which part of the profit will be returned to the bank, and part will be used to shoot subsequent films. This money is definitely not enough. In his expectation, at least $200 million will be needed to fully acquire the channel. However, United Media International is not going to sell its business immediately. Such things usually spread the news first, and then attract companies that are willing to buy to negotiate. Moreover, it is not necessary to buy it as a whole package. This channel can be sold separately. Tang only needs to grab a few key states. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Jimmy, "Find Luo Lun here. I need him to help me with the estimate." Jimmy called Luo Lun, and soon he came to the office. "Luo Lun, I need your help now." Tang tapped the table with his fingers. "I need you to investigate the current status of United Media International's advertising business, including their entities and stock markets, and then give me a quotation. Jimmy, go find someone in United Media International who is familiar with the advertising business, understand the current status and scale of the channels in each state, and cooperate with Luo Lun to complete the investigation." "No problem." Both of them agreed and did it immediately. At the same time, inside Ogilvy Advertising, CEO Vino also received the news and brought it up at the board meeting. "We must take over the business of United Media International. Their advertising channels cover 21 states in the United States. This is a very complete channel. As long as we take it over, it will be very beneficial for our negotiations with customers. But as far as I know, the advertising business of United Media International has been losing money. Can we turn losses into profits after we take it over?" A director raised an objection. "The loss is not a single reason." Vino took out a report. "Here is the information we investigated. It shows that United Media International has been promoting packaged advertising services in the past 3 years. That is, advertising business and channel business are tied together. If customers want to use their channels, they must adopt the creative services and multiple value-added services they provide. Although this plan initially achieved certain results, in fact, in the past 3 years, customers' requirements for the quality of creativity have been rising. Ordinary creativity can no longer gain enough users from the market. In short, America has entered a crowded moment in the advertising creative industry. If clients want to get new users, they must have creative ideas that are catching enough. In other words, it's too aggressive. In recent years, many creative advertising companies have emerged, such as the old rival Supreme Creative, and the newly established Crown Creative, which has won the Pepsi business. There are also various small creative companies, big and small, that focus on niche industry tracks. Now the requirements of clients are becoming more diverse, whether it is for creativity or channels, there are more requirements, so we must seize this opportunity. The directors nodded one after another, thinking that Vino was right. Then how many US dollars do you estimate it will take to complete the acquisition? If it is a comprehensive acquisition, at least 200 million US dollars, but if we acquire it separately, the demand for funds will be much lower. I estimate that it will take about 70 million US dollars to complete the acquisition. Okay, then start this acquisition, and talk to United Media International immediately, and try to grab this piece of meat before other companies react. Perhaps it was the tacit understanding of being both advertisers that made Vino and Tangda make the same judgment and decision. However, although Tangda did not know that Ogilvy Advertising had decided to make a full-scale acquisition, he had already made the worst plan. The news of Supreme Creative is naturally not as good as those of the old advertising companies, but this does not mean that they will fall behind. In fact, Tangda has arranged for the sales representative Fernando Yuri to go to United Media International to talk to the senior management. This old man has traveled all over the country, and it happens that he has a friend who is a senior executive of United Media International. Having someone inside is the biggest advantage of Tangda and his team. At this time, it was getting dark, and Tangda sat in a chair, holding an orange and slowly peeling its loose skin. He was still thinking about advertising channels, and was ready to go to the bank for another loan. However, the phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the office. Hello? Hello, Mr. Steven, what's the matter? After Tangda answered the phone, he found that it was Steven Spielberg. Memoirs of a Geisha? Director? No problem, happy cooperation. Chapter 175 Script Disadvantages. The director of Memoirs of a Geisha was finally determined to be co-directed by Don and Rob. At the same time, Rob Marshall served as the art director and Don served as the photographer. Don's salary was finally set at $4 million, because he had the experience of directing Saw and various award-winning titles to achieve the salary. Don readily agreed to this. After all, he was short of money. Generally speaking, the first film salary of Hollywood directors is generally between $750,000 and $2 million. Most of the time it is $1 million, but when it comes to the second film, it can usher in a very high increase, just like Don. He proved himself with Saw and a box office of over $100 million, so he was able to get such a high salary in Memoirs of a Geisha. And if he continues to prove himself with this film, it means that his ability is not limited to horror films, and his salary for the third film will be higher. Of course, if he wants to reach the point of sharing box office profits with a film company, he still needs to prove himself with a higher box office. For example, the future Christopher Nolan received a salary of $20 million and a 20% share of the total revenue for Dunkirk. This is the highest ceiling for Hollywood directors, and Tangda is still a long way from this goal. Of course, in Tangda's view, this goal may be achieved in the next few years. After all, his vision is beyond the times. Now that the director has been determined, Memoirs of a Geisha has officially entered the preparation state, and the first thing to do is to discuss the script. The production company of this film is Columbia Pictures. When Tangda and Carl entered the office, they saw Steven Spielberg and Rob Marshall at first sight. Long time no see, Tang. Rob stood up and hugged Tangda warmly, and then Steven briefly introduced the crew members to him. Steven is the producer, Robin Swickert is the screenwriter, Arthur Gordon is the original author, John Mayer and Rob are both art directors, and Lisa Eman is the technical consultant of the film. After understanding the identities of the other members, Tangda took a seat and started to read the script with everyone. The script of Memoirs of a Geisha has been revised many times, and it is still being revised. Steven actually likes this script very much and wants to shoot it himself, but he has not made up his mind because he is not very proficient in singing and dancing. Until he saw Chicago, he felt that its singing and dancing form, color and lens were very suitable for this movie, so he planned to hand over the movie to Don and Rob. The script was read from morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and everyone had a complete understanding of the whole story. During the process, everyone kept asking about various details in the script to know what was going on. However, Don did not speak, but just looked at the script silently. The story of Memoirs of a Geisha originated from the little girl Sayuri, who was sold to the geisha house since she was a child as a servant of the famous geisha Hatsumamo. In the process, she met an industrialist, the president, and was treated kindly by him. From then on, Sayuri fell in love with her. But at the same time, Hatsumamo was afraid that Sayuri would be more beautiful than her when she grew up, so she framed Sayuri and painted the clothes of the hall-level geisha Mamiha. This tortured Sayuri until she grew up and was discovered and trained by Mamiha. She was able to break away from Hatsumamo's control and gradually grew into an outstanding geisha, and became famous with a crazy dance in the snow. However, just when she thought she was one step closer to the president she loved, World War II broke out. The president sent Sayuri and Mamiha out of Kyoto and promised that he would find her later, but this promise was never fulfilled. Until Sayuri slowly accepted the fact that he was dead, the president suddenly appeared in front of her and gave her a big surprise. Tang, do you have any thoughts after reading the whole story? When Tangda had reorganized all the plots, Steven took the initiative to ask Tangda. He hoped that Tangda could make some useful suggestions, but he didn't want Tangda to make too many suggestions, because he has been responsible for supervising the script. Tangda thought for a moment and said, I think the last part of this script is a bit bad. Forgive me for using this word to describe it, but it really gives me a bad impression. Why? How can it be bad? Arthur Gordon was the first to stand up and refute. He treated this work as if it were his own child. Even Steven frowned, as if he didn't understand what Tangda meant. Tangda saw this and turned to the last few pages of the script and said, look here, many years after Sayuri separated from the president, she thought the president was dead, or that the two would never see each other again, so she threw the president's handkerchief into the mountains and forests. I think the story can end here, and there is no need for the president to appear in front of Sayuri. Why, isn't the ending of the two people reuniting beautiful? Arthur Gordon retorted, I think the ending of the two people going through many difficulties and then being together is very touching. Steven didn't say anything, listening to the discussion between the two. Tangda curled his lips, but this is a movie. Gordon, what do you think our movie reflects? Is it love? Isn't it? Arthur Gordon spread his hands. Of course not. Tangda smiled, it is fate. It is the fate of geishas, the fate of the times, and the fate that everyone desires but cannot reach. Hatsumo longs to become a hall-level geisha and longs to control her own freedom, but she can't achieve it because of jealousy. Sayuri longs to be the president's sweetheart, but because of her identity and the war, she can't realize the fate she wants. This is the core of the movie. As geishas, they have no choice but to be playthings swept by the tide of the times. To put it bluntly, the whole story is tragic. If Sayuri had realized her wish in the end, it would have destroyed this sense of fate. Tangda saw Arthur Gordon and Robin Swickard lost in thought, and continued to express his thoughts. In addition, the character of the president is also very strange. He obviously loves Sayuri, but he wants to give her to someone else. And it was not until Sayuri made it clear that she would not let anyone else go that he stood up to meet her, as if Sayuri was just a plaything in his eyes, something that could be handed over to others at will. You said the president loves her, but I don't think it is reflected. He is more of a background and Sayuri's target in this movie. He is more like a symbol, just like the handkerchief he gave to Sayuri. So the whole script does not show the feeling of overcoming difficulties together for love, which is also the main reason why I think it can be deleted. In fact, this is also one of the most criticized points by fans in later generations. On the one hand, the plot is too bland after Sayuri grows up, and on the other hand, the appearance of the president at the end is too abrupt. So Tangda plans to change them and rush to major film festivals. You must know that the movie Memoirs of a Geisha won 6 Oscar nominations and 3 Oscars, but it did not have the most convincing nominations for Best Director and Best Picture. In Tangda's view, this is because this is the pursuit of perfection in the script and the lack of director's skills. Although Rob Marshall performed very well in Chicago, that is also because the script of Chicago was the result of countless theater polishing. In short, as a director, he lacks control over the script and is more accustomed to shooting step by step. This is very fatal. You must know that if a director cannot judge the quality of a script, then his career will probably be constantly wasting his inspiration in ups and downs. Just like Sangosi and some fifth-generation directors who claim to be aristocrats. Once they encounter a bad script, they often only talk the talk, or simply put everything on the audience, thinking that the market is immature and the audience does not understand. In Tangda's opinion, this is a typical picture-oriented director, lacking the aesthetics and control of words. When he expressed his ideas, Steven also fell silent. As the most experienced and accomplished director present, he actually vaguely noticed some problems. But because he had been in contact with the script for a long time, this sensitivity had been worn away by repeated viewings. It was not until Tang brought it up that he realized the flaws in the script. What Tang said makes sense. Steven did not make the whole meeting a one-man show. He spoke very fairly. This is my negligence. I didn't think of this problem in advance. That's right, our movie is not about a love story, but a story about a geisha drifting with the times. It shouldn't be so perfect, and there should be some flaws. Tang, how do you think it should be changed? Steven clenched his fists and placed them on the table. After hearing what he said, everyone turned their attention to Tangda. Tangda touched his chin and said, she shouldn't get everything she wants. On the contrary, she should be constantly losing. In fact, she had everything in her childhood. Although life was heavy and harsh, she got what she wanted to see and do. However, when she grows up, she will gradually lose those beautiful things, be disciplined by the life of a geisha, be stared at by men, and finally lose her love and career in World War II. This is where she should be. The picture should end when she throws the handkerchief into the mountains and forests. As the handkerchief flies in the air, the picture slowly fades and ends. Tangda briefly described the picture he imagined, and everyone's eyes immediately lit up, touched by the picture he described. Okay, then do as Tangda said. Steven clapped his hands. Robin Swickard, you come to revise the script. I want to see it within a week. No problem. Then there is one more thing. Steven continued after finalizing the script. How should the actors be selected? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.